This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that.
Well, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove. A sunny Hove, I'm delighted to say, so far. More of that to come. Day 3, Sussex against Derbyshire, with the two Derbyshire not-out batsmen making their way to the crease. Brooke Guest, who's on 80. Skipper Lewis Deploy, who's on 32. Derbyshire trailing here by 190. 2 days left to play. I'm Adrian Harms. Do a quick check around the ground, just make sure that we are going out around the ground. I can't see any of our regulars in the top tier of the Spenkarma Pavilion, actually, which may well scupper our plans. The voice you can hear is our co-commentator. We love having him down here at Hove, is Dave Fletcher. Fletcher, very good morning to you.
Morning, Adrian.
So if someone could wave, if you've got the headset on, let's show. Oh, yes, we are. There's someone over there dressed all in green.
Oh, yes.
Who's waving. Now, I wonder who that is.
Thank you, madam.
All in green. That's a lovely green outfit. Wonderful. Thank you. Well, thank you for waving and thank you for getting in touch.
Clearly Robin Hood.
Fletcher's got the binoculars out, so thank you very much. So we are going out loud and clear around the ground, also on the Sussex live stream and via the BBC. To open the bowling this morning, we have Henry Shipley from the Cromwell Road end under blue skies and sunshine. Shipley is in and bowls, and played out into the offside is Brooke Guest, and there is no run. The weather forecast for today, I drove through a bit of rain on the way down here, Fletch. A few spits and spots. I'm told there are showers around later in the day, but you know, Sussex is a big county, and it's just hope that down here on the coast.
I think the forecast I've seen for here is fine until after close of play tomorrow.
Good.
So feels like a batting day, though, doesn't it?
It does feel like a batting day. 2 slips in place in a gully as in comes Shipley. Down the hill, bowls and Guest gets the first runs of the morning, and he'll pick up a couple of runs, steers that one down to third man, fielded down in front of us by Jack Carson, who gets around very quickly, gets in the throw. 2 more to Brooke Guest, who goes to 82. Who did you have a natter away to last night, Fletch?
I spoke to Wayne Madsen, who was very disappointed in the shot that he played, as he might be, but the general consensus, and I think it's fairly obvious, is that Derbyshire have to bat and bat. If they can get a lead, they might be able to force something, or if they get bowled out 100 behind, we might get a positive result. Who knows?
Fletcher's got to go and do an update to the listeners. In Derby comes Shipley, bowls to Guest, who plays on the bounce back to Henry Shipley, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Just Fletch and I today, I'm afraid. Just have to put up with us two chattering away about various things. Ariana has gone off training for a couple of days, so thank you to Ariana for her assistance over the last couple of days. Bettina, but Fletch and I may find a couple of special guests who'll come in and have a natter throughout the day, because there's a lot of cricket today. 104 overs, weather permitting, to make up for time lost yesterday. In comes Shipley, over the wicket, bowls, and Guest drives without timing to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. So 2 slips in a gully, a sweeper on the deep cover point boundary, or deep backward cover point boundary, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Then on the leg side, there's a deep square leg and a fine leg. As Henry Shipley wanders back. And the lead overnight was, or the deficit, I should say, was 190. In comes Shipley, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Brooke Guest through to keeper Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Lots of ways of getting in touch with us throughout the day. It's lovely to have your company. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. We're going to carry on something that we did yesterday, actually, and expand it slightly. If you weren't listening, I'll tell you exactly what we were talking about yesterday. We'll talk about all sorts of things, but this particular thing in particular. In comes Shipley, bowls and driven handsomely by Brooke, only as far as Haynes at mid-off, and there is no run. So end of the opening over of the day, which cost just the 2 runs as far as Sussex are concerned. Brooke Guest going merrily on his way. He's on 82. Louis Deploy is on 32, and Derbyshire 214 for 3, trailing by 188. And we were asking listeners yesterday to let us know who they thought were in amongst the top 25 run scorers in world cricket ever across the history of the game. And that's including all formats of the game, who those players would be. And the conversation was brought about because Kim Barnett of Derbyshire is 25th on that list, and the reason we were talking about Wayne Madsen and Kim Barnett is because Wayne Madsen yesterday, in making his 51 has become the second highest run scorer in Derbyshire cricket history, behind Kim Barnett, who is 25th in the all-time list of run scorers across world cricket. So we've got the top 25, and we got some of those named yesterday. In comes Jack Carson, who's opening the bowling from the CN, comes in and bowls a wideish delivery that Deploy just eases to deep backward point, fielded there by James Coles. A very straightforward single for Deploy, who goes to 33. And we had a good few guesses yesterday of people who are in that top 25. Top of the list, if you weren't listening, is Graham Gooch, who scored 67,057 runs. So well done to Chris and Gary, who got that right. Nobody has got number 2 on the list yet. Carson over the wicket bowls and tucked nicely around the corner, and not a great bit of fielding there by Henry Shipley. Or no, I think it's Nathan McAndrew, who dived over the ball at short fine leg and enables Guest to come back for 3 runs. He goes to 85 to 218 for 3. So Graham Gooch is number 1 on the list, and Chris and Gary got that right. We've got Jack Cobbs at number 3, so that's already gone. Geoffrey Boycott at number 5.
Good old Geoffrey.
But there are still plenty on the list to go for if you'd like to join in the game, as in comes Carson and bowls and drilled by Deploy through the extra cover boundary. James Coles is in hot pursuit, and he dives over the ball as well, loses his hat in the process. And 4 more. So Deploy, who goes to 37, and Derbyshire to 222 for 3. An expensive over so far. 8 runs coming off the first 3 balls. Lovely looking shot.
Off to a flyer.
So we've got Gooch 1, Hobbs 3, Boycott 5, Hendren 6. Is that Percy Hendren? Patsy Hendren. W.G. Grace at number 9. Gordon Greenwich at 10. Carson in bowls, Deploy drives, and more runs here, but a good stop on this occasion by McAndrew at backball point, keeps it to a single. Deploy to 38. Herbert Sutcliffe at 13, Wally Hammond at 15, Sachin Tendulkar at 16, Tom Graveney at 17, and Kim Barnett at 25. So still plenty to guess if you'd like to join in our guessing game of the highest run scorers in the history of the game. In comes Carson bowls, and this time it's defended by Guest out into the offside, and there is no run. Not in the top 25, but some good guesses were Brian Lara, Sir Alistair Cook, Ricky Ponting, Raoul Dravid, David Gower, and Jack Callis. They do not make the top 25. Slipping a short leg in place. Carson in bowls, and Guest defends onto the onside, fielded there by Tom Clark, and there is no run. So end of the over, 223 for 3, 85 to Guest, 38 to Deploy. I spoke last night to a former Derbyshire player. Fletcher was Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Oh, yes.
Who spoke... Finn spoke about missed opportunity for Sussex in this game, feeling that the missed opportunity from 150 without loss at lunch on the first day, which I wasn't surprised about, but he said missed opportunity last night under the lights when he didn't feel Sussex bowled at all well. And I said to Finn, well, how does Sussex go about making sure they take this opportunities? Because Paul Farbrace throughout the season has said, we have missed opportunities to win games. And Finn was saying, well, there's a bit of inexperience in the side, but we need to learn when the opportunity is there and when to take the opportunity. And he wasn't throwing anyone under the bus. He said he didn't bowl particularly well last night as well, but they felt it was a good opportunity with the lights on and the heavy cloud cover.
Henry Shipley down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and that's clipped nicely into the leg side by Elias Deploy for a couple of runs, being chased down there by Nathan McAndrew. I've managed so far not to call him Nell, who was, of course, the Australian model.
Yes.
It's been difficult. Yes. It's been really difficult. 225 for 3. When you get something in your head, it's awful, isn't it? It was interesting, hearing that Finn said there was a missed opportunity, but I distinctly remember on commentary you saying how comfortable the 2 batsmen looked out there in the conditions, and they didn't really want to go off. As McAndrew bowls, he tries to pull that away down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind the wicket. Not out. Ollie Carter taking it, running away to his right-hand side. Umpires, the standing umpire at the Cromwell Road end is Hassan Adnan, and the umpire currently at square leg is Surrey Shanmugam. There are officials today. Wayne Madsen was repeated a bit of what George Scrimshaw said about how disappointingly Derbyshire bowled on the first morning when they conceded those 150 runs. Around the wicket comes McAndrew, pushed into the offside by Deploy, and there is no run fielded there by Dan Ibrahim. But he said they have to be batting this afternoon, and then they can sort of assess where they are. They need to try to take control of the game. I mean, they're still some distance off taking control of the game, clearly, because they're still 177 behind, but only 3 wickets down, and with Haider Ali and Anuj Dal still to come after these two. They have an opportunity themselves here. The skipper on strike, and they get squared up by that one, and it's a really, really nice stop in the slip cordon by Tom Clark. It bounced into the ground. It wasn't a catch. It didn't carry, but he dived away to his left-hand side at second slip, and otherwise, if he hadn't have done that, they would have raced away down to third man for 4 runs. He's just feeling his left shoulder at the moment. I'm not surprised. Quite a tall man, and got down really well.
Probably, I mean, a chance to put down in the slips yesterday by Tom, but I would say he is the best fielder in the Sussex side.
That was a really smart stop, because the ball was travelling as McAndrew is in, bowls to Deploy, who, as left-handers often do, looks like he's been a little squared up, but that's very much his defensive style, if you like. Looks a little hurried, but I don't think he is really. The leading scorer in the second division of the county championship, and top of the averages throughout the whole of the county championship, with an average of around about 115 at the moment. An unbeaten double century always helps the averages, which is what he got last time out at New Road, as McAndrew is in to him, and that one is striking the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Adnan. McAndrew stands with his hands on his hips in the middle of the pitch. Deploy looks unmoved. He'll have his heart might have skipped a beat there, just waiting to see if Hassan Adnan raised the finger, but he didn't. He's got his hands firmly in his pocket after handing McAndrew back his cap. And it's the end of the over. Deploy on 40. Guest on 85. 225 for 3. Derbyshire just the 2 runs off that over. They still trail by 177. Morning to Henry, who's on social media duty, I believe, for Derbyshire today.
Jack Carson is going to carry on from the sea end of the ground. Elsewhere around the country, raining again in Cardiff. They've had a wretched time down there. In comes Carson, bowls and short deliveries. Lucky to get away with that, Jack Carson. It was almost a long hop down the leg side, and Brooke Guest will be very disappointed he didn't pull that one away for another boundary. He remains on 85.
Yeah, should have, shouldn't he really, but...
Poor delivery by Jack. And also raining up in the northeast.
No.
Yeah, where they're delayed. The leaders of the Division 2 will be frustrated. Carson in, bowls, better delivery, turned by Guest onto the leg side, fielded at short leg by Daniel Ibrahim, the fielding in there at short leg, not somewhere I'd like to be.
No, he's been in there for pretty much the duration, hasn't he?
He has. He's very close in as well. There is a slip as well, as in comes Carson, bowls and driven firmly by Guest out to deep backward point, where it's fielded out on the boundary by Henry Shipley. Gets in the throw, one more to Brooke Guest. He goes to 80. Is that 86, Fletch?
Yes, I think it is.
The number isn't that
actually
clear.
Over there, it is
clearer.
I can see the one over there, but you're probably looking through 2 panes of glass, as I am to the one to the right.
Carson in, bowls to Deploy. He's forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run. And talk about the way that this game might go. I mean, we have to take into account this very short boundary. So it is a game where sides can score quickly. So Derbyshire, if they were to score, with that short edge, 4-5 and over, could find themselves a position mid-afternoon. They could be, up to about parity. In comes Carson, bowls, and 4 comes Deploy, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Elsewhere today, lots of other cricket going on. Test match gets underway today over in the Caribbean.
They're playing India, aren't they?
Yes, they are. The venue is Windsor Park, not Windsor Park, Belfast.
Dominica?
In comes Carson, bowls, played into the offside by Deploy. There is no run. End of the over. Carson, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2... Sorry, looking at the wrong line on the scoreboard. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26 for Jack Carson. It's in a place called Roseau, Roseau, or Russo. Windsor Park Rousseau.
I think it's either Dominica or the Dominican Republic.
Right.
I'm not sure which of those two is in the West Indies.
Okay.
I'll try to check.
And then the Women's Ashes continues today down at Bristol. Let's hope they get some decent weather down there. It's the 50 over. England have to win, having won the T20 series. England back in the Ashes. But Henry Shipley carry on, Fletch.
There's McAndrew into Brooke Guest, who whips this away down towards long leg, picks up a single, and moves himself on to 87, 227 for 3. I've got another name for you.
Oh.
It's from David McCardle, who says Alan Border must be in the top 10, he reckons.
Well, that's a great call, and thank you very much to Dave Griffin, who's the give me Dave's official title as well, Fletch.
He's the statistician, heritage officer and photographer at Derbyshire. As McAndrew bowls clipped nicely by Lewis Deploy out towards the fairly straight mid-wicket boundary, and that's going to go up the hill for 4. Really nice shot, over-pitched from McAndrew, and he clipped it away. Glorious shot, and he moves on to 44, 231 for 3.
Thanks very much to Dave. He's given us his list of 25, the top 25. He's also overnight. He's done his homework as Griff, because he's given us right down to number 45 on the list, who have scored 40,000 plus runs. But Alan Border isn't on either of those lists.
It's Henry Shipley it is, who's bowling from the Cromwell Road, and it turned into the leg side. This next delivery by Lewis Deploy. Apologies for a gross misrecognition of the bowler.
They're of similar stature, Fletch.
That's not much of an excuse, is it?
From other sides of the, is it the Tasman Sea? I
Yes,
know,
I think it is. Yeah, across the ditch, as they call it down there.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, call it the ditch.
Well, I suppose we call it the pond, don't we, between us and the States.
Listen to a lot of NRL with ABC in Australia as this next delivery is driven but not timed, and it's not going to beat the fielder at mid-on. Puts in the dive and, of course, loses his floppy sun hat. They always do. And it's a dot ball. They are now playing up in Durham, according to my Twitter feed. And
actually, Durham have batted themselves in a good position in the match, haven't they, with Alex Lees making 195 yesterday.
Yes, good player. Guest, wait. Shipley delivers this next one, which is pushed up to mid-on once more. And again, there is no run. So was Border in there?
No.
He's not in the top 45?
Border is not in the top 45.
Wow.
There is an Australian in there at number 36 this week, but it is not Alan Border. At number 36 in the list, there is an Australian, and it is Ricky Ponting. So we'll cross that one off.
Yeah. 232 for 3 Derbyshire. Shipley bowls. It's driven by Guest straight into covers, where Dan Ibrahim does the fielding, and it's the end of the over. That little flurry at the start where 6 runs came off the first 3 balls, 3 dots to finish it off. 232 for 3 now. Deploy is on 45. Brooke Guest is on 87, 170 behind Derbyshire. I just hope that Brooke Guest, with that little bit of Australian heritage that he has, having been brought up in Perth, doesn't fret too much about being on 87, which is the unlucky Australian number.
Interesting you should say that, because I thought he did look a bit frustrated. Then he looked to play that drive, he played it straight to short extra, and he was just annoyed that he didn't beat the fielder. Carson is back into the attack. Well, he's carrying on, he's not back into the attack, he's been bowling all morning, so it's a poor description. Bowls to Deploy, who doesn't time that into the covers, fielded by Clark. There is no run. Slipping a short leg in place. And the close fielders. Blustery day down on the south coast, but so far plenty of blue sky and high cloud. As in comes Carson bowls, and Deploy with a flick of the wrists plays this to mid-wicket, fielded there in the sun hat by the orange-booted Finn Hudson-Prentice. His 5th half century of the season yesterday. He's had a good time with the bat, Finn. He's been a bit disappointed with his bowling. He was very honest, which was good to hear last night. Carson bowls, deploy forward again and again. It's Hudson Prentice who trots round to field. He said he was having dinner with a couple of the Derbyshire lads last night.
Oh, was he?
So that was probably catching up on old time. So he wasn't in your pub team, your quiz team last night, Fletch.
No.
You have to tell us all about that in a minute. Bowls, deploy, plays that through the covers, picks up a single. James Coles comes running in from the clock tower scoreboard to field, just the one to the total. Good throw over the top of the stumps. One more to deploy. He goes to 46, and the total to 233 for 3. Excuse me.
Yeah, we were triumphant.
What was the name of the pub?
In the Maris and Otter. No idea what that means. I have to have looked it up, really.
Maris and Otter. Carson coming over the wicket. Bowls to Guest, who with a flick of the wrist plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. So
it was less impressive than it sounds, though, because there were only 3 teams.
Ah, right, okay, we get into the nitty-gritty now.
One of the teams was a solitary, quite young German-Swiss girl who was going home
Carson
today.
Bowls, forward comes Guest, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 233 for 3. Jack Carson has bowled now 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. Guest is on 87. Louis deploy 4 short of his half-century.
There was a celebrity in the other team, though, Sophia Ford, who everyone will hear about her soon. She's on Spotify. She is a singer-songwriter, quite young. And she was with a lad called Tom, and they were asking us why we were down, and the usual. I mean, it was a really good night. It was a really good, fun night. So they said, "Why are you down?" So we're down for the cricket. They said, "Oh, we were there on Monday." Oh, right, brilliant. She said, "Yeah. So you support Glamorgan then?" No, Derbyshire. It's Henry Shipley, bowls to deploy, who pushes this one up to mid-on. He said, no. They're playing Glamorgan. We were there on Monday. They scored 150 in the morning. Yes, they did. It was against Derbyshire. And they were convinced for the entire day's play that Sussex were playing Glamorgan.
What way did we come to the game on Monday?
I don't know, but they were threatening to come again today. We told them where we were going to be tonight. We were having a little social gathering this evening, and they said they might turn up there as well. Good. So, but they were very, very good. They were good fun. Everybody was good fun. Shipley around the wicket to deploy, pushes it out into the offside. They go through for a quick single and make it. That's good running, just to rotate the strike. The ball was eventually picked up by Dan Ibrahim, but he couldn't do anything because the batsman went as soon as the ball left the bat. And deploy moves to 47 now, 234 for 3. That's what I was trying to say. Interested manner. So it was a good night, and we won.
What was the prize?
It was a bottle of wine. Shipley bowls, there were 4 of us. It was a bottle of wine. That one is pushed up to mid-on, there's no rum. And we donated it to the other 2 teams, so they all had a glass of wine each.
Well done.
Yeah, it was a couple of quid to end. It was just really good fun. Really good fun.
So you've done 2 quizzes. You did a quiz the night before.
Well, we sort of gate crashed the quiz the night before. Yeah, right. we didn't actually enter, but we gave our adopted team a couple of answers that they were grateful for. I don't think they won either.
And was it a general knowledge quiz, or was it sort of a round of sport, round of music?
Musical intros. There were some absolute nightmarish songs in there. As Shipley bowls to Guest, pushes it up to mid-on. I mean, anything post about 1986, and the 4 of us had absolutely no idea what was going on. We got a few. I managed to not get the right. I got the Foo Fighters, but I got the wrong song, which I was really annoyed about. But I couldn't remember it was called Learn to Fly. I should have been able to remember that, but it's an age thing. 234 for 3. Shipley bowls and Guest drives, but again, he can't get it past the fielder. And you're right, I think he's just starting to fret a little bit.
Is, definitely.
He wants to get moving again. Currently on 87 from 197 deliveries. It's been a terrific innings from him. But at the moment, he's just a little bit stuck. Is Brooke Guest. Deploy at the other end is on 47. Shipley is in over the wicket, bowls to Brooke Guest, who tries, well, he does cut this away, but it goes in between the slip fielder and the gully fielder. Puts it to the slipper, but not really catchable. It would have been some catch had he done it, and Brooke Guest moves into the 90s, so let's hope he doesn't get more nervous. 91 from 198 balls, 47 to deploy, and Derbyshire have moved up to 238 for 3. The partnership now worth 96.
He didn't mean that to go there,
No,
did
he didn't. No, he was trying to cut it, but yeah, not there. Came off the top edge of the bat and away it went.
John has been in touch this morning, a few emails actually, so I'll rattle through these. Well, I'll try to do it in between deliveries from Jack Carson. John Malone is normally down in Bexhill, but he's over in Pisa in Italy, and he says currently 32 degrees here in Pisa. Best I just stay by the pool with a cool beer, new lads on the stream. Early wickets required for Sussex, then a quick 400 lead, declare on bowl, Sussex out again. In comes Carson.
It is an easy game, isn't it?
Well, he goes on to say, sorry Fletch, it must be the heat getting to me. He's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, John, for taking the time to write, very kind of you. Chris Philby's been in touch. Good morning, Chris, who was working from home. Yeah, right. Yesterday.
Again?
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's working from home today. Comes Carson, bowls. Deploys forward, he struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, but it's lacked conviction, I think. The ball dribbles out to backward, point footed by McAndrew, no run. He says, good morning, Adrian and Fletch. Some more possibles for the top 25. Dun, 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 dun. If you haven't got these already, and he's got 3 of them, which others hadn't got, so I shall read those
excellent.
out.
Well done, I've got a couple more.
In comes Carson bowls, cut away by Deploy, as far as Coles, who makes ground and slightly fumbles the ball out by the clock tower scoreboard, but recovers his composure and gets in the throw over the top of the stumps. Deploy goes to 48 to 30. Out here, Fletch. 239 for 3?
Yes.
Yes. It's about the angle and the shadow on this window that it just makes it tricky to see. That's my excuse. Carson in again to Guest, and Guest plays straight back down the track. Carson builds off his own bowling, no run. So he says Graham Hick. And indeed, that's a great guess. Graham Hick is second in the all-time run scorers in world cricket. 64,372 runs. So well done. Hick is number 2. Carson in bowls, and Guest looks to flick that one down the leg side. The ball come off a bit of thigh pad maybe. Ends up with McAndrew at short fine leg or backward square leg. There is no run. He then needs the great man, the great Sir Vivian Richards. What a player he was. Just what a player. Who is number 11 on the list. So well done, Vivian Richards. 53,207 runs. Carson in bowls, Guest drives to mid-on. It's a well-taken single. Haynes is very quickly round from mid-on, gets in the throw. It eludes Carter, the wicket-keeper. It is backed up. It is the end of the over. Guest will pinch the strike. He's 92. Derbyshire 240 for 3. The other name that he mentioned on there is, well, they're all great players, aren't they? But he mentions the great Sachin Tendulkar, who is on the list as well, and he's in at number 16. So Hick, Richards and Tendulkar. So we are getting through the list, but we still need number 4, we still need number 7, 8, 10, 12,
pretty big players on
14,
there still.
some big players still to come. Yeah. So thank you very much, Chris, and enjoy working from home.
Yeah, working from home.
Yeah, get the lawnmower out.
Henry Shipley to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Ball played into the onside. And there is no run. Played into the onside by Brooke Guest. Philip Smith, top 25 run scorers. He says Frank Woolley.
Frank Woolley is indeed there. Frank Woolley is at number 4, 58,959 runs.
Remarkable.
So we've now got the top 6, who are Gooch, Hick, Hobbs, Woolley, Boycott and Hendren. So we've got the top 6.
He says Phil Mead.
That's a great call.
Bowls. That is driven very nicely by Brooke Guest, but the man at mid-off just moves around to his left, cuts it off, so they can only take a single, and he moves on to 93, 241, 4-3.
And I believe in huge honesty, he is number 8 on the list, 55,061 runs. If you'd have said to me Phil Mead, I would have had no idea who he is, which is dreadful, but I don't know the name Phil Mead, but he is number 8 on the list.
We'll put some flesh on those bones.
We will put some flesh on the bones.
At some point. Shipley again. That one is rather fiddled out by Lewis Deploy. Straight back to the bowler. And Jamie Carradine, I'm indebted to you. Marisotta apparently is a type of malted barley used for brewing ales.
Ooh.
Enjoying the commentary. Keep it up. Thank you. Thanks, Jamie. I had no idea at all.
Well, we'll have a look at Mead. Is his Christian name is Mead?
Phil Mead.
Phil. Right. Well, we'll find out all about Phil Mead during the course of the morning.
This next delivery from Shipley's guided out into the... Oh, no, there's going to be a run out here as Lewis Deploy hasn't gone, but the throw towards the stumps has missed, and Shipley should have got behind the stumps at the non-striker's end.
That's really poor.
The throw came in, and, Deploy wasn't in the frame.
Well, Ibrahim... I don't blame Ibrahim there. I mean, he's aiming at the stumps, but someone should have been behind the stumps. That's pretty, I'm afraid to say, pretty basic cricket, Fletch. You get behind the stumps.
Well, the bowler should be behind the stumps because the throw comes in and he's got the opportunity to take the bells off. So it has to be a direct hit from Ibrahim. It wasn't, and Deploy survives, but there was a real hesitancy there. The two of them were virtually standing next to each other in the middle of the pitch, which is never a good thing. 242 for 3, in my experience, certainly. It's the physio. It's the water carrier who's just run straight across the sight screen behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, it wasn't great. That's John Morelli there, the physio.
That's poor, isn't it? Charles Philip Mead.
What?
Born 1887, died 1958. First-class cricketer for Hampshire and England between 1905 and 1936.
Wow, what a long career he had.
Exceptionally straight bat and quick footwork. Brackets, surprising for a man of heavy build. Here is Shipley. Should see my footwork.
That sounds very politically correct.
It does, doesn't it? The photograph of him doesn't... I mean, I'd killed to look like him. That was defended by Brooke Guess. Look at the time.
And actually, while we're talking about more senior cricketers, it's a good opportunity to mention the excellent Sussex Museum, which is just located behind the Spencarmel Pavilion. If you haven't been in the museum, then I thoroughly recommend going and having a look around. I just had to go and do an update. In comes Shipley bowls, and forward comes Guest, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. I didn't mean to mention it's the end of the over actually. Shipley has now bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 81. Derbyshire 242 for 3. Guest on 93, Deploy on 49. And I think we had mentioned a couple of times that Guest just looked, he was a little fidgety this morning. A couple of shots that a yard either side he would have picked up runs. He hadn't done so, and I just wonder if that run out just sort of compounds what we were thinking, that, I know the nervous 90s may be a figure of somebody's imagination, but nonetheless he has just looked a little unsettled, but he's played beautifully well. 205 balls he's faced for his 93. Lots more emails have come in, so I'll try and read those as we go through the overs. In comes Carson bowls. Forward comes Deploy, plays down the onside of the track, no run. Alistair McBride has been in touch. Hello, Alistair. Thank you for getting in touch. He says, many thanks for the commentary. It's a pleasure. Gooch, Hobbs and Boycott for sure, he says. Yes, indeed. They are in the... in fact, they are all Gooch, Hobbs and Boycott are in the top 5. Alistair. Carson in, stretching forward is Deploy, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. Fielded by the orange-booted... Well, the orange-heeled booted Hudson Prentice, we should say, to be absolutely correct. He also goes on to say Graham Hick has to be up there, and if my early cricket education serves me right, Frank Woolley must be for sheer volume of years of first-class cricket. In comes Carson Bowles, cut away by Deploy, through backward point. Coles has got a chase on here around the clock tower scoreboard, gets around very quickly, and he's got a good arm as James Coles, but what that couple of runs does is bring up the half-century for Louis Deploy. Lovely knock. He goes to 51 off 79 deliveries, and Derbyshire to 244 for 3. What it also does, and I missed it in the previous over, was it brings up a 100 partnership between the two. So this is a really good response from Derbyshire, who are closing in now on their first batting bonus point. Carson in bowls, Deploy forward, plays carefully into the covers, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. Others that spring to mind, Mike Gatting, who hadn't been mentioned before, but you're absolutely right, Alistair. He's in there at number 12. So that's another tick off the list. And W.G. Grace, who had already been nominated, he's in He's in at number 9, nominated the wrong word. Carson Bowles, turned by deploy very comfortably down to deep backward square. Picks up a single fielder there by Henry Shipley. One more to the total, 245 for 3. Alistair says, a lovely morning here at the ground. So you're obviously listening over the headset, Alistair. So thank you very much. Or maybe over the internet, but it's generally a couple of balls behind, which I know can be a little irritating. Carson over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Guest, who's hit on the pad. It looked to me like he was quite a long way forward. Difficult to see from our commentary position here, which is at about, as Guest is batting, we're looking over a wideish mid-on. So by no means wicket to wicket, but it just looked to me like it stretched forward a fair way. Had Guest, who just continues to look a little anxious. He's on 93, he's batted beautifully, 100 within sight. 245 for 3. Guest on 93, and a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to come into the attack. We're going to an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex shortly. Alistair, who has a very long list of initials after your name. I hope you don't mind me mentioning them. Dr. A.I. McBride. All sorts of things. One of them being off farms. I don't know if you're in the pharmaceuticals business, Alistair, but whatever. Thank you very much for getting in touch, and it's lovely to have your company here today. Oh, there we are. Yes, you're in the pharmaceutical business, so great to have you here at Hove today. Thank you for your email. In comes Nathan McAndrew, bowls to deploy, who just eases a shortish delivery down to final leg, where the eager Ari Carvelos in his white sun hat and his sunglasses, which are around the back of his hat, fields the ball, gets in the throw. One more, though, to deploy, who's going comfortably about his work. He goes to 53, and Derbyshire to 246 for 3. Runs coming fairly easily here this morning for Derbyshire. They resumed on 212 for 3, so... What's that? 34 runs have come really without alarm. The nearest Sussex have come to a wicket was a run out. McAndrew in, bowls, Guest let that's one go outside of your stump. There is no run. Peter's been in touch. In fact, I took my eyes off the ball though, which was very poor of me. But a poor bit of wicket keeping by Ollie Carter, who's wringing his right hand. I thought the ball had gone through to Carter, so I glanced down at my next email only to see the ball rolling down towards third man. So a bye given, 247 for 3. And a slightly untidy bit of keeping by Ollie Carter. Peter, thank you for your email. He says, hello.
Hello.
How about Dennis Amiss?
Oh,
Great call. Any of those who scored 100 hundreds must go close, so I'll include Graham Hick too. In comes McAndrew, bowl to deploy, who sort of fiddles that one into the gully, fielded by Clark, no run. Indeed, Dennis Amiss is on the list. Number 7 on the list, Dennis Amiss. 55,942 runs, and we'd already had Graham Hick, but thank you, Peter. He's number 2 on the list. I seem to remember Dennis Amiss as well being one of those players who made a lot of his runs, Fletch, against good sides, particularly good West Indian sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
I seem to remember that famous Test match at the Oval where Michael Holding took, I don't know how many wickets it was in the match, but a lot. But Amiss sort of stood defiant in that game. In comes McAndrew, bowls to deploy, plays that into the offside. There is no run.
The great Michael Holding, as we like to call him in Derbyshire.
Yeah, well, just what a wonderful. And that, I think it was 1976. It was a long, hot summer, wasn't it? And
yes.
I remember we were talking yesterday about footballer cricketers, and I think Chris Balderston played in that game.
Oh, okay.
I think, I may be wrong, but I think he did. And I'll check that scorecard in a few moments' time. But
he played in a game for Leicestershire at Chesterfield, and then went off to play a game of football that evening
for Carlisle United, I think.
I believe so. That's who he played for, wasn't it? There was a few, wasn't there? Jib Coombs played for Villa.
Yes. And comes McAndrew around the wicket, bowls and driven without timing by deploy to mid-off. So thank you, Peter, for your email. John has been in touch. John, listening in the car, and I'll be in the pavilion this afternoon, he said, can you let Fletch know that Maris and Otter are two types of hops used in brewing? Yes, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That was the pub that Fletch was in last night. We haven't had any reports of bad behaviour.
No, there was no bad behaviour.
Of a gentleman from, well, no, you're not from Derbyshire, Fletch, but
No.
So no problems in the Maris and Otter last night.
There weren't enough people to cause a fight.
Andrew, round the wicket bowls, deploys, stretches forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Derbyshire are 247 for 3, Guest on 93, deploy on 53. 71 overs gone, so a new ball would be available for Sussex in 9 overs' time. As someone trots off the field, who's that going off the field? In fact, Brad Curry has gone off the field, so he must have popped on for a couple of moments' time.
In just a moment, find out what's happening.
We've got a cricket update listening coming here on BBC Radio Sussex. After the weather forecast I'm on, so I know my place.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I do this over, Fletch?
Not at all, no, absolutely. You carry on.
Next week, actually, weather-wise, we've got a little bit
So,
of cloud around
Carson
as well, and top temperatures 18
is
to 21
coming in from the sea end bowls, and Guest glides that through backward square leg, picks up one, they'll think about two, they'll need to be quick. Coles is very quickly onto it, gets in the throw. But slightly slop a bit of fielding from Sussex. 2 more to Guest, who goes to 95.
With the cricket with Adrian Hart.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Blue skies, but a bit blustery here at Hove this morning, but we have cricket and Derbyshire going about their merry way. They're 249 for 3. Brooke Guest on the verge of a century. He's on 95. Skipper Louis Deploy is on 53. This in reply to the Sussex total of 402 yesterday, so it goes without saying Sussex could do with some wickets, and fairly quickly as well. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Nottinghamshire are 284 for 6 against Surrey. They're trailing Surrey by 76. A couple of wickets there for Jamie Overton.
Thank you, we'll bring you regular.
250 for 3. 250 up, so the arrears now, they're whittling away, Fletch. Just 152 now, the arrears.
First batting bonus point.
Indeed.
Very exciting moment. In any game.
The points on the board show Sussex 5, Derbyshire 4. That would be a good game of football, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
5-4.
East 5 and 4-4.
In comes Carson bowls. Hasn't quite got his line right, I don't feel, Jack Carson, this morning.
That wasn't good, was it?
And Deploy will feel he's missed out slightly there. There's no one backward of square on the... So, well, I think Henry Shipley may be at deep backward square-ish, so... but he's almost square with the wicket. Carson again in and bowls. I Deploy is it on the pad now. That looks like it's close, and he's gone. And he's bowled him. Did that keep a little low?
I think he got an inside edge onto it. It went onto his pad and dribbled, and it's knocked the leg bail off, and that's the only bail that has been removed. The stumps look perfect from here, and in fact, umpire Hassan Adnan goes up to the stumps, picks the leg bail up, and just pops it back on, because nothing else had been disturbed, and the Derbyshire skipper has gone for 53.
Well, there was an appeal, Fletch, and I presumed that the ball had hit the pad, and that's what the appeal. But my feeling was it also kept a little low. But at first look,
I'd have to watch it again, as they say on Test Match Special, after every single delivery.
But that did come out of it did come out of the blue, though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because these two have looked very comfortable. Deploy 53 off 88 balls in 102 minutes. We're just seeing it again on the big screen. I think the appeal was for LBW from behind the stumps, and then I think the ball dribbled onto the stumps.
He looks quite angry, doesn't he?
He does.
Deploy.
Yeah. And the new man coming in. Now, do you pronounce this gentleman's name Haider or Haider?
Haider.
Thank you. I had to get the pronunciations right. We just had a couple of people standing in the back of the box. I noticed Rob Andrew was standing there with the guest.
I just glanced and I thought that looked sort of Rob Andrew shaped.
And I suddenly thought I need to up my game here in terms of the commentary. We're being watched from the back of the box. But he's gone now.
That's some very important people. And Rob Andrew was with them.
So Jack Carson picks up his second wicket. Just as I said, I didn't think he'd got quite his line and length right. Just goes to prove how little I know. So well done, Jack, from a Sussex point of view. Signed a new 3-year deal this week. I'm having had a pretty rough sort of 18 months with injuries. But he looks back to his best. He's picked up a couple of wickets, and now Sussex go on the attack. 3 men around the bat. A slip short leg and a leg slip. 250 for 4.
Knee roll.
Carson in again, bowls. Ali is forward, punches into the offside, and there is no error. So that partnership, Fletch, was worth 108.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
250 for 4 when the wicket went down. Let's make a note of that. In comes Carson. Bowls, and Ali stretches forward, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. Jack Carson has bowled 11 overs. No maidens, 2 for 35. Derbyshire 250 for 4. Lost a wicket in that over. The wicket of the skipper, Louis Deploy, out for 53, bowled by Jack Carson. 8 overs until the new ball is available. Bob Pook in Hastings has been on. Hello, Bob.
Morning, Bob.
In Hastings, enjoying the commentary. Can you explain why Pujara is not playing? Is he surprisingly not involved in the Test series in the West Indies? Please let Fletch know that the venue of the first Test, Rousseau, I presume you pronounce it, Roseau, is the capital of Dominica. Is that different to the Dominican Republic?
Yes. Yeah. Is it not the other half of the island of Haiti?
Dominican Republic is the other half of the island.
Oh, okay. So it's not that bit then. Is it me?
It is you. Sorry, Fletch. And
it is Nathan McAndrew. So I'll be right this time. And Brooke Guest plays it into the ground, into the offside. There's no run.
Because I think Haiti, I was reading, is pretty lawless, isn't it? And I think they have a lot of problems in Haiti. And I think it is. That's half of the island of the Dominican Republic, but maybe Dominica is separate.
It was Hispaniola, wasn't it? The whole island is, I think, it's Hispaniola.
I'm impressed.
Well, I wouldn't be, because I might not be right. But
Bob might know.
I think it's Hispaniola, yeah. We've got some more names from Gary, who was our correspondent about the Derbyshire disability team yesterday, as this next delivery from McAndrew was clipped away by Brooke Guest down to long leg, picks up a single, moves to 97. Oh dear, you know what that means. 251 for 4. We've had some of them. Jeff Boycott we'd already had. Had we had John Edrich?
We hadn't, but it's a great call. He comes in at number 24 this week, a late entry in at 24, looking to move up the chart. 44,582 runs, the great John Edridge.
And my dad, Keith Fletcher. He's not my dad, by the way.
He is also on the list, Fletch. He is in at number 19. Keith Fletcher, 47,613. Good slip fielder, I think, wasn't he, Keith Fletcher?
Yeah. Captain Essex for years, didn't he? As McAndrew bowls and Hayder's up on his toes, pushing the ball down into the ground. Bowler feels in his follow-through. Just a reminder. He didn't ask for a reminder, so fair play, Gary. But the disability team is playing on the 23rd of July at Higham near Barnsley. So if you're not doing anything that day, get yourselves along there, support the Derbyshire disability team. I'm sure your support would be most welcome.
Bob goes on to say, just to finish his email, a list of players who'd scored the fewest runs. He said, I would suggest Chris Harris of New Zealand. But there is a Kiwi in the top 25. There's a clue.
Big clue.
Yeah, big clue. Kiwi in the top 25.
McAndrew bowls. Hayder drives gloriously to extra cover for 4. There are 3 fielders in pursuit, and they're still chasing it, but I've no idea why, because they're not going to get anywhere near it, and they don't, and it goes to the boundary, and Hayder gets off the mark with a 4, 255 for 4. And Ely, although it is actually in the end signed Mel, so no idea. Morning, Dave. Very kind, thank you. Heard a lot of rumours. Can you throw any light on players leaving at the end of the season? Well, not especially, if I'm honest. Louis Deploy is obviously the big name departure. I can't for a minute imagine that Billy Gottleman will be here next season.
To where is Deploy going?
Middlesex.
Right.
Hayder waits, McAndrew bowls to him, and he tries to cut that, and he's chopped it straight into the wicket-keeper's gloves, has he? No. So I wonder what noise they heard there. They were fairly adamant.
Yes, they were.
McAndrew's just having a word with Hayder. Hayder's putting his arms out to say... I don't think so. McAndrew's now having a discussion with the umpire, and I'm not sure that's a good idea. Hassan Adan, who basically said, look, I make the decisions, you just carry on. He sort of pointed to himself there, Hass, to suggest that there might have been a little bit of chat.
Yeah, and I think Tom Haynes is having a bit too much to say mid on as well. You know, if it's not out, it's not out. Sussex had 1 or 2 of those this season where they've had.
You can only imagine they heard a noise though.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a very good shot, incidentally, from Hayder as McAndrew's in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Hayder. And there is no run. As for other departures, well, there are players out of contract, I'm sure, and Mickey Arthur has already brought in David Lloyd from Glamorgan and has mentioned his outstanding leadership qualities, which leads me to think, although I haven't asked Mickey yet, we might get a chance to, but we will get a chance to speak to him tomorrow when the game finishes, as to whether he is being earmarked for the captaincy, which would be interesting. Opening batsman, which is another interesting move, because there's already Lewis Rees, and obviously Hayder Ali has opened, but now he isn't opening. It's Harry Kane, who's done a really good job, although he only made 12 yesterday.
Jack Carlton carries on from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls, cut away by Guest, who's going to pick up 4 runs, and I should have let Fletch take over. Fletch, please take over, because what 100 that is.
Brooke Guest salutes the crowd, salutes the pavilion initially, and he gets a big hug from Hayder Ali, removes his helmet, which is good to see. I like it when the players remove their helmet. He points his bat now all the way around the ground. He's getting a decent ovation. It's his 6th first-class century, first of the season, and only the great Bill Storer has scored more centuries as a wicketkeeper for Derbyshire than Brooke Guest, who will be delighted with this upturn in form. I've forgotten all about it, Adrian, if I was
that's a really bad bit of commentary by me. In comes Carson bowls. I'm annoyed with myself. Guest plays on into the offside and picks up a single. I should have realised he was on 97, because when he went to 97, you said, Fletch, oh, here we go.
I knew what was coming.
It is a little sort of thing we have with the commentators, that you always commentate on your own player when they get 100 or get a hat-trick. So I'm very sorry, Fletch.
Not a problem.
Guest goes to 102, 260 for 4. The arrears are 142. Carson in again. Bowls. Forward comes Ali, plays into the offside. There is no run. A couple more emails have come in, which I shall read. Gary Knight's been in touch, who's a big Sussex fan, big West Ham fan, and a big Bruce Springsteen fan. I did notice your tweet recently, Gary, that you'd seen him, I think, at Hyde Park. In comes Carson Bowles, play down the offside of the track, there is no run. A mate of mine is a massive Springsteen fan, and he said to me he's seen him at, I think they've played at Villa Park.
Yes, Matt, who does does Derbyshire's stream, he's the director. He went to see him at Villa Park.
Yeah, so he's played at Villa Park. In comes Carson Bowles, played into the offside. He's seeing him in Barcelona. He saw him at Hyde Park. I said, actually, you're seeing him at the Nou Camp, but the Nou Camp's being knocked down. Did you see that?
Is it?
Yeah, I saw that last night somewhere in a paper or something.
Fans disgruntled.
Yeah, it's being... And Barcelona are going to play their home games this year somewhere else, I think at the Olympic Stadium in Barcelona.
Oh, OK.
So I don't know whether Springsteen played there, but... In comes Carson Bowles and driven out to extra cover, fielded by Harry Carvalho. He doesn't look the most natural in the field, but he stops the ball.
Big man.
End of the over. 261 for 4. Guest on 102. Hyder Ali is on 5. Jack Carson has bowled 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 42. So yes, I did see the been to see Bruce Springsteen, and in fact, I've got to confess, Fletch, that before I got tickets to go, because I went to Glastonbury this year, I think I might have said to you.
I don't think you mentioned it.
And had a great time, but I had to take a bit of time off work and missed a bit of cricket. And I also got a couple of tickets to see Springsteen. I like Springsteen, but I couldn't get any tickets over here, and I'd got 2 tickets to see him in Copenhagen.
Oh, nice.
And I thought, I'll go and see that, but it clashed with this, and on the back of Glastonbury, I thought, I can't take a load more time off work.
You've got to show some commitment, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got to show some commitment, so I didn't go, and someone else went instead. In comes McAndrew, bowls to...
There might be... I can't remember now. I think it's all gone. It's all gone to pot, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's you, my friend.
I have no idea.
But Springsteen, and we were discussing this, weren't we? He played for 3 hours.
Yes, he plays very long, doesn't he? Griff's been to see him in New York.
Has he?
Yeah,
wow,
he's a big Bruce Springsteen fan, Griff.
Yeah, I think this mate of mine had said he's seen him, and I may be doing a bit of, but probably getting on for 20 times.
Yeah, well, he's got some really dedicated fans, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Some real dedicated fans.
It's a great show. I saw him at Wembley a few years ago, and it was really good.
Nathan McAndrew from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Hayden, who pushes this out into the offside, no run.
The only slight problem I had, Fletch, is that I do like Bruce Springsteen's music, but I don't know a lot of his music. And so we were next to some people who knew every word of every song that Bruce Springsteen has ever written or performed. And I knew a few of them, but this lady next to me, and I was sort of almost pretending that I knew the words.
Just moving your mouth a bit.
And she was singing her heart out. Some performer, though, for a guy who's in his... well, we're getting on, but he's in his 70s.
Well, I was going to say, he must be in his 70s now. He was knocking about when I was... I saw a quote the other day about him. This next delivery from McAndrew is defended by Hayder out into the offside. One of the New York critics in 74, 75 said, "I've seen the future of rock and roll."
Wow.
To one of his early gigs.
That's prophetic.
Yeah.
Who was the great saxophonist who played Clarence?
Was it Clem Clemson?
Clarence Clements or
something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I did see, I think at Hyde Park.
His nephew?
Yes, I think it was.
Yeah.
Came on and played with him.
That's right.
My mate won't be listening. I'm sure his wife won't be listening. I'll tell you more in a minute.
Some clouds scudding across at the moment. Just gone a little bit overcast as McAndrew's next delivery is pushed by Hayder up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Henry Shipley.
Sorry, Fletch. My friend's wife is not mad on Bruce Springsteen, but my mate managed to persuade her to go to the concert, but she didn't fancy standing right at the back of Hyde Park. So he said, "Well, don't worry, I've got some tickets. They're not, they're reasonably priced." And he got them in the Golden Circle, and he said, "I daren't tell her how much it was." No. But he'd really splashed out. I think he thinks this is the last time he's going to get to see the boss. So he thought, "I'm going to get to the front," and I bet he was. I'm seeing him next week, so I have to drop in the conversation how much they were.
You might have to buy the drinks. McAndrew bowls and he smacks it straight into the ground, Hayder, and it bounces out towards the gully when it's fielded by James Coles. Not sure what kind of shot he was playing there, if I'm entirely honest. 261 for 4 it remains. Reenan, who's listening in South Africa, says this game's well set right now. Love, 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 all in capitals, first-class cricket. He's a devoted follower of Derbyshire.
Did someone get in touch from South Africa earlier on this week? And the Fletch said it was snowing out there.
That was Reenan, yeah.
Was it? So where would he be? Right down to the Cape Town somewhere?
He has told me. Oh dear, I'm going to feel foolish now. I want to say he's probably in the High Veld. Or is it felt? I'm not sure. My pronunciation isn't great. As this next delivery is edged through the gap between second slip and gully by Hayder Ali for 4, down to the vacant third man area. Hayder moves on to 9. Derbyshire 265 for 4 at the end of the over. Brooke Guest has 102, and it means that they currently trail by 137.
You're listening to live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. You may be watching on the live stream. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're listening from, a very good morning to a lovely sunny Hove. Adrian and Harms and Dave Fletcher talking about highest run scorers, Bruce Springsteen, snow in South Africa, and anything else we can think of. Well,
Philip's on a roll, I think, here. Have the 2 Toms been mentioned? He asks. Hayward and Graveney.
Tom Graveney has been mentioned. He was number 17, but thank you. In comes Carson bowls and Guest punches into the offside to short extra. There is no run. And the other one was?
Tom Hayward.
A name, again, I'm not familiar with, but a number who is number 27 on the supplementary list provided this morning by Dave Griffin from Derbyshire.
2 lists.
So he's on the list 25 to 40. In comes Carson and played into the offside by Guest. There is no run. I will get round to reading your email in a moment, Gary. I got completely distracted by Gary Knight, who sent us an email in from Horsham, and Gary's love of Bruce Springsteen, which took us in a completely different avenue, which I do apologise. Sun's still out, slip on a short leg. Carson in bowls and played by Guest to backward square leg. Sussex have got their field right here at the moment, and just putting a little bit of pressure on Derbyshire. 265 for 4. A few Sussex fans may be thinking to themselves, Fletch, what's the strength of the Derbyshire batting, which is perhaps a question you might be able to answer. In comes Carson, bowls down the wicket comes Guest again, get on with it, plays again to backward square. There is no run.
These are the last 2 recognised batsmen. Anuj Dal would be next. Clearly drops into the all-rounder category. Alex Thompson is obviously the off-spinner who can bat. And then 3 number 11s.
Okay, that's very honest. Carson in bowls, played into the offside by Guest, short extra, footed by Hudson Prentice, no run. Gary in Horsham has been back in touch. He says, hi again, Adrian. I did indeed see the boss last week, and he was incredible as he is always. He then goes on to say, by the way, I think you forgot to read my email, which I did, so I need to read the rest of his email.
Oh, okay.
Because there was some interesting questions from Gary. In comes Carson. Over the wicket bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery from Jack Carson. Impossible to tell from where Fletcher and I are watching from whether that turned or quite what happened to that delivery, but Guest was beaten outside of the off stump. It is the end of the over, which coincides with me dropping my pen underneath the desk. 265 for 4. Guest on 102. Hyder Ali is on 9. Gary was at the ground on Monday. He said, seeing our openers smashing the ball to all parts, I hadn't anticipated the game reaching its current position. I think that's a very fair point. Our ongoing problems with bowling teams out hasn't been resolved, in my opinion. The signings of Danny Lamb and Chris Wright for 2024 suggest that Paul Farbrace has lost faith in some of the younger bowlers who haven't featured much this season. With regard to the list of all-time run scorers, would Martin Crowe feature? I think it's true to say, Gary, that Paul Farbrace has had a chance to assess the squad. I wouldn't say lost faith, but I think he's taken action to rectify a problem that we've all known has been a problem. If you don't bowl sides out twice, you ain't going to win many county championship matches.
You need 20 wickets, don't you?
And I think he's only taken, Paul has acted very quickly, very decisively. I see Henry Crocombe recently signed a new contract, but not playing in this game. But yeah, I think what it has done is provided competition, which is what needed. James Cole's coming to attack.
Indeed, for the first time from the Cromwell Road. I've got a bit on Tom Hayward, and Reenan's in the Free State province, which is high veld. Left arm around the wicket, full toss, played straight back to him by Hayder. Tom Hayward, Surrey in England between the 1890s and the outbreak of the First War.
Excellent.
The second man, as Coles bowls and Hayder defends, the second man behind W.G. Grace to get to 100 first-class centuries. So decent.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful picture of him with a magnificent moustache. It's Coles bowls, and that one is cut away by Hayder, and it's going to go for 4 runs. I wasn't sure if it was far enough away from the fielder, who, bless him, is Ari Carveas. But it was. And he basically trotted after it down to the boundary and returns it now. And Hyder Ali moves to 13. I think that's every single Derbyshire batsman to double figures. Griff will be getting excited. It's only happened once in their history when all 11 batsmen have made double figures. It's one of his favourite stats. I don't want to jinx it, but I think I might have done. As Coles is in again, left arm around the wicket, bowls, and that one is a full delivery that Hayder almost yorks himself as he puts a stride in to play it out into the onside. He's got a slip and a short leg. I think they're basically bowling for the new ball now, aren't they? Which is the second new ball, which is just 3 overs away. That one's cut away by Hyder Ali. Backward of point. There is a fielder running round. The outfield is exceptionally fast. I mean, exceptionally fast. It's beautiful. That's Jack Carson, isn't it? Who put the dive in right in front of Ajmal Chasad, who's doing a lap of the ground. And Aj just watched it go into the advertising boards and walked on. Quite right, too. Well done, Ajmal.
I had a nice chat to Ajmal last night. He came out and, recognised, it's nice when people come and say hello, former Sussex player.
Yeah, no, he's...
it was good to have a little natter to him.
He's a good man. Gave me a wave yesterday. They can't see us behind this glass, though. They keep glancing up, but I don't think they can't see anything. But we can see them, but they can't see us. That's how we like it. Yeah. He's going to sit in one of the dugouts by the look of it down below us as Coles is into Hayder once more, and he defends this into the leg side. One more ball. No more balls of the over remaining, because that was the end of the over. A couple of fours in it. 273 for 4. Guest has 102. Hayder's moved on to 17. And Derbyshire, well, they're still a long way behind, but they're slowly edging towards parity. They're still 129 adrift.
Just in terms of these run scorers, Chris has been back in touch. He said in terms of the New Zealander, it's not Martin Crowe, but you've got it absolutely right, Chris. It is indeed the great Glenn Turner.
Glenn Turner.
Who comes into the list. He's a new entry this week. It's just not funny anymore, is it? He's in at number 22. Glenn Turner, 45,130 runs. So thank you, Chris. Clive had been in touch with if the Kiwi in the top 25 was Richard Hadley. Another good call. In comes Carson, bowls to Guest, who's forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run. In terms of wickets, if we did the same thing for wickets, I think Richard Hadley will be right up there. Thank you, Clive, up in Birmingham. In comes Carson with a slip and a short leg. He's in and bowls, and Guest plays very straight to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark. There is no run. The rest of the field, apart from the slip and a short leg, is a fielder on the deep cover point boundary. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep mid-wicket is about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, and a backwards square leg, almost on the 45-degree angle. Carson in, bowls, forward comes Guest, plays down the onside of the track, a combination of Clark and Carson field. There is no run. 273 for 4 as the flags billow away on the clock tower scoreboard to the right of where we're commentating, and you can see the trees swaying around the ground. Clouds moving quickly across the sky. Lots of blue sky, lots of pale blue sky, sort of Manchester City-esque. As in comes Carson, bowls. Guest uses his feet but doesn't time it. He's getting very frustrated here, Brooke Guest. He was looking to drill that one down the ground, and I think Jack Carson just held it back a little. A bit of bowling by Carson, and not timed by Guest, fielded at mid-wicket by Tom Clark, and there is no run. Carson again on his way, and bowls, and forward comes Guest. And that's a far more solid, assured shot out into the offside. No run. Just got the brakes on here a little bit as Jack Carson, one more ball to go in his 14th over. The Sussex over rate is still -2, which could be another reason for Tom Alsop turning to spin for both ends for a few moments. In comes Carson, bowls, forward comes Guest. That's a maiden over from Jack Carson. He has bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens. Has taken 2 for 41. Derbyshire are 273 for 4. Guest on 102. Hyder Ali is on 17. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, your commentary team today. A couple of other emails have come in. Joe Jeffries has been in touch. Hello, Joe. He said, I emailed you this time last season bemoaning the lack of first-class cricket at Arundel and other outgrounds. A year on and nothing has changed. Still no fixtures and no word from the club as to why or when it might change. Do you have any insight in this, or is this something we have to get used to? Also interested to hear from Fletcher if outground cricket is still part of Derbyshire's season, or whether there's a wider trend going on here. Thank you for the coverage, says John. In comes Coles, bowls, and Ali plays onto the leg side. There is no run. Well, we'll get Fletcher's views on that in a moment. He's just gone to do an update to the listeners in Derby on the hour, but certainly they have played at Chesterfield this season, Joe. Bowls in again, bowls, and Ali thumps that down the ground for 4 runs. A bit too much air there from James Coles, and Hyder Ali wasn't going to miss out, and he belted the ball down through for 4 runs. He goes to 21. Derbyshire to 277 for 4. I don't have an insight. I know there was a members' forum yesterday, and that would have been an excellent question to have been asked. I don't know if any of the media team who'd be listening could enlighten us as to whether that was a question that was asked. In comes Coles, and Ali plays up the offside of the track. There is no run, or indeed if there's something the club could just. My understanding is that outground cricket is still very much part of the plan for Sussex. Whether it's next season, I'm unsure. In comes Coles, and Ali plays into extra cover. There is no run. He does rattle through his overs, does James Coles, so not much chance to chat away. But it's a very good question, Joe, and one that, as next time we see Rob Andrew or John Philby, we can ask the question too. Coles again. Ali plays down the track. But as I say, if any of the lads listening in the media team have any insight as to what is the current Sussex view on outground cricket, and as suggested by Joe, we'll get Fletcher's thoughts on Derbyshire in a moment. In comes Coles, bowls cut away by Ali to backward point, fielded there by Tom Haynes. There is no run. End of the over, end of the 79th over, so a new ball will be available in 1 over's time. Coles 2 overs for 12, Guest 102. Hyder Ali 21, 277 for 4. So a question there from Joe about outground cricket. Sussex haven't got any this season. Including Derbyshire play at Chesterfield.
They had five days scheduled. They played 4 and a bit in the 3 and a bit in the county championship and a T20. as well against Yorkshire. All against
Is
Yorkshire.
that the one game that you play outside of Derby?
Pretty much at the moment.
And how well is that attended?
Very well. Yeah,
Right.
very well attended. Good crowds for the Championship game, and it always sells out for the T20, 6,000 or so.
What would be the view if Derbyshire decided not to play out ground cricket?
I don't think people would be very happy, if I'm entirely honest with you. As a new over begins from Jack Carson. The ball is pushed by Brooke Guest up towards mid-on, and they scamper through for a single. I've left my scorecard in there, that's not good.
Good running there. I think Tom Haynes was slightly on his heels there at mid-on, and it was well spotted by Brooke Guest.
278 for 4. Guest moves on to 103. There is a large support in Chesterfield, in the north of the county. It's quite an elongated county, Derbyshire. Years ago, they played all over the place. Carson is in again at bowls, and that one is driven for 4 by Hayder out towards the cover boundary. Glorious shot, short boundary, never in doubt. He moves to 25 off just 29 deliveries, 282 for 4. The second team play at Belper Meadows, but I'm not sure whether the first team would ever play there. They haven't. Chesterfield is the only outground that Derbyshire have played on in my time since 2016. Carson is in, balls to head, and this time he just defends it. Gets a long way forward, pushes it back towards the bowler, no run.
I mean, Sussex pre-COVID would have played, that season were due to play Arundel, which has been in the calendar for donkey's
I
years.
think Derbyshire was supposed to be at Arundel.
Right, that would have been fun, Fletch.
I was disappointed when it all fell apart.
And then Horsham and Eastbourne for 50 over. I don't think plans have been totally abandoned.
And then this one is defended again by Hayder back to the bowler. No, they're great, aren't they? I mean, Derbyshire are fortunate this year. They'll play a 50-over game at Cheltenham. And they're playing Yorkshire at Scarborough in September. Prime fish and chip weather, I would have thought, up there in September. As Carson is in, and that one is smashed down the ground for 6. That's huge. That's gone over the corporates. Whatever's behind the corporates, I hope there aren't any cars there, because if there are, one might have a dint in it. That was a big blow. It's not. Well, it's a short. No, it's not a short boundary at all. That's a very good hit from Hayder. It moves to 31 off 32. 288 for 4.
They'll be reticent to replace the ball here because it's only got another one ball to be bowled before they can get a new one.
Brenda's coming out.
Lovely. We saw Brenda last night. So Brenda Lowe's, for those of you who don't know, is bringing out the balls. And as we passed Brenda last night, she said, "I can't stop, Adrian. I'm off to the museum for a." There was a talk in the museum last night.
Well, I was glad she was going for a talk. In all honesty, I thought perhaps she was going into an exhibit.
No, she actually. So she's. So I don't know what the talk was about, Brenda, but the museum is open. Just to give a little plug, if you've not been to the Sussex Museum, around the back of the Spenkarma building, go and have a little look around.
And it's free.
And it's free?
It's free. I noticed that on the scoreboard this morning. They were saying they had an advert for it.
Yeah.
Free admission. No doubt a gift shop which sells rubbers and pencils, I would imagine. As Carson finishes the over, and the bails have been whipped off. They're appealing for a catch, a stumping, all sorts, and they're not getting anything.
No.
As the over comes to an end at 288 for 4. Hayder on 31, Guest on 103, and very quickly, off just 50 deliveries, these two have put on 38.
Very good. Hayder Ali has made 31 of them. Yeah, so I don't think plans, in answer to your question, Joe, my understanding, as I'm honest understanding, is that the club are planning more outground cricket. When that's going to be, I don't know, but if the club could let me know, that would be appreciated. I mean, it does bring challenges for us. I mean, who the hell are we, really? But I mean, certainly when we're at Arundel, we have to trail wires sort of from the score box, and, the Wi-Fi isn't very good. So it's not without its challenges, but I think we're probably the least concerned in all of this.
Oh, absolutely.
Arundel is the most beautiful cricket ground. We've got a delay here for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. I presume the new ball were going to be taken by Sussex, but there's a big debate going on about something or another. Why are we waiting?
I think they're looking at a ball.
Right.
There's a gathering of Sussex players looking at a ball.
So what are they looking at?
I don't know, perhaps they're not happy with this one that's replaced the one that's disappeared over the corporate facilities, but
the new ball is available anyway. I mean,
yes,
Henry
it
Shipley's
is.
going to bowl. And is it a new? There we are, new ball.
There we go. We're taking it. I think they were inspecting the new ball. Well, they'll have picked it anyway, won't they?
Yeah. Now, we were talking earlier on about people who could listen to the commentary, and the lady in the green dress waved at us from the pavilion, Fletch.
Yeah,
And she's been in touch.
She's waved again.
And her name is Kaz. And she says, I'm enjoying the commentary and I'm a reasonably new cricket fan. I really love having the commentary as I watch the game, hoping to become a Sussex member next year. Looking forward to a great day. Well, thank you, Kaz, for getting in touch. It's very kind of you both to be our sound check technician today, as well as sending us a very nice email. So someone from the club needs to get round and talk to Kaz and get us signed up for a membership for next year. Strike while the iron's hot.
I'll be fairly sure there isn't a waiting list.
I'm not aware there is.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
But Henry Shipley with a new ball, and there should have been a wicket with the first ball. It's a chance it's gone down. I was saying Tom Clark's the best fielder in the Sussex side, and he should have taken a catch. First delivery with the new ball, it's edged. Tom Clark at second slip, he got both hands to it, knee high, and someone as good a fielder as Tom Clark, he will be desperately disappointed. And Brooke Guest gets a life on 103, and I like Tom enormously. He's a good lad. But he will know that he should have caught it.
Fairly routine in the end, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
It was fairly routine. Tom Alsop gives him a little clap.
Comes Shipley, bowls, and driven by Guest back down the ground. There is no run, so he's dropped on 103. He was dropped on 42, I've made a note here as well, Fletch.
I didn't notice. I'll double check.
I've got dropped on 43 by Nathan McCandrew.
Yes, Nathan McCandrew. No, Nathan McCandrew. No, that's the birthday, you fool.
I can't remember the incident, but I've got dropped here on 42. Desperately trying to rack my brains. That's dreadful, isn't it, when you can't remember what happened yesterday?
I don't have that. I have deployed dropped on 1.
Right. So maybe that was a drop with a question mark. Shipley in bowls. In behind that is Guest, plays into the offside, and there is no run. But that was a clear chance, and the chance has gone a-begging. So I'm going to drop out. I'm going to finish my drop on 42. Dropped on 103. So thank you, Kaz, for getting in touch. Hope you enjoy the game, and welcome to cricket.
You won't regret it.
No.
You will not regret it. If you can get on a couple of away trips as well, they're always good fun.
Particularly when there's a pub quiz.
Well.
That Fletcher's cleaned up on this week. Shipley bowls to Guest, he plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Not just me. Paul and David Griffin were with us. Well, Goose was with us, but he might as well have not been.
I'm sort of asking this question with a bit of trepidation, actually. Why Goose?
No idea.
Right.
He has no idea either.
Right.
I think he's called Andrew.
Right.
But he's just known universally as Goose.
Right. What a Goose. In comes Shipley, bowls, and Guest drives elegantly, handsomely to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
It's one of those nicknames, isn't it? Lost in the mists of time.
We were talking music yesterday, weren't we? And we were talking about, I'd watched a documentary on Wham back in the day, and the nickname that Andrew Ridgeley had for George Michael, which I can't remember.
Sure, it was very complimentary.
Yeah. In comes Shipley down the low side. Good take by Ollie Carter, tumbling save. Not a great delivery by Henry Shipley with the new ball. Nonetheless, he'll feel slightly aggrieved that Tom Clark has put down Brooke Guest when he was on 103. Derbyshire now 290 for 4. So in terms of arrears, they only trail by 112, Dave. We've still got 83 overs left to be bowled today. So there's a lot of cricket. A lot of time in the commentary box, which we don't mind, and so far the weather sets fair, which is good.
Yes, 104 over day. Lunch at 1:10, and tea sometime later this afternoon.
Yes,
I think 4 o'clock makes most sense.
Andrew Ridgeley called George Michael Yog.
Yog?
Yeah, that was his nickname. It was a really, we were saying, I don't know if we were on air or whether we were just chatting when it rained yesterday, but it was a really interesting insight into their relationship and the fact that Andrew Ridgeley was a very big part of Wham, if anyone's interested. But it was a good documentary. Carvelos back into the attack.
Yeah, Harry's back, and he's bowling to Haider Ali, who gets a full-length delivery and pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. I think that conversation we were having about Wham was entirely off air.
Was it?
I think so. It was in the rain break.
Right.
A very, very interesting conversation nonetheless.
It was, yeah.
So we could perhaps reprise it later on. It gives us extra material for this long day.
Yeah. Terry Owen's been in touch, and he says it was a hard caught and bold chance on 42 to McAndrew.
Oh, okay. Yes, I have a vague... Oh, yes.
So I'm going to put it back in.
Yeah, put it back in. Carvalhas bowls. He seemed to get his legs in a bit of a tangle there before he delivered that one. It's left alone outside the off stump by Hayder. Goes through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. 290 for 4, 31 to Hayder, 105 to Brooke Guest, his 6th century of his career, his first of the season. As I said, only the great Storer ahead of him. I think he's a distance ahead of him, but in terms of wicket keepers who've got centuries for Derbyshire, it's Carvalhas bowls, and that was clipped into the leg side up towards mid-on. There's no run.
What the wonders of the internet, and thank you very much to Jamie Burnett, who is the Sussex press officer, who every day brings us our lunch pass, which is always very gratefully received. But he's been in touch about outground cricket, Joe, if you're listening. So I'll read something, because there was a members' forum yesterday, and outground cricket was discussed. So I shall read what the club is saying in a mo.
Excellent. Carvalhas in past the umpire and bowls, Hayder defends it straight back to the bowler.
Outground cricket was asked yesterday. The club are keen to get out to play elsewhere. This year, the only opportunity would have been the game this week. However, it would have meant no red ball cricket at home for July and August. The club is in talks with the ECB to consider it with regards to next year's schedule. So, thank you, Jamie. Thank you to the club, and hopefully that answers your question, Joe. So, this schedule is just such a problem.
Good that it's not off the agenda, though. This one is driven down the ground by Hayder, but fielded at mid-off, and there's no run.
I wonder, Fletch, if we could put in a request that if Sussex and Derbyshire are in the same division next year, that you come to Arundel.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
We'll have a nice time in Arundel.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Have you been to the town at all?
No.
Beautiful.
We had been looking at hotels before it was all abandoned in 2020.
You probably don't want to stay at the bottom of the hill in Arundel, because it's a bit of a trot up the hill to the ground.
It's all right on the way back, though.
Yes, it is.
Carvalhas bowls clipped into the leg side, a little bit aerially possibly. There's a tumbling stop at mid-wicket, and they go through for another single. Hayder moves on to 32, 291 for 4 at the end of the over, and Brooke Guest has 105 of those runs. They just punch gloves. I'm going to have to go and get my scorecard. I'm lost without it.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game of every county right throughout the season here. Right until the end of September, when we all get terribly depressed because it's the end of another season. But it's another 2.5 months away. Crumbs, we've had 3.5 months of the season already. Fletch will be back on the football circuit then. He'll be following Burton Albion. Do you go all around the country with Burton Albion?
Yes, yeah. And they had a good win last night in a friendly at Alfred, won 4-1.
Crumbs, football friendly's already extraordinary, isn't it? But every ball of every game on your BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, you may be watching via the Sussex live stream. It's a lovely sunny day, if a bit breezy, as Henry Shipley runs in and bowls from the Cromwell Road end. A good leave that by Hayder Ali, because judging, not that we could tell from here, but just judging by the reaction of Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and indeed Shipley's reaction, it was a good leave and didn't miss the off stump by very much. 2 slips, Alsop and Clark, 2 toms. James Cole's in the gully. Jack Carson at deep backward point. What are you laughing at, Fletch?
Jay Clayton's just sent me a message on Twitter. He says, if Derbyshire were to stop playing in Chesterfield, there would be a riot.
Very good. Comes Shipley bowls to Ali, who's forward, and plays to Hudson Prentice, who's in the covers. He's in cover. Haynes at mid-off. Ibrahim at mid-wicket. McAndrew at mid-on. And Carvalhas down at fine leg. Well, that's good to hear. Well, not good to hear there's a riot, clearly, but good to hear.
With pitchforks, he says. He also, just before that, had said, can you tell Clint to let me stick the game on in the office? Right. Come on, Clint. You know it makes sense.
2 slips in a gully. You were saying you've never been to Arundel. I've never been to Chesterfield. In comes Shipley bowls, and topped by Ali down to fine leg. He picks up another single. He goes to 33, the total to 292 for 4. Is there really a crooked spire in Chesterfield?
It's on the front cover of the Chesterfield 2023 annual. You can just see it beyond the trees. Yes, it is very much.
It is crooked, isn't it?
Yeah.
And why is it crooked?
Well, I imagine it's because the wood is contracted, but There are various stories. The next time a virgin gets married there, it will straighten, which is clearly not a good thing.
In comes Shipley over the wicket bowls. We better not go there.
No,
Fletch.
no, this is, well,
played into the offside.
That's the only one. That's the only one I've heard, and I'm fairly sure that's the received, the received wisdom. But yes.
Now we're looking here actually at the 2023 Queen's Park Cricket Annual, which was distributed by Dave Griffin yesterday, and this is
got
where
a few spare copies, I think.
And this is where the cricket is played, and you can see the spire. Behind the trees. Can you see it?
You can if you walk around the ground. You can't quite see it from our commentary position, and in the summer, of course, it's even less visible.
Shipley in bowls, Guest drives down the ground. A lot of hilarity away to our right-hand side. There is no run, by the way. I think it must be corporate day, maybe a lunch club or something in, and some lads down to our right-hand side have gone out the office. They're not working from home, but they might as well be. They're enjoying themselves having a glass or two to our right-hand side. Just make sure they keep the language nice and clean, which I'm sure they will. This is cricket.
They're all right, aren't they?
Yeah, having a nice time.
Yeah. I have been to Chesterfield in the winter, so obviously dark evenings, and the spire is lit up. It's beautiful.
Shipley in bowls and driven by Guest, not where he intended. He was going to drive that away on the offside, but he was rather straightened up. Played to mid on, just a single off the over from Henry Shipley, who's bowled 18 overs. 3 of them have been made and has taken 2 for 84. Derbyshire 292 for 4. Brooke Guest 105. Haider Ali is on 33. So the arrears now are just 108. We've got 81 overs left to be bowled today. So if you elected today was your day to come to Hove, you're going to get a good lot of cricket if the weather stays fair. And at the moment, I've got to say, Fletch, famous last words, kind of looks okay.
You were very pessimistic this morning.
I was.
Adrian, very pessimistic, having driven through a shower.
Yeah, it wasn't even a shower. It was a few sort of dots of rain on the windscreen. But it was rain, and then that coincided with the weather forecast, which wasn't great. But there you go.
Harry Carveas, continuing from the CN, bowls to Haider, who just guides it to the man at backward point, and there's no run. Gary suggesting Clive Lloyd for our list.
Oh, very good. So this is the list we've got of highest run scorers ever in cricket. Clive Lloyd does not make the top 25, I'm sorry to say, but he does make it in at number 32.
I'm in with a bullet.
In at number 32, the great Clive Lloyd.
Excellent. So the Lancashire side that I watched in my formative years. Carveas in bowls to Haider, who just gets a short wide one and just thumps it away to backward point for 4 runs. I mean, that's like taking candy off a baby.
Poor delivery.
Very poor delivery. He moves on to 37, 296 for 4.
We'll talk about that Lancashire side. I forget who we were with, and we were talking about Harry Pilling, who was a member of
Little Harry, yes.
Yeah. And I think he was he a coffin maker or...
Oh. I don't know. I like it, though.
I think something like that.
You know what's going to happen now?
Yeah,
well, look it up.
I think he used to bat number 3, didn't he, Harry Pilling?
Yes.
Diminutive.
Well, tiny.
But scored a lot of runs.
He did. Yeah, he did. There's Carveas bowls, and that one is a little edgish, but down towards the backward point boundary again. Finans and Prentice gives chase. That keeps them down to a single. Haider moves to 38, 297 for 4. Yeah, it was a great side, wasn't it? Flapjack Simmons and
David Hughes,
both of the Lloyds, the Lloyd brothers, who clearly weren't brothers.
Yeah.
Frank Hayes a little bit later than that. Peter Lever.
Yeah.
Some really good players.
Ken Shuttleworth.
Might have been that was before me, I think. Oh, then there's an edge. Is there? No, it's hit the pad and it's been given leg before wicket. And I'm not sure that he can quite believe it because he plays the same defensive shot again. And Carveas gets the breakthrough and dismisses Brooke Guest for 105. 297 for 5 now. Derbyshire. Guest got to his century. He started off really well this morning and then he sort of slowed down a bit and he never really got back into his stride. 235 deliveries in the end for Brooke Guest, but a big wicket there with the new ball. Makes a slight difference to matters, doesn't it, really? Now that it will be Anujdal, and it is Anujdal, we will see some Very, very quick running. As the applause there, and that's nice to hear from a home crowd for an away player. 236 balls for that innings from Guest, and Derbyshire still trailed by 105.
Two quickish wickets for Sussex, just when they needed them really, because Derbyshire was starting to getaways the wrong, but they were starting to close in on the Sussex total, sort of gathering speed really. The rear is now 105.
I wasn't sure if he'd got an edge and it had been put down by the keeper, because he did dive for the ball, but it obviously came off his pad, and umpire Shanmugam put his finger up and Guest was on his way. Anuj Dal has had more of a stop season than a stop-start season, really. It's only his fourth match in the Championship. Such a key member of the team with his bowling as well as his batting. In the last match down at New Road, he scored a century and took a five for something he'd done the previous year as well at New Road. So 14 fours and a 6 in Guest's 105.
Good knock.
And Ari Carvalhais comes into bowl to the new batsman, who is Anuj Dal, who defends it with the full face of the bat. And of course, everybody goes ooh and ah behind the stumps.
First LBW of the match, I think that was, Fletch.
I think you might be right. Yes, I think you might be right.
So well done, the umpires. I mean, they get a bit of stick, don't they? Sometimes too many LBWs, and there's been some good shouts, but only one's been given makes you think it, probably was out.
yes. I haven't had a look back at
Unless
it.
you got the others wrong.
Carvalhais bowls to Dar, who pushes this one out into the offside, the onside rather, and there's no run. Just have a quick look back at that one. This is difficult to tell on account of the fact that the camera's quite low, but it's out. I've just stopped it at the exact moment that the ball hits the pad, and you can see the off stump behind the batsman. That's the end of the over in Stanley. 297 for 5. Hayder 38. Dahl gets to get off the mark. You can see the off stump, so it would have been crashing into middle. And a good decision.
Joe's been back in touch and says thanks very much for getting the clarity on Sussex's outground policy, as Henry Shipley is running in from the Cromwell Road in bold, wide of the off stump, and looking to cut that away was Hayder Ali. The ball goes through, taken by Carter very wide outside the off stump. Carter taking that in front of first slip. He says it's encouraging to hear that outground cricket is still on the agenda, although from what you shared it sounds it'll be slim pickings whatever happens, thanks the 100, he says in brackets.
I think part of the problem is the fewer county championship matches there are, the less likely there is to be outground cricket, because the clubs have spent so much money on the headquarters and they need to make the money back, don't they?
Shipley in again, bowls, hits Ali. Now that looks another good shout, and he's given out, and another wicket goes down. And although we're looking over third man, it did look a good shout. He wasn't forward, was Hayder Ali, and Henry Shipley nips one back, and Ali is pinned. And so we've had successive LBWs, having not had an LBW decision in 2 days. We've suddenly got one in 2 minutes, or 2 in 2 minutes. And Ali is on his way for 38, and Sussex fighting their way back into the match, picking up 3 wickets in pretty quick succession.
3 in 5 balls. So 2 batsmen will be out there now on Nor. One of them will be Alex Thompson, he'll be the new batsman, and the other will be Anuj Dal, who's faced just 2 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6 for Hayder Ali, and he's 38.
Showing the replay on the big screen, which actually we can't really see from here, but it kind of looked a good shout.
I just thought height might have been, but that was just an impression that I got. You can't really tell. The Brook Guest one is absolutely stone dead for me.
So 297 for 6, having at one stage been 250 for 3. So Sussex fighting away back, gets 2 wickets with the new ball. Clive's been in touch from Birmingham. He says Harry Pilling was 5'3". He was the shortest professional cricketer of modern times. Fine player as well. What he made up for in lack of height, he certainly did in stature. Made a lot of runs for Lancashire. So wandering out now is the tall figure of Alex Thompson. Picked up 3 wickets bowling his off spin in the first innings. But now with work to do with the bat, and Sussex taking up these wickets with the new ball. Through Ari Carvelos and now Henry Shipley. Henry Shipley has now taken 3 wickets, 3 for 84. And Alex Thompson, right-hander, tall, comes out and faces Shipley. Lets the first ball go outside of the off-stump, taken by Ollie Carter. It looks like Henry Shipley may have a towel or something that he keeps tucked in the back of his trousers, and as he delivered the ball, the towel flew out the back of his trousers and he had to bend down and pick it up. There is no run. 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. A lovely sunny but breezy morning now, afternoon here at home. The flag's still billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard. And Shipley on his way. Bright sunshine is in and bowls, and he beats Thompson outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Good carry as well through to Ollie Carter, who takes that round about his midriff. And there is no run. So both of these bats yet to score. Very much the story of the day. Brooke Guest, who went through from his overnight score of 80 to record his 6th first-class century of his career. He made 105. Louis Deploy, the skipper, making 53, and Hyder Ali 38, but they've now all gone as in comes Shipley, bowls, and Thompson is forward, cautiously forward, plays the ball out into the offside, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. We were talking about the players that are still left on our list of the top 25 run scorers of all time, so just to give you a few clues. At number 10, there is a great West Indian player.
Sorry, let's bring you up to date now with the latest weather.
We'll do that after I've given the update.
Yes, as I said earlier, it's a little bit mixed. Some cloud all around, but there's a lot of sunshine.
To the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
So throughout the afternoon today, we've got largely cloudy skies and the arrival of
comes
scattered showers.
Shipley, bowls, and Thompson drives into the covers, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. So end of a wicket maiden from Henry Shipley, who's now bowled 19 overs, 4 maidens, and has taken 3 for 84. So the new ball has done the trick here for Sussex. Wickets in consecutive overs. Derbyshire 297 for 6. And Ari Carvelos is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Anuj Dal.
Cricket, let's find out with Adrian Hart.
It's pretty decent, Sarah, to be honest. It's pretty breezy here on the south coast at Hove, but we've got sunshine, and let's hope that if there's any showers around, they're going to blow through fairly quickly. And a good game of cricket as well. Sussex fighting their way back here this morning. They picked up a couple of wickets with the new ball. The Centurion Brooke Guest out for 105, a victim of Ari Carvelos, and then Hyder Ali, LBW to Henry Shipley for 38. So Derbyshire now 299 for 6. That in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 402. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Nottinghamshire are holding Surrey up. They're 326 in their first innings. That in reply to the Surrey total of 355. Will Young, no, not that Will Young, he's still there, 145 not out. As Carvelos is on his way from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Dahl, who's forward, plays it down the offside, a misfield by Ari Carvelos, his own bowling, but it doesn't lead to a single. So this list of cricketers, the top 25, we're pretty much there, everybody. But there is a famous West Indian who's in at number 10, who scored 53,000 runs. Who else have we got here? A famous Englishman who scored 50,000 runs, but back in the a few years ago now. Another famous Englishman who played for Northamptonshire, I've given that away now, who's at number 18, as in comes Carvelos, bowls, and he rather squares Dahl up. Plays the ball into the offside, there is no run. A famous Sri Lankan, there can surely only be one as famous as this fella, he's in at number 20. A famous Pakistani right-hander in at number 21, who played a lot of cricket in the West Country, and a very famous Englishman who played his cricket just over the border. I'm not going to say which border. So we must be able to name those. Then we've done the 25. In comes Carvelos, comes in and bowls, clipped away nicely by Dahl, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. He's a fine timer of a cricket ball, is Anuj Dahl, who just slightly over-pitched and just eased through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Brings up the 300 for Derbyshire, a second batting bonus point, and it means the points total is now 6-5. Sussex having picked up a second bowling point, so that's where the bonus points are. Lovely shot, clipped away for 4 runs, and the arrears now down below 100. 99 are the arrears. Still 78 overs to be bowled today.
Harry Pilling had a lot of jobs.
Did he?
Yeah, in the closes, because of course they were only paid 6 months of the year. Cricketers in those days. He was an apprentice butcher, a toolmaker, a coalman, a general labourer, and a lorry driver, and an umbrella handle putter on her.
Oh, interesting. Here comes Carvelos. Bowls clipped away, more runs here. That'll be 4 runs. Once the ball gets through the infield here at Hove and down the slope, there is no chance of cutting the ball off. And although he didn't time that beautifully, Jack Carson was in hot pursuit and couldn't cut it off. So back-to-back boundaries for Dahl, who goes to 10, 307 for 6. Steve Oxford is... Sorry, you carry on.
No, we're just going to say, sadly, not Coffin Maker. Doesn't appear in the...
So where did I get Coffin Maker from?
The Guardian...
I'm sure. So what who that was? Because it was one other member of the... And they were skippered by the great Jackie Bond, weren't they? Who I remember taking a brilliant catch in a Gillette Cup final.
At 9 o'clock at night?
Yeah, something,
Black.
Back in the day. Carvelos in bowls, Dahl forward punches to backward point. There is no run. Steve Oxford says, I've attached a list of the highest scorers in first-class cricket. Yes, our list is all runs scored.
Yes, all formats.
He said, in this list, Clive Lloyd is much later than 35th. Have a look at the last name. Great opener with Alan Oakman for many consecutive years over many, many years. So that's the most runs in first-class cricket, and I shall open it up.
Different list altogether, of course.
Yeah, Jack Hobbs, 61,760. And I'm just looking for what you're referring to.
I found the coffin reference. He was a coffin salesman. In the winter. Sorry, I missed that bit.
A coffin salesman.
Yeah. It's a sort of captive audience to a degree, isn't it? I suppose.
You do Henry Shipley, yeah.
From the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Alex Thompson, who just guides this out into the offside Hudson Prentice Fields.
A coffin salesman. That's interesting, isn't it? I mean,
I assume not door to door.
No, yeah. That's a slightly depressing job. I don't know.
Ed Dawes is with us now. It's only taken him an hour and a half to get here, but well done, Ed.
I'm looking for this reference to the email, so I'll keep looking at this while you're chatting away.
Shipley bowls. Almost sneaks through the defences of Alex Thompson. I thought it had. Ball goes out into the leg side where it's fielded by Dan Ibrahim, but that was very much off the inside half of the bat. In Ed's defence, he was presenting from Alfreton last night. Great show, talking to people from Alfreton and from Burton Albion, as well as me. And he watched the match as well because he was giving me little updates throughout the evening, so we'll let you off this time. Here is Shipley in and bowls to Thompson, and that one comes off, I think, outside edge this time, and it's picked up at point by Brad Curry, who's out there again.
Yes,
12 on his back.
The man he's referring to, who was last on this list of first-class run scorers, was Ken Suttle.
Yes. He was the landlord of my pub in Pocklington. I don't think it was the same Ken Suttle, though. SUTTLE.
He died March 25th, 2005. He was 76.
It could have been him. 307 for 6. Shipley's in and bowls, and that one is gone straight through Alex Thompson. So it's not... you're welcome. It's not easy for the batsman out there at the moment.
Ken Suttle was... a good footballer. He was on Chelsea's books and made 3 appearances for Brighton and Hove Albion, as well as scoring 29,375 runs for Sussex.
Blimey.
Second on the all-time list behind John Langridge, and his tally of 4,900s has only been bettered by 4 Sussex players. So thank you.
Decent.
More than decent, yeah.
Shipley in. Thompson He has. Is he?
Well, I thought he'd hit
he's
that
missed
before.
it. When you said shot, and I panicked because he's just.
Well, I thought he'd hit that.
He's wafted the bat towards the ball there, and it's gone through to Ollie Carter.
Well, it looked beautiful, didn't it? Well, that's a dreadful piece of commentary. First of all, I pinched 100 off you this morning, Fletch. I was half looking at the cricket and half looking at the email that had come in. I must stop doing that. That's really poor.
I was
sorry.
I just doubted myself because I always played and missed it that one.
Don't doubt yourself, Fletch.
And I'm looking for the ball in the wicket-keeper's gloves. Shipley in again, balls to Thompson. Oh, and he gets struck on the pad. Was there an inside edge?
Yeah, must have been an inside edge. Actually, he was absolutely stone dead, wasn't he?
Yeah, had to have been something. Little scratch, big scratch. Either way, Thompson survives the over somehow. It was a maiden over, I think, from Henry Shipley. It was. He's now bowled 20 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 84. There we go. Lunch tea at 3:50.
Oh, okay.
So that's just come up on the scoreboard, which is very handy.
Very nice lemon cake we had for tea yesterday.
just?
Very, very nice.
Slices were too big, though, weren't
They were big slices.
Oh, you still managed 2?
I did. Lovely icing on the top. There's not much of me, Fletch, but I did.
There isn't? No idea how you do
there
it.
is. Yeah, there's not much of me really, but it was lovely lemon cake. Harry Cavellis is going to carry on. Alistair McBride's been back in touch. Hello, Alistair. I was talking about the amount of letters he's got after his name. In comes Carvelis, played into the offside by Dahl, and there is no run. He's got a lot of names. And Alistair's been back in touch. He says, great to get these quick wickets. We sure needed them. From the letters after my name on my auto-signature, you may conclude that my head is full of mostly useless information.
What are the letters?
He is Dr. A.I. McBride, BSc, MB, BS, Dip, Farm, Med, in brackets IRE, which I'm presuming means Ireland. In comes Carvelos Bowles, paid into the offside. I hope you don't mind me reading this out, by the way, Alistair. He's also a DPM and an FFPM.
Yes, I've been called that.
Do you have any initials after your name, Fletch?
I've got a degree, but I don't put them. Never use it.
What's your degree in?
Political theory and institutions.
Okay. So what would? So is that a BS? Whatever.
It's a BA.
A BA.
Yeah.
So you're Dave Fletcher BA.
Well, yes, but I'm not. Clearly.
What?
I would never use it.
But you're not?
No.
Carvelos in bowls. Oh, Darwin slips over as he plays that shot, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. So thank you for that. He goes on to say, I know I've completely lost the email. Here we go. And he comes up with a couple more names, and well done, Alistair, because he comes up with number 10 on the list. Into the top 10 is the great Gordon Greenwich, 53,703 runs, scored thousands of runs for Hampshire back in the day. And I remember
mostly on one leg.
Yeah, do you know, I remember that wonderful innings from Gordon Greenwich. It was a test match, I believe, at Lord's back in the day, where in comes Carvelos and bowls and drives to backward point, well fielded by Hudson Prentice. There is no run. And didn't England declare and set the West Indies something ludicrous like nearly 470 overs? And I think Greenwich and Haynes virtually knocked them off. I think Gordon Greenwich might have made a double hundred. What a player he was.
He had the pair of them. Formidable opening partnership.
And then the other wonderful player played his little cricket at Gloucestershire. You've got it absolutely right, Alistair. Zahir Abbas. In comes Carvelos down the leg side. There's an appeal and he's gone. And Anuj Dal has gone, and he'll be absolutely furious with himself. It wasn't the greatest delivery. It was going down the leg side. He's looked to pull it down to fine leg, and he's just got a nick on that through to Ollie Carter. The 7th wicket goes down, and Derbyshire, from being in a very good position in this match, have suddenly lost 3 wickets very quickly with the new ball. Fletch was saying the tail isn't the strongest, and Sussex right back in it, 307 for 7.
And here it comes. An interesting one, that. Dahl, was he trying to suggest that he hadn't hit it? I'm not sure, but he's on his way for 10. However, every one of the batsmen has reached double figures. That may not continue for much longer, as he just scrapes to 10.
So 250 for 3 has become 300. The scoreboard has gone down.
Yeah, 307 for 7 now. They're still trailing by 95.
So just go back to our list. Gordon Greenwich is on there. Thank you very much for that. Zahir Abbas is in there at number 21. He also says Alan Lamb, which was absolutely right, at number 18. And Strictly Come Dancing would have been a clue for number 14 on the list. Not Phil Tufnell, not Darren Goff. Number 14 on the list,
of course, yes,
is Mark Ramprakash, 50,000. So we only now need number 15 on the list, number 20 on the list, who is a Sri Lankan, and a gentleman who played in a neighbouring county to Sussex, who scored a lot of runs throughout his career. And he also says, Alistair, he says, welcome to cricket and hove to Kaz, who's enjoying her first day in a green dress.
Nearly woke her up
first day, but new to cricket. And Alistair says, hello to you, Kaz. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the commentary. Welcome to Hove on a lovely sunny day. And welcome to the new batsman, who is Sam Connors, who is going to face Ari Cavalis. Cavalis in and bowls. Connors forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. So end of the over, 307 for 7 are Derbyshire. Neither batsman is yet to trouble the scorers. And Ari Cavalis has picked up 2 wickets with a new ball. 16 overs. That was a wicket maiden. 16 overs, 5 maidens. 2 for 46.
Sam Connors this season. Averaging 9.
Okay.
George Scrimshaw hasn't batted because this is the first match he's played. Carvehouse getting a good round of applause.
And very, very politely sort of touched the brim of his cap,
I like that.
of his hat.
I like that.
I'd son that, just to acknowledge that applause.
Also, Saranga Lakmal's averaging 30, but he has only batted 5 times and he's been not out 4.
Right.
So I skewed it a bit, but he's not a batsman who you would expect to average 30. Henry Shipley then from the Cromwell Road end, shortish delay, and he bails out. Alex Thompson allows the ball to go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
The corporate hospitality area is filling up.
Yeah.
And it's a day for bright colours. There's a lady down there in a very bright red dress who's chatting away. Some gentlemen in jackets, most without ties, which is fair dues. Standard these, yeah.
They're slipping.
No ties and a gentleman just carrying out a couple of rather nice-looking pints of something or another, which looks very nice indeed.
And there's Rob Andrew in his white shirt.
Is he having a pint?
No, he's on duty.
Right.
Shipley bowls, and that's turned into the leg side rather unconvincingly, I think, by Alex Thompson, but he gets a run, moves on to 2. It exposes Sam Connors, but I don't think he can protect the entirety of the tail. With George Scrimshaw and Saranga, absolutely fascinated to see who comes out first of those 2. I think it might be Saranga, but it's only a guess. Nick's been in touch. He had been hoping to come down and see us at Hove, but unfortunately he can't make it, so we'll catch up with him later in the season. But he said that Bob White, the off-spinner who played for Notts, sold fireworks during the off-season.
Really?
Nick's parents had a newsagent's Shipley bowls, and Connors pushes this one up to Hudson Prentice, who's a sort of extra cover, really.
I seem to remember an Essex cricketer who sold Christmas trees during the winter as well. But it's pretty seasonal, but certainly during December.
Best time to sell them, I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had to make a... Well, I don't know, these days they get sold in November.
Well, they do.
It is slightly ridiculous.
You wouldn't get much joy in August, though, would you?
No, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't. 308 for 7. Shipley is in and bowls to Connors, who edges this one down to third man. It was into the ground, and I don't think that was a chance. In fact, I will say here and now that wasn't a chance.
Well, very keenly chasing after that. Brad Curry is on his 12th man duty.
Yes, I don't think there was any need to chase it, was there really?
No, but he was sprinting down the hill.
It is quite the slope at Hove, and the outfield, as we again discussed last night when we were walking across it, is magnificent. It's like a billiard table out there. It's beautiful. So Connors off the mark, 312 for 7.
If any of the lads, or maybe Ben Gibson or the team, could tell me just the drop in the ground, I ought to know really, from the Cromwell Road end down to the sea end of the ground in feet.
I was going to ask you, so I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Shipley in again, bowls to Connors, who goes for an expansive looking uppercut. And the ball goes through. I'm not sure that's Sam's shot. Goes through to the keeper.
If you have this is going to be a good day's cricket, because I'm pretty sure that when Sussex, I mean, who knows, these two may put on a massive partnership, but you would think that at some stage today Sussex are going to bat, and I think they will be very positive. They'll be looking to get a decent score and set Derbyshire something to chase tomorrow. I'm not saying that they'll declare early or anything like that, but I think you will see Sussex looking to step on the accelerator.
Shipley and Bowles, and that one is driven down the ground, or up the ground, really. Nicely played by Sam Connors. It's racing towards the boundary at the Cromwell Road end, and it's just kept in up there. That's really good work from Nathan McAndrew. The batsmen get through for 3, which means that Connors will be on strike at the start of the next over. He'll move on to 7, and Derbyshire are 315 for 7 now. Thompson has 1, and the over rate, well, would you believe it, it's level. I've got no idea how it works. So,
no, I don't.
No, none of old nonsense. Although you're a major advocate for the right number of overs in a day.
I am. I really am. And
You're a big fan of that.
Yeah, and Sussex have already lost 4 points this season for a slow over, all in one game. Brad Curry is staying on the field, so somebody's off for Sussex. It's not Harry Cavalos, because he's going to bowl. It's not Nathan McAndrew. It's not Henry Shipley. I think it might be Tom Haynes who's off the field. Either way, Harry Cavalos is running in away from us, up the hill, comes in and bowls, and straight through. Is he caught behind? Is it a 3rd wicket for Cavalos? No, it's not. They clearly thought that Connors had got a little nick on that through to the keeper. They're all standing looking at the umpire, whose finger remains behind his back.
Again, they must have heard something.
Well, it's not given. It's given on that. So let's face it. There's not the possibility of reviews as we get in Test match cricket. So you have to accept the umpire's decision, who decided it was not out. 3 slips go down, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, square leg and a long leg. As in comes Cavalos bowls, and Connors just takes a step back and just belts the ball slightly agriculturally over towards Cow Corner for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, he's taken his chances. He just belted the ball, and maybe here he's just thinking, a quick 20 or 30 is perhaps better than just fiddling around. 319 for 7.
He's also moved into double figures. Alex Thompson needs 9 more to get to double figures, but this is very exciting. He'll be on the edge of his seat, David Griffin,
who is the statistics man for Derbyshire. If you want a Derbyshire statistic, then Dave Griffin is the man for you.
Absolutely, 100%.
I don't know where is he watching from today.
He's in front of the Players' Pavilion in his blue shirt. I can see him from here, just to the right of the second umbrella.
Right, yeah, the red umbrella at the far end of the ground. Cavalos, lovely sunshine, runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and Connors is at it again. That's 4 more, nothing wrong with that. That was not a shot of a number 9. Beautifully played, just ease the ball through mid-off for 4 runs. The ball races away. Connors is not for hanging around. He goes to 15.
That was beautiful.
323 for 7.
I think we should speak to Sam Connors this evening and specifically talk about that shot.
Beautiful shot.
It was glorious. I mean, he can hang around. He hung around a very long time in a game at Trent Bridge with Leas Deploy, and they put on something like 130, 140, something like that, and Sam made 8.
Cavalos in again. Bowls that shot.
Yeah, you're not doing it again.
I think Cavalos had enough of that.
I like that.
Gary Knight's been back in touch. Gary or Bruce Springsteen.
Oh yeah.
But he's not talking about Springsteen.
Oh, okay.
Who I doubt if he does have a sort of like a winter job. Do you think Bruce Springsteen?
No.
He doesn't play concerts in the summer. This is my winter job to earn a few quid.
Sells coffee.
He says the cricketer. in comes Cavalos and bowls, and Connors is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery taken by Carter. Good carry through to Ollie Carter, actually. And there is no run. So he says the cricketer who saw Christmas trees was actually Ed Giddins, former Sussex and England. So there we are.
Yeah. It's incredible, isn't it, really, where conversations take you.
He had a big Christmas hit, though, didn't he, Bruce Springsteen? Santa Claus is coming to town.
Yes, so don't sing.
No, I won't.
But yes, you're right.
It's one of my favourite Christmas songs. As did Wham have a big Christmas song as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
In comes Cavalos over the wicket, bowls, and Connors is wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the onside, and there is no run. And if the over 327 for 7, Connors on 15, Thompson on 1. Our conversation about Wham yesterday, we were talking about various songs, and in this documentary, one of Wham's songs was "Wake Me Up Before You Go Go," and that came about because either George Michael or Andrew Ridgeley was going out early one morning, and they left a note on the door that said, before he was going to leave, "Wake me up," and he said, "Before you go, go," and that's where the lyrics for the song came
Brilliant.
from.
No, I love that.
So there we are. Apparently that's a true story. So there you go.
Well, it will be by the time we've finished.
Yeah, well, we're flogging that to death. If you want to watch the documentary, I think it was on Netflix.
I wouldn't bother. We've got most of it. I felt like I'd watched it yesterday after we finished talking. No, it was good. I've had an email from Michael Hurst, who is Kilburn's urban poet. Whether that's self-titled or not, I'm not entirely sure. We're going to see Nathan McAndrew come back into the attack, incidentally. He's just scratching away at the footmarks. Thank you very much for the kind words. Glad that George has been given a match in red ball cricket. Derbyshire must have heard that his good looks and splendid moustache have brought him to the attention of an independent filmmaker offering the lead role to him in the forthcoming remake of the Albanian film noir epic Confessions of a Siberian Yak Attendant. What's the chances of him doing an Anuj Dal and scoring his first century to go with his first 5 wickets? Nil. I would respectfully suggest. If he does, I think I'll run onto the pitch myself and kiss him. There you go. That's food for thought.
Great.
As McAndrew bowls to Thompson, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Michael Ian's been in touch, and he says, Ian here in Kemp Town, which is a part of Brighton, he has suggested Herbert Sutcliffe on our list, and he is in there, Ian, at number 13, 50,670 runs. He goes on to say, I had the pleasure of sitting with Kaz and her husband Jay at T20 Blast games. She has such enthusiasm. That's Ian and Heather Gray in Kemp Town. See you all tomorrow at the ground.
More mentions cast today than Liz Deploy.
Yes.
Here's McAndrew in and bowls to Thompson, who whips this one away. Is it going to go in between the 2 fielders on the leg side? No, I don't think it is. It's going to be cut off, and they're going to come back for 2. Kovacic does the fielding down there away to our left-hand side. Thompson moves to 325 for 7 in the 91st over, so plenty of time in terms of bonus points for both sides, of course. Another 2 wickets, and Sussex would get their 7th of the match. Derbyshire currently on 5. They would dearly like to get to 350. Ideally, they'd like to get beyond 400, but that's a long way off at this stage. Andrew, with 2 slips and a gully, is into bowl to Alex Thompson, who drives it very pleasantly up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Interesting people listening around the ground, because you used to be able to buy the headsets here at the ground that you could listen to, but the problem with this is the supply of the headsets. You have to order in such quantities that it just hasn't. It's just not worth it for the club. They had to order so many.
So how do they do it now then?
Well, someone got in touch and said you can buy them at. If you go up to Lord's, they sell headsets there, and they work on the same frequencies.
Oh,
apparently.
right. Oh, okay.
So I think they're around a tenner each.
McAndrew in and bowls. That's whipped into the leg side by Thompson. It'll only be a single, though.
Why do you want to spend a tenner listening to us, Fletcher? I've got no idea.
Yeah, that is a high price to pay. Thompson moves to 4, 326. 7. Kaz is sending you a message now to tell us where she got a headset. That's what I'm suggesting. If she wasn't wearing such a bright green dress, then she wouldn't be quite as easy to spot as she is. But as soon as you mentioned headsets, I saw her get her phone out. So stand by. 326 for 7. Oh, I might be next door when she sends it. Make sure you read it out when I'm here.
Okay.
Here's McAndrew. 2 deliveries of the over left. Oh, that's an interesting shot from Sam Connors. He was sort of bending down and trying to hook the ball, which he wasn't in a position to hook it, I'm afraid.
We've done very well, everybody. Thank you so much for your messages about the top 25 all-time run scorers in the great game. Kaz has indeed been in touch. You've got Hawkeye, you are, Fletch, who says that you've got Kaz got hers from the Oval. So I'd imagine probably the bigger venue, and thank you for that, Kaz. I'd imagine the bigger venue grounds, where you've got test matches and more people, it probably makes more sense, and they can stock that amount of headsets.
Well, we ought to put Kaz on alert then, because we rely on people in the Spen Karma Pavilion stand for whether the ball carries to slip. So
we do.
Don't take your eyes off the action for a moment, otherwise you might not be able to answer the question. As McAndrew bowls, and that one is taken an edge, has it? No, it's gone straight through Sam Connors. In fact, the wicketkeeper Ollie Carter barely flinched. He just took the catch very casually and started trotting back to the other end because it's the end of the over. 3:26 for 7. Connors has 15. Thompson has 4.
Fletcher's got to go and do his 1 o'clock update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby, but not lunch yet. Another 10 minutes to go because we're making up time lost yesterday. There's still another 73 overs to be bowled for. Pretty much the first time today the sun has gone in, and I hate to report, but coming in from the southwest, as I peer around towards the southwest corner, is some rather angry looking cloud, which is a lot lower than it's been for much of the day. Now, showers were forecasted in the afternoon. The only good news is that it is really breezy, so hopefully if there are showers around they'll blow through pretty quickly, but they do look a little ugly and the sun has disappeared from view. But here comes Ari Carvelos running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls and clipped away nicely by Alex Thompson, and this is probably going to be 4 runs. It's racing down the slope in hot pursuit. Running around is Jack Carson. He doesn't get there. That's a good effort by Jack Carson in front of those in the corporate hospitality area. Probably felt he really had to try for that one, but he's hasn't managed to stop the ball going over for 4 runs. So for Thompson, he goes to 8. And some lower order resistance here from Derbyshire. 3:30 for 7. Fletch was saying that everybody in the Derbyshire side who's been out so far has been out in double figures, which is a rarity for Derbyshire, and I'm sure Fletch will remind us of that particular statistic. Alex Thompson goes to 8. Derbyshire 3:30 for 7. Sussex going slightly on the defensive here, just the one slip in the gully. Carvelos is in, bowls, and forward comes Thompson, punches that into the covers, fielded there by, I think that's Daniel Ibrahim in there at cover. There's a backward point. Mid-off is Tom Haynes. Henry Shipley at mid-on, hands on hips. Trousers billowing in the wind. James Cole's in his sun hat at mid-wicket. Jack Carson all the way out by the clock tower scoreboard. In comes Carvelos. Bowled short, pulled away to Jack Carson, who's fields the ball. 1 more to Thompson. He goes to 9. 331 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, your commentary team today and tomorrow. For those just joining us, Brooke Guest going through to his 6th first-class 100 today. He made 105. The skipper, Louis Just Deploy, made 53. Haider Ali 38, but Sussex have fought back in the last 45 minutes. They've taken the new ball. A couple of wickets for Ari Carvelos, 1 for Henry Shipley. So the arrears at the minute is 71. As in comes Carvelos, bowls, forward comes Connors, who punches that into the covers, and there is no run. Those in the corporate hospitality, I guess lunch is probably at 1 o'clock in there, and they're just sort of making their way inside for whatever they're going to have for lunch. I can see Rob Andrew. He has got a glass in his hand, but it looks like an orange juice. So there we are. Comes Carvelos again, bowls and goes straight through to Ollie Carter. To pull the ball was Sam Connors. 331 for 7. Just in terms of our list of cricketers, we'll probably wrap this up, I think, as we go towards lunch. So there are still 3 remaining. Number 15. Number 20 is the famous Sri Lankan, and number 23 is the Englishman who made all his runs in a county that borders Sussex. A very famous family dynasty of cricketers. In comes Carvelos. Well, he really banged that in short. It didn't get up at all, and swung around the corner by Connors, who goes to 16. 332 for 7. End of Ari Carvelos' over. He has bowled 18 overs, 6 maiden. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 18 overs, 5 maidens, taken 2 for 60. The digital clock says that it's 13:05, so I think that means we'll probably have a couple more overs before lunch. The first of which is going to be bowled by Nathan McAndrew from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, with this game nicely set up. Still another 72 overs. A lot of cricket to be played yet, Fletch.
An awful lot of cricket to be played, yeah. Derbyshire trailing by 70. And these two are put on 25 at a run of ball.
Good stuff.
Sam Connors has played some glorious shots, some not so glorious, as McAndrew bowls, and there's an attempt to play a glorious drive, and it dribbles pretty much off the bottom edge of about the toe of the bat to Jack Carlson at mid-off.
Just coming back to our list of run scorers from we were given a list as well from numbers 26 to 45, so I'll run through those in between balls. Alvin Kalitcharan, T.W. Hayward, I forget that gentleman's first name, Fletch. Hayward, can't remember. Alan Jones, I think that must be, of Glamorgan.
McAndrew bowls.
Oh.
This one's helped out to the boundary for 6 by Sam Connors. It was a brilliant attempt to catch it one-handed by Dan Ibrahim, who was at backward square leg on the short boundary, and it only just crashed into the advertising boards. But Sam Connors has hit a 6.
Does he not hit many? You say that with surprise in your voice, Fletch.
I'm going to have to start looking now to see if he's ever hit one before. He moves on to 22, 338 for 7.
Good shot. I mean, it's a short boundary.
Take it on.
Why not?
Take it on.
But these are really important runs for Derbyshire.
Yes.
Not least because they're getting up towards 350 at another point.
He certainly hasn't hit any this season. I think we can fairly safely say that. I'd remember that, surely to goodness. So McAndrew is in, and this one is clipped nicely into the leg side, out towards square leg. There'll only be a single this time. Connors will move to 23 off 19. And at Derbyshire move up to 339 for 7. This is now... No, it isn't. Carry on. He has made 29 this season. Where on earth did he make 29? And in his innings, that was the first 6 he's hit this season. But I'm going to try and... There must be a way of checking that, mustn't there? Must be. Thompson is on 9. He needs another single to get into double figures, obviously. That is self-explanatory. And he defends this next ball from McAndrew into the onside. And there's no reason it's exciting is that if he gets into double figures, that is every single Derbyshire batsman in double figures. The jeopardy is just unbelievable.
Dave Griffin won't be able to eat his lunch.
He won't if he becomes 10 not out at lunch. There's only 2 more batsmen to do it. That's you see, it's a very long tail. Although Sam Connors has played magnificently for his 23 from 19. In fairness to him, everybody's in double figures apart from Thompson, of the batsmen who batted. McAndrew bowls to him, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Hudson Prentice will do the fielding at point, and there will be no run. 1 ball of this over left, 13:08. We will get another over.
So we will,
from the C end.
Chris has been back in touch, and he has identified correctly that Kumar Sangakkara,
yes,
the great Sri Lankan, who comes in at number 20 on our list. So well done, Chris. And he said that the dynasty clue suggests Colin Cowdrey. Indeed, Colin Cowdrey at number 23, with 1,697 runs.
MCC Cowdrey. McAndrew bowls. Let's turn it to the leg side, but there isn't a run there. It goes straight to the man at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. So he remains 9 not out, Alex Thompson. Sam Connors has 23, 339 for 7, and there will be time for 1 more over, it looks like, before lunch, although at the moment Hassan Adnan isn't moving. He is now. Go on, Hassan. The cap's been given to the other umpire, Surrey Shanmugam, so we're all set for another over, which is good news indeed.
It looks like it's going to be Jack Carlson, the off-spinner, who's going to bowl it, and we've had a name here. I haven't got a name on this email, but it's from Les Wu, is the email address, and he says, would the last batsman on your list have to be Colin Cowdrey? Indeed it is. Great batter, he says, but Dexter was better. Fine player, Ted Dexter, sadly no longer with us.
Just a quick one from Luke Shreve, who says, what's happened to Sam Connors? Cricket never fails to amaze me, hoping we get within 40 and then some early wickets. Yeah, this could still be a thrilling game of cricket. It's been a pretty decent game of cricket thus far.
I think it could be, if the rain stays away, it could be a really good day's, a really good afternoon's cricket as well. So just 1 more person on the list, number 15, that no one has got yet. Englishman, played for Gloucestershire predominantly. In comes Jack Carlson. Over the wicket bowls. I don't think anyone suggested him. He nudged round the corner. Good shot by Connors. He's going to pick up 1. He's going to come out for 2nd. Then he's going to move on the throw. Comes in. And that's very good running by Sam Connors. Picks up 2. He goes to 25. 341 for 7.
Good old Sam. He's giving everybody palpitations.
Very good indeed. Back for that second run. It's been a good morning's cricket, actually. What did we start at this morning, Fletcher? Derbyshire began.
212.
Okay, so we've had, 120 odd, well, nearly 130 runs.
Yeah.
We've had 4 wickets. It's been entertaining.
Oh, it's been excellent.
Really enjoyable. The sun's been out for most of it. Let's hope it stays out for the rest of the day. As I say, if you're not doing anything at lunchtime, go and say hello to the guys in the museum. Have a little look around. In comes Carson, bowls, forward comes Connors. I'll shout not pass in that shot, but you sort of get the feeling with Sam Connors that the next one could get launched in our direction.
Any moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom Haynes is about 10 yards inside the long-on boundary in front of us. Should the ball come in his direction, Carson in, Connors is forward defensively, plays into the covers. But before he can get to the covers, Jack Carson fields off his own bowling and there is no run. You can probably hear the wind in our effects microphone. The trees are really swaying around the ground and now the flag's really billowing on the clock tower scoreboard. Carson in again, Connors stoutly forward. Plays down the onside this time. Carson fields off his own bowling and there is no run. Little wave to Tom Haynes, who waves back down in front of us. Nice to see Tom back in form with the bat. 86 made in the first innings. Big Tottenham fan is Tom Haynes.
Is he?
Yeah, I guess he can't help that.
No.
Here comes Carson, bowls and clipped into the onside by Connors. One more ball to go before lunch. What do you reckon here, Fletcher? A stout defence or a charge down the wicket?
I know what I'd like to see,
Yes.
but I wouldn't bet either way, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think a little push into the covers and then
Yeah.
a quick walk to lunch. Carson in bowls, prod down the onside, fielded by James Coles. That's it. That's the end of the over, and that is lunch here at Hove. 341 for 7. Connors on 25. Thompson is on 9. An absorbing morning's cricket. Jack Carson 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 54. Derbyshire looking to bat themselves in a really strong position. Just kind of lost wickets at the wrong time as far as Derbyshire were concerned. Fletch, just as they look like they might be
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, a very good afternoon. We're slightly late on parade. We were sitting here nattering away to Dave Griffin and Bruce Talbot, all matters cricket, price of cricket teas and etc, etc, and suddenly realised the players were out, so apologies for that. We're a little late on parade, but we're all ready now. One thing I did notice, Fletch, as we wandered out at lunchtime, is just how blustery it is out there. Playing a bit of a hoolie. Helps if I turn your microphone on. Sorry about that.
It's going to be breezy. a bit breezy.
Henry Shipley on his way from the Cromwell Road end of the ground comes in on bowls. Forward comes Alex Thompson, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So thank you very much to Keith, who's been in touch. A few people wandered around the museum, I'm sure, at lunchtime, letting us know that there is a copy of the official history of Derbyshire available along with many other cricket books in the bookstall, which is open there just in front of the museum. So if you want to have a wander around and have a look, get yourself a couple of cricket books.
I think I've got that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
2 slips in a gully go down, 3 men saving one on the offside as in comes Shipley. Down the hill, bowls pulled away by Thompson, and he's going to get a single, which takes him into double figures, which keeps this
there we go.
this statistic going that
9 of the 11.
9 of the 11 have scored double figures for Derbyshire so far, and if all 11 get double figures, it will be the first time, or
Well, it will be the second time in their history, and the first time since 1932.
extraordinary. And the reason we know a lot of this is that Dave Griffin, who officially does the statistics amongst other work for Derbyshire Cricket Club, is here today. You might see Dave wandering around. He's got a great big camera he's got with him as well. Was explaining at lunchtime the extraordinary lengths he's gone to compile all these statistics on Derbyshire. In comes Shipley over the wicket bowls, and Connorsall steps to one side and paddles the ball into the onside. Picks up a single. He goes 26, 343 for 7, and it must be this extraordinary database. And Dave has gone back through every one of Derbyshire's games since the club was formed in first-class cricket. And he's got, it's just an incredible amount of information.
Ridiculous.
You know,
I mean, like he said, I think he said it's taken him the best part of 30 years
Yes.
to put it all together.
So,
But I asked him, how many sixes has Sam Connors hit? Straight away, you can find it.
in comes Shipley bowls, and beautifully driven through the offside by Alex Thompson. That's going to be the first boundary after lunch, slightly overpitched by Shipley, and Thompson said thanks very much to ease the ball through the covers. 347 for 7, so Derbyshire closing in on a third batting bonus point. I guess it's like all these things with computers and databases, and we were talking about the Test Match Special and Andy Zaltzman, who provides the stats for the Test matches. You've got to input the information first, and that's what takes all the time, doesn't
Absolutely, yeah. All winter, they've been grafting.
Just inputting, presumably thousands of details of various matches. But it's great when it all comes out. Shipley comes in and bowls. Thompson defends from the crease out into the offside. There is no runners. And as Fletcher was saying, from the database that Dave has compiled, how many sixes has Brooke Guest scored in his Derbyshire career, he could probably tell you, which is extraordinary. I don't know if such a thing exists at Sussex. You need someone who's got I'm not saying Dave's got oodles of time, but he's obviously got some time that he's given a huge amount of time. But it's wonderful stuff that's there forever.
Very, go on.
Shipley in bowls, and down the leg side, poor delivery taken by Carter unfussily. End of the over. 6 runs coming off the first over after lunch. Derbyshire 347 for 7. Connors on 26, Thompson on 14.
A very understanding wife in Deborah.
Yeah.
Back at home. So, who knows about his passion for cricket and Derbyshire in particular? And it's all part and parcel.
Yeah.
He is invaluable. I mean, he makes my life a lot easier because I don't keep records or anything really. As most people will know, I don't do an awful lot of research for football matches, if I'm honest. Nathan McAndrew's going to come on from the sea end.
But often it's interesting you say it, because interestingly, I think when you listen to football commentary, you get the impression that the commentator has got a statistic that, however irrelevant to the game, he's just determined he's going to trot out.
I think so.
And you think, I don't think I really needed to know that.
I really ought to do the basics, though, like how many goals a player has in a particular season, which, again, I never...
But I think you want to know what's going on the pitch.
Yes, well, on the radio especially. I mean, television is slightly different, but on the radio, it's where's the ball, who's got it, and which way is he going, for me. People may disagree, and I'm sure I have my critics, and they're obviously entitled to their opinion. 347 for 7. I might not agree with that opinion, but Sam Connors will be on strike. A runner ball 26 for Sam. David Griffin reminded me that he'd hit 2 sixes in an innings in my time. Well, obviously my time watching him, because he's only been in the side since I started watching. And Nathan McAndrew, 16 overs already. He's driven gloriously the backward point for 4 by Connors. Well. He's moved on to 30. This is his highest score of the season.
Well, nothing wrong with that. And you were saying you rather misled us, Fletch, because you said that there was 3 number 11s, but Connors is playing like anything but a number 11, really. And these are invaluable runs because they're taking Derbyshire not only towards a 4th batting bonus point, but also towards parity. There's a lot of life left in this game, you know. It's, you know, if the weather holds, we could be in for some really good cricket over the next couple of days, because I don't think Sussex will sit back when they come to bat second.
Still 68 overs left today. As Connors is trapped in front, is he now? There was an appeal. He seemed to move away a little bit as he indicates to Alex Thompson that it might just have done that. It's his 37th match, Sam Connors, in first-class cricket. Prior to this, he'd scored fewer than 300 runs. He's got a high score of 39 and an average of 9.5. So being promoted to number 9, perhaps it's made him think like a number 9 rather than batting at number 11, which he has done for a certain amount of his career. He waits now as McAndrew bowls to him, and he cuts it away, and it's gone for 4. Out towards extra cover, really. And just for a split second, Finn Hudson-Prentice had absolutely no idea where that ball was going. He covered his head. He's fielding at point. And the ball was hit very hard by Sam Connors, who's moved up to 34 now of 29 deliveries. Derbyshire 355 for 7. It's a terrific effort from these two. And they only trail by 43 now. 47, I beg your pardon. This next one is a short delivery. He ducks underneath it. Does Connors. Allows it to go through to the keeper.
Sorry, Fletch. And what that might do, of course, is with the arrears so small now, that slightly will be at the back of Sussex's mind that you can't just go gung-ho and think, well, let's go and smash a quick 250 and set something up here, because in so doing you could lose 3 or 4 early wickets and Derbyshire would be right in the game. Not that they're out of it now.
What I would think in the second innings is that George Scrimshaw might get the new ball. Now, that might make a difference with his extra pace. We shall wait and see. Here comes McAndrew. Bowls to Connors, who pushes this back towards the bowler, and there is no run. I've just got to nip next to her, Adrian.
No problem at all. Nathan McAndrew in his 17th over, figures of 0 for 71. If you're just joining us, very good afternoon. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher. I was a little pessimistic at lunchtime about what the weather was going to do. More in a moment. Just the one slip in a gully in place as McAndrew is on his way over the wicket, bowls, and he ducks, and I'm sure that's a great delivery really down the leg side, and Connors just watches it go through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. End of the over, 355 for 7. Connors 34, Thompson is on 14. But the good news is that it hasn't rained, and looking away to the southwest, where I'm pretty certain the weather is coming from, there's some brighter skies. There is cloud as well, but it's so windy that hopefully if there are any showers around, and they are forecast, they'll blow through pretty quickly. Still 68 overs to be bowled today, so lots and lots of cricket to be in this game. Delicately poised, you'd be a brave man or woman to predict the outcome of this match. What we do know is, though, that these sides need to win. Draws are not going to get you promoted from this division. In comes Shipley, running in over the wicket, bowled right up in the block hole, and Thompson jags down on it at the last moment, and James Coles trots in from the gully to field. Thank you again, everybody who got involved in our top list of 25 all-time run scorers in cricket across the world. It was great to have that involvement, and thank you very much, everybody, for getting in touch. We'll have to think up of something else for the next the next day and a half, or day and 2/3. But thank you, everyone, for getting in touch. In comes Shipley, bowls up on his toes is Thompson, and steers that through the covers. They've taken one, they're going to think about 2. Jack Carson is very quickly in, but not to prevent the second run. Good cricket all round. It was really well run by Alex Thompson. Played the ball out into the offside. Jack Carson had a long way to come in from backward point, but he got in the throw. It was a good throw over the top of the stumps, but Thompson had come back for a second run. He goes to 16, and Derbyshire to 357 for 7. I also haven't given you the scores in the other games. We didn't get a chance to do that before lunch, so I'll quickly rattle through those at the end of the over. In comes Shipley over the wicket, bowls. Thompson solidly forward, punches the ball into the covers, followed by Hudson Prentice. In there is no run. So in the second division, which we're really interested in, Yorkshire bowled out for 407 at New Road. It's now raining in Worcester, and Worcester are probably glad about that because they're 119 for 6. In Cardiff, where it's done nothing but rain, I think, for the last 2 days, they're playing today. Glamorgan probably wish they aren't as well, because they're 93 for 7 against Leicestershire. Chris Wright, who is Sussex bound next season, has picked up 2 of the wickets to fall. In comes Shipley bowls, and Thompson drives quite elegantly to mid-off, followed by Haynes, no run. The game at the top of the table, it looks like Durham are going to get their 5th win of the season. It's really going to be Durham and somebody else to get promoted from this division, because Gloucestershire are 26 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing Durham by 111, and 4 wickets there for very much the forgotten man of English cricket, Matthew Potts.
Yeah, good bowler.
He's taken 4 for 17. In comes Shipley. Thompson plays this one out through the offside. Haynes is in hot pursuit and saves a second run. Good bit of fielding by Haynes.
Can they do it on a wet Tuesday in Stoke, though?
Thompson goes to 17, 358 for 7. Well, that'll be the question. Matthew Potts last year, Fletch bowled here, and he bowled, this is before he got in the England setup, and he bowled a spell from the top end where Henry Shipley is bowling now, and he bowled to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's a pretty decent judge of how good a bowler is. And Pujara said it was the best spell he'd faced.
Wow.
He said it was really excellent, and that was before Potts got in and around England. But he doesn't have much of a look in, has he, recently?
No.
In comes Shipley bowls, and he's caught behind is Sam Connors, looking to edge the ball over the slips. It was a deliberate shot, but he didn't get enough height on it, and the catch is taken by Ollie Carter, and Henry Shipley picks up another wicket, his 3rd of the innings. His 4th of the innings, I should say, apologies. 23 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 101. Derbyshire lose their 8th wicket, and a little cameo from Sam Connors, 34 in 33 balls, including 5 fours and a 6, as the game takes another little turn.
Sam. What were you doing?
Yeah, but if it had come off, it was a deliberate shot, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was very much a deliberate shot, trying to lift it over the wicket keeper and didn't get the elevation. And, well, disappointing. Not far off his career best.
In terms of a partnership, though, Fletch, that was worth...
Certainly in excess of 50.
51, is that right? Is that 358?
Yeah, 51.
So a nice partnership for the 8th wicket.
Off just 55 balls.
Very good indeed, just as we thought the Derbyshire innings might be coming to an end.
There we go then.
So we need these 2 Derbyshire players.
The number 11 is George Scrimshaw.
Right. Well, if he's aware of the statistic,
I
doubt it. Unless Dave Griffin has told him, but that may make him feel rather edgy, that he could be on the verge of Derbyshire cricketing history. Not that it's...
He only batted once in the T20.
Right.
He and Zaman Khan batted once each, and that was it in the entirety of the North Group campaign. So, yeah, George Scrimshaw. I love him to bits. He's one of my favourite cricketers. However, I'm not sure he's batting material, and if he's above Saranga Lakmal, or if Saranga Lakmal's below him, that tells you all you need to know about the Sri Lankan. Nathan McAndrew is going to continue from the C end. His 18th over, 358 for 8. He bowls to Alex Thompson, who just pushes this up to mid-off. And the run, Tom Haynes does the fielding. The one thing you don't want to see happen now is Thompson hitting out, lashing out wildly, trying to get some quick runs. I don't think. Well, perhaps you do. The deficit's 44 now. And even that Sussex made 150 without loss yesterday morning before they lost their first wicket to the day before yesterday. They lost their first wicket to the first ball after lunch on day 1. For them to be just 44 for 1 effectively, as Thompson's beaten outside the off stump by McAndrew. Ball goes through to Ollie Carter. I think them being 44 for 1 is 44 for no wicket is unacceptable. That's what I'm trying to say.
of no particular relevance, but raining in Canterbury. That's a long way east of here, so hopefully any rain that's around is more inland than along the coast. Looks all right at the minute, doesn't it?
So there wasn't any in the forecast that I saw.
Right, good. Well, let's hope that's correct.
And I was bob on yesterday.
You were, to the minute. Almost.
Almost. McAndrew in the bowls to Thompson, who pulls this into the leg side. There is a man out there. It's James Cole's left arm throw. They take a single. George Scrimshaw on to strike. Thompson's going down to tell him how to take guard. But he could be. So 43 the deficit is George Scrimshaw, the only of the batsmen who batted so far not to make double figures, but he hasn't faced a ball, so we'll let him off. He's going to be facing Nathan McAndrew with 3 slips in place because Coles is going to strengthen the slip cordon. Now going in at third slip, it'll be Gully. There's quite a gap between the first slip and the second slip who's in there. In fact, they're all quite spread out, and this field is running in all directions at the moment. So they try and sort out. Dan Ibrahim has just gone into mid-wicket. So they try and sort out how to bowl to George Scrimshaw, who's a very tall man. Yorkers, I think. McAndrew bowls, and no, he plays and misses at that one. Here we go. Ball flies through to Ollie Carter. We haven't seen Finn Hudson-Prentice bowl today, which is perhaps a little surprising.
No, I would agree.
He was practicing. In fact, he was the first of the Sussex bowlers out there practicing this morning. Bouncing the big medicine ball and chucking it in the air and all the things they do with those medicine balls. So I don't think there's any problem with him. And he's on the field at point. He hasn't bowled. 3:59 for 8. McAndrew bowls. Oh, there's a play and a miss from Big George. This isn't going to last long. David Griffin's stat from 1932 appears to be safe. It almost happened, and I have a vague recollection of it, one game last season, and then Derbyshire declared before Saranga Lakmal went out to bat, which was a little disappointing from a statistical point of view. I don't think they'll declare before Saranga Lakmal goes out to bat today, so we will get to see the Sri Lankan at some point. When? Well, that rather depends on George Scrimshaw, who faces McAndrew and ducks underneath the short delivery. This goes down on his haunches, the ball goes through to the keeper, end of the over, 3:59 for 8, just the one run from that. Scored by Alex Thompson, who's got 18 from 35 deliveries. George Scrimshaw's faced 3 now, and he's yet to get off the mark. 3:59 for 8, Derbyshire trail by 43. And I do enjoy watching tailenders bat. Are we allowed to call them lower order batsmen? We'll call them lower order batsmen, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
Although they are tailenders. I just suggested on the news bulletin, I shouldn't really have suggested that we're just watching the Derbyshire tail wag. And of course, as soon as I came back in here, Sam Connors was out. But
well, Henry Shipley looking for a fifer. We've already seen one fifer in the match. That was George Scrimshaw with his 5 for 49. Henry Shipley's figure's not quite so impressive, but still 4 for 101, and he's running down the hill. The tall New Zealander comes in and bowls, and just eased by Thompson, who's clearly got faith in George Scrimshaw because he takes a single off the very first ball of the over.
more faith than I have.
Goes to 19. Oh, yeah, little faith fletch. 360 for 8, so the arrears now are 42. Scrimshaw takes guard. 3 sips in place from Allsop at first, the Sussex stand-in captain, Tom Clark and James Goals, and their shirts, jumpers and trousers, you can see them, they're billowing in the wind. Or rustling. What would you say? Rustling? Not, clothes don't really billow, do they?
Well, yeah. But I'd have been happy with billowing.
In comes Shipley over the wicket bowls and short, and that was pretty well played by us. In fact, it's signalled as a no ball. Now, was that a no ball on high? Or was it a no ball on front foot?
We will never know.
I think it was probably, well, I don't know.
It didn't seem to go that much over.
I agree.
And he was down on his haunches, wasn't he, George?
And he's a tall fella.
He is quite tall.
Is Scrimshaw. The rest of the field is a backward point, extra cover mid on, and Two men back on the leg side as Shipley is in bowls and driven handsomely by Scrimshaw. Well, that's probably the shot of the day, and Fletcher's favourite player, or one of his favourite players, who we were unsure about his batting prowess, drills the ball through mid-off for 4 runs.
Oh, that was magnificent from George. Absolutely magnificent.
And that's one to keep for the records.
Yeah, clip that off, Henry. Clip it off.
And that'll go in Dave Griffin's Derbyshire database.
Wow.
Belted down the ground. In fact, he didn't belt the ball, it was just beautifully timed. Nothing wrong with that at all from the Derbyshire number 10. 368 for 8.
George Scrimshaw has never made double figures in a first-class match in his career.
In comes Shipley again, balls, and he's hit 4 more, straight back down the ground. It could have been a caught mole, but it wasn't, and he's got back-to-back boundaries as George Scrimshaw. Total goes to 370 for 8. Sorry, I think I said 368. It was 366, but now 2 boundaries in a row. And Scrimshaw is within 2 of becoming the 10th Derbyshire player to make it into double figures. Just to reiterate, only once in the history of Derbyshire has every batsman got into double figures. And Scrimshaw needs 2 more. We've still got the number 11 to worry about.
Yeah, that is a concern.
Sarangal Akmal. I know nothing of his batting prowess, so I don't mean that to be disrespectful.
I don't think the word prowess has ever been used.
In any way. Scrimshaw's got to get 2 more. Dave Griffin probably can't look. In comes Shipley bowls. He's at it again. He's clubbed that down the ground, and that's gone for 4 more. So 3 consecutive
thank you, George.
boundaries.
You can go.
George Scrimshaw goes to some lower order entertainment here. George Scrimshaw's enjoying his time doing it. It must be the sea air. He's taken 5 wickets, and now bang, 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 3 fours in a row. Henry Shipley's started this over probably thinking, well, yeah, perhaps I could go for a 5 for here. He's gone for 15 in this over. 3 fours, a no ball and a single.
It's his highest score in first-class cricket, George Scrimshaw.
And he'll be very pleased. I bet his friends on the balcony are probably quietly chuckling because now Sussex have changed the field and the gully has come out.
Yeah, taking one of the slips out. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I think this might be short. In comes Shipley, bowls, and he's at it again. He's going down the leg side. He's hit on the pad. He's not going to die wondering, is he,
No,
George
he's not.
Scrimshaw?
He's not, but he can do what he wants now. He's got to double figures. That's the good thing.
And in the course of the match, these are useful runs because the arrears now has come down to 28.
Remarkable. In fact, I'm going to make a note of George Scrimshaw hitting 3 fours in successive balls.
Shipley again. He's bowled a dot ball, so he'll be pleased about that. What's going to happen now? It's entertaining stuff. Comes in bowled. Scrimshaw pulls it away onto the leg side. Got that very high on the bat. He's pinched the strike. He goes to 13. Derbyshire to 375 for 8. In all honesty, these will be irritating runs as far as Sussex are concerned, all joking apart, because Sussex will be desperately keen to get out there. There's 65 overs left in the day. We will lose 2 of those for a change of innings. And Sussex will be wanting to step on the accelerator, get a lead, and set Derbyshire some sort of a challenge tomorrow. I'm sure that'll be the plan. But, of course, with Derbyshire getting closer and closer to the Sussex total, it in some ways opens the door for Derbyshire as well. Sussex won't be able to go too gung-ho. And I can't believe Derbyshire will bowl as badly as they did in the morning session yesterday.
Well, you'd hope not, wouldn't you? Yeah, you really would hope not. Nathan McAndrew then bowling to George Scrimshaw, currently on 13 not out of just 9 deliveries. Decent strike rate, 150 or so. Maybe going back and saying, what's all the problem here? Outscored Harry Kane, the opener. Outscored Anuj Dal. Almost caught up with Alex Thompson, who's been out there for 36 deliveries. And McAndrew is on his way in. Balls to Scrimshaw, who ducks underneath the short one. Ball goes through to the keeper. I'd be slightly careful as well, and this is a semi-serious point, but I'd be slightly wary of bowling too many short deliveries to George Scrimshaw as a bowler, on account of the fact that they're probably going to have to go out and bat and face him, and he is bowling at in excess of 90 miles an hour.
Yes.
And I'm sure he's got a good memory for that sort of thing.
Sure he has.
Most quick bowlers do. There used to be a convention where you would not bowl short deliveries to fellow bowlers. That's gone out the window. Spirit cricket and all that. As McAndrew bowls, he does underneath another short one. It's all going to be very tedious. If you're not going to take it off, it's almost pointless bowling it. Just taking time out, only 2 deliveries obviously, but taking time out of the game, it would be better, I think. Certainly it would make more sense to pitch it up to a 6'8" batsman who is currently on a career high 13 not out. Strike rate's tumbling by the delivery, but he's doing the right thing and not taking on the short delivery. He waits now as McAndrew comes in and bowls, and that one is fiddled at outside the off stump by Scrimshaw, and he goes through to the keeper, Carter. Yeah, instead of fiddling, get it smacked.
I just wonder that. I just wonder he might just think to himself, I'm going to get out if I fiddle around here. Let's just
well, he is.
Put my foot down the wicket.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to be gained by not having a bit of a swing at it. I was trying to see. It means I've got to take my glasses off, so I'll do it after the next delivery. Kander at the top of his mark, ready to come in from CN. 375 for 8 Derbyshire, and that one's down the leg side and taken very neatly by Ollie Carter. I was just going to see if and Lackmal is padded up. Well, he's certainly wearing his whites, but I can't see if he's wearing his... Oh, yes, he is. He's got his pads on, so we're going to see Saranga Lackmal. That's good news.
I don't think it would be funny for Greg, but it is seems to be quite amusing if Derbyshire declared.
Well, they did that last season.
Oh, right, yeah. So he didn't get to
and
it.
Lackmal didn't go out to bat. Yeah.
And were they still on for the double figures?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. McAndrew bowls, and that one is, well, he tries to flick it away down the leg side, George Grimshaw, but he gets nowhere near it really, and McAndrew's giving him a mouthful here, certainly giving him a stare. Oh, bit of feistiness out there. Don't like these tail enders surviving as long as George has. He's faced 14 balls for his 13 now. Those 3 fours in successive deliveries of Henry Shipley, a particular highlight of my trip to Hove, along with George Scrimshaw's first career 5 for. Where's he pitching this? He's just told Carvalhas to drop back a little bit at long on. Is he going to give him a slower ball to try and... no, he's just going to bowl another one down the leg side. They're going to go through for a bye. I'm not sure what McAndrew was thinking of there. Whatever it was, I don't think he carried out the plan that he had in mind. And at the end of the over, another run to the Derbyshire total, 376 for 8 now. Means they trail by 26. 13 to Scrimshaw, 19 to Thompson, and George has pinched the strike again.
He has.
Unless they thought, well, we'll give him the strike, but I'm not sure, unless they're going to change the bowling, which it doesn't look like they're going to do. In fact, they're not. Henry Shipley's already removed his cap and he's got the ball in his hand, and he'll have the memories of the previous over. I think he conceded 16 in all.
Well, there were certainly 3 boundaries. There was a no ball.
And a couple of singles. Yeah.
And there's a long on. Nathan McAndrew's gone about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, out towards the players' pavilion, and the field is fairly well scattered, so respect here for George.
I fancy George for a 6 here.
And in comes Shipley, running in over the wicket, bowls, and he defends straight down the wicket. A respectable 4 defence if there is no run. So just in terms of the field, there's a fine leg, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket on the boundary, so 3 men on the leg side boundary, then a long on who's about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, a sweeper on the cover point boundary, then 2 men in front of square on the offside, saving 1. The close catchers now restricted to just 2 slips, Tom Alsop and Tom Clark. Shipley looking for this 5th wicket. He's in and bowls, and Scrimshaw just leans back and just deflects the ball down to Jack Carson, who comes trotting in from deep backward square to field. Not entirely sure about that fielding position, really. I mean, that was a very comfortable single for just a push into the offside. Really, he hasn't really shown inclination. The only thing I can think of having the fielder there is maybe for the mistimed heave on the leg side and gets a big top edge. But
I'm sure he's got one in him.
Well, and now the field has spread to allow the single.
Yes, I've never really understood this kind of thing.
Which, I'm not entirely sure about, really. Tom Haynes is in deep conversation with Henry Shipley at mid-off, and they've sent that fielder at mid-wicket back to the leg side boundary. Shipley in again, bowls, and nicely played by Alex Thompson. He's going to get at least one here, and probably two. Yeah, they'll come back for the second. Jack Castle with the throw. He's going to move on. Good throw, good cricket, good running. Thompson played it out into the offside. There was always a couple of runs there, but he needed to get a bit of a move on. Very decisive running. Despite a good bit of fielding by Carson. Thompson goes to 21, 379 for 8. The rears down to 24. Which
It's neither here nor there, really, is it?
no,
anymore?
it isn't. No, it isn't.
Not really.
The way Derby, it's a funny game, isn't it? You know, Derbyshire might edge into a lead here, then all of a sudden, I don't know. It just feels a different game, doesn't it? It's the vagaries of 4-day cricket. In comes Shipley, bowls, Thompson forward, and there's singles. I'm not sure Sussex got their tactics right here. It's just an observation that that's just a push into the onside for a single, and Thompson can certainly bat. We've seen that. And Scrimshaw is no mug either. I mean, he's
Well, he is, but the mid-on and mid-off are back where you'd expect them to be for a spinner.
yes.
So there's always a single to them because they're too far back, really. And if you don't hit it too hard, then by the time it gets to them, you can be through for that single fairly comfortably.
It comes back to what we were saying yesterday about, you know, you're either on the one or you're not. You might as well be back on the fence. In comes Shipley bowls, and he's going to get more runs here. He's going to get an inside edge down to deep backward square and picks up a single. And this will be irritating Shipley, who's picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 122. But Scrimshaw goes to 15, Fletch, yes.
Yes.
381 for 8.
Yeah.
The deficit between the two, 21. As Fletcher was saying, it's neither here nor there to a certain extent, but you know, it's just irritating. The Sussex openers are probably there thinking we might be batting soon, but you know, you never know quite when. Shipley again going to bowl to Thompson, and Thompson hammers this one away through the offside. He's not going to go for 4 because Carson is in hot pursuit, fields the ball a yard inside the boundary in front of the clock tower scoreboard. But 2 more for Alex Thompson, who goes to 24. He's faced 39 deliveries. And Derbyshire edging towards the 400. At this stage, they were thinking, come on, we can get ourselves another batting bonus point here.
Yes, indeed.
383 for 8.
Still 9 overs of for the potential bonus point.
And Sussex will be thinking, well, you know, we need another wicket to pick up the maximum bowling points. So
Turn round at half-time, 7 apiece.
yeah, which would be about right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's not much between the sides, is there, at the moment, certainly. So the Sussex player goes up the steps into the pavilion. It's either Tom Haynes or James Coles, but I couldn't see which of them it was. And I think we've seen the end of Nathan McAndrew for the time being. It's Jack Carson coming back, 16 overs, 2 maidens.
This might be interesting.
A couple of wickets as well. Yes. Oh, come on, George. Do your worst. Now, the ideal would be for him to hit a couple of 6s and get out, and then give Lackmell the opportunity to come in and hit a couple of 6s and get double figures. Then we can all go home happy, and Derbyshire would be in the lead. A lot of discussions going on, fielders moving from one side of the wicket to the other and back again. Substitute fielder Brad Curry on in his floppy sun hat. We've got Tom Haynes just down below us at long on.
Oh, Nathan McAndrew's lost his hat.
Well, he will.
And his glasses.
He will do, won't he? Because they're ridiculous things.
Right, he's had to run across and get his hat.
Pop your cap on. There's a good ball. So the batsmen decide they'll have a little chat while Sussex are faffing around here.
Well, and they are faffing around. You know, as they slow over 8 or something, you know, come on, get the field sorted out.
There's still 63 overs to be played today, which is 2 full sessions.
Yes.
And we're already at 27 minutes past 2. Scrimshaw waits, Carson bowls. He defends out into the offside, very watchfully picked up by Brad Curry.
He did have a little look this way, though, Dave. I don't know if he's looking towards you, but he's eyeing up this leg side boundary.
He's trying to prove me wrong.
He is. Successfully. I might tell him when I see him.
Oh, I'll tell him. Don't worry about that. He bowls and 2 steps down the track and defends it this time. Scrimshaw, nicely done. Applause. One of the bails has blown off.
Yeah, we might need to get the heavy bales out, you know, such as the strength of the wind.
Not a fan of the heavy bails. Usually very black, aren't they? made of very hard wood. Carson's in again, bowls, and Scrimshaw goes back into his crease, turns it nicely into the leg side, little around away to our right for Dan Ibrahim. And Scrimshaw's moved on to 16 now, smashing his previous best out of the water. He is only playing his 6th first-class match, though, it should be remembered. I can't remember the last time I saw him bat, apart from that very brief appearance in the T20 this season. Carson bowls to Thompson, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Going to get messages soon saying, what did you mean when you said George Scrimshaw couldn't bat? Thompson waits, Carson bowls to him, clips it into the leg side. They're going to go through for another single and move on to 385 for 8. It means they trail by just 17 runs now.
Yeah, well, it's been a good effort, you know. What were they at one stage? I mean, they lost that very early wicket of Harry Kane, didn't they?
Yes, that was a blow.
But fairly consistent.
Next one's defended by Scrimshaw out into the offside. It's the end of the over. 8-5 for 8. Scrimshaw has 16 from 22 deliveries. Thompson 25 from 41. And I've been summoned.
Fletcher's keeping very fit. He has to run from our studio here to the next door studio every half hour to keep the listeners up in Derbyshire informed of Derbyshire's progress. Now, we are going to get a double change, and we are going to get from the Cromwell Road end, Nathan, are we going to get McAndrew? I think we are. Nathan McAndrew is going to take over from Henry Shipley, who has picked up those 4 wickets. Nathan McAndrew wicketless so far, 19 overs, 2 maidens. Conceded 72 runs. 62 overs left to be bowled today, so still, as Fletcher was saying, plenty of cricket. Nathan McAndrew is taking an age here. He's scratching away at the crease. And Sussex does need to be a little careful. That over 8 is showing level at the moment, but if there's much more fiddling around, he's still going. Scratching away. Well, now he's happy. Alex Thompson takes the opportunity to take off his helmet and just readjust his pads and gloves. And it is going to be McAndrew now. Thompson goes down and does a bit of gardening, just as McAndrew wheels around and makes sure his bowling disc is in the right place. He's going to come in to bowl to the right-handed Alex Thompson. 25 not out. As Alex Thompson, in comes McAndrew bowls, and Thompson just eases that one onto the leg side and picks up a very comfortable single. He goes to, in fact, it's gone all the way to the fence. I thought that had been cut off, but it's gone all the way for 4 runs. So it was just a little dab onto the leg side. And that's the thing about this short boundary this week, that sometimes the merest push seems to disappear for 4 runs, and it was just a little clip off the hip. He runs away for 4 runs. Alex Thompson goes to 29.
Cricket update. Bringing the latest from the County Championship, Adrian Harms watching Sussex at the county ground in Hove.
Yes, late order resistance here from Derbyshire, Danny, which will be pretty irritating for Sussex. Derbyshire 389 now for 8. It means they just trail Sussex by 13 runs. Alex Thompson holding them up. He made 29. Earlier on in the day, a very good century from Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. He made 105. Henry Shipley, the New Zealander, the most successful of the Sussex bowlers, he's taken 4 of the wickets to fall. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Nottinghamshire eventually all out for 399 against Surrey. They lead Surrey by 44.
OK, so it looks like Sussex and Derbyshire pretty evenly matched here.
Yeah, very evenly matched. I mean, and it's been a good display here by Derbyshire, particularly the lower order. It will be frustrating, though, for Sussex, Danny, because they really need to win matches if they're going to force themselves into the promotion race in Division 2. So Sussex will want to bat. When they do bat, they'll want to get on with it and then set Derbyshire some sort of a target tomorrow. So we could be in for some really good cricket over the next couple of days, and still 61 overs to be bowled today as well. So if you fancy a bit of cricket, good day to come down and watch.
Take your radio or your mobile with you, because then you can listen to Adrian's commentary on the BBC Sport website or Sport app as well. We'll bring you regular updates.
McAndrew in bowls. Sorry, I had to take a drink there because I had a tickle in my throat. Played onto the onside by Alex Thompson. He goes to 30. 390 for 8. The arrears now just 12. Thompson and Scrimshaw just have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. But just to pick up on the point I was making there in the update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, it really is the case. It looks like Durham are going to win, and Durham are almost home and hosed, aren't they, in this race for promotion? And it just leaves one other space available, and fortune is going to favour the Brave over the next half a dozen matches. There's going to have to be some declarations, there's going to be some inventive cricket, which could make it very exciting in the latter stages of the season. In comes McAndrew, bowls to Scrimshaw, who edges that short of Clark, who's fielding in the gully, and there is no run. Just keeping you up to date with events up at Durham, where Gloucestershire have recovered slightly, but they're 43 for 4, all 4 wickets there to Matthew Potts, still trailing by 94. And when you look at the table in Division 2 of the County Championship, Durham at the start of this match were already 36 points clear of Leicestershire in second. They've won 4 matches, Durham. The most anyone else has won is 2. So it looks very much as if Durham will make it 5 wins in that game. In comes McAndrew bowls, and Scrimshaw plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. A rather weary Nathan McAndrew wanders to get his sun hat back from umpire Adnam at the far end of the ground. He's bowled 20 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 77. And Derbyshire going along very nicely, but very irritatingly as far as Sussex are concerned. This 9th wicket partnership, 390 for 8. Scrimshaw on 16. Sussex are still going to persist with the spin from Jack Carlson from the sea end of the ground. It is going to be Alex Thompson who is on strike. In comes Carlson bowls, and that's an easy single. I'm not really sure Sussex has got their tactics right here. I mean, that's just a dab into the offside for a single. Very straightforward single as well. And actually, since the beginning of this partnership, Thompson has shown a lot of faith in Scrimshaw. He's not been afraid to push the run off the first ball of the over. Now, Tom Haynes is coming in from long on, but he's not really saving a single. He's about halfway to the boundary. Let's see what Scrimshaw does. I think sooner or later he's going to have a look to get down the track here. Comes in and bowls. Not on this occasion, just dabs it into the offside, and there is no run. These two coming together when the score was 358. So already it's a partnership of 33 between these two.
It's bizarre.
Fletcher's back with us from his update. Carlson in bowls, Scrimshaw forward, plays very sensibly onto the onside, and there is no run.
In the last 2 partnerships, that both involved Alex Thompson. In fact, the one before that did as well, but they've added 84 runs.
Well, yeah.
And even though Alex has only got 31 of them, as long as he stays out there, that's the main thing, really.
Carlson again. In and bowled. Here he comes, Scrimshaw down the wicket driving. He picks up a single out into the offside and goes to 17. 392 for 8. The arrears now just 10 runs. Who knows? I mean, I know a lead of, if Derbyshire could get a lead of 20 or 30, just psychologically you're going out to bat again.
I
think it does. I really do think it does, and that's perhaps what the Derbyshire lads are thinking, and they'll know how irritated Sussex are getting by this. Carlson in again, bowls. Well, kept a little low, but Thompson with a flick of the wrist eases the ball away through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 32. 393 for 8. He's had a good game, Alex Thompson. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, and 32 useful runs here.
He's a good lad.
Carlson again.
Big angler.
In bowls, quicker delivery, which Scrimshaw just plays into the offside. There is no run. Into another Jack Carlson over. No signs of any real turn. Certainly at this stage of proceedings. Carlson 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 59. What did you say his nickname is?
No, he's a big angler.
A big angler?
Yeah, he loves his fishing.
Okay. That's Thompson or?
Tomo, yeah, likes his, and he's got dash-ons as well.
Right.
Yeah.
How many?
At least 2.
Oh.
I think.
Okay. Probably doesn't take the dash-ons fishing, I should think. What is he?
Uses them as bait. He's a good lad. He's
never had the patience for fishing. I've got two brothers who were both very keen fishermen, very keen cricketers as well, but very keen on fishing. I never had the patience, Fletch.
I did it a bit. You put the maggots under your tongue and get them lively, don't you, and stuff like that. But
I used to get in a tangle, and I'm just not very practical, to be honest.
Nathan McAndrew, who's getting angrier and angrier by the minute, in and bowls to Alex Thompson, who just pushes this out into the offside, and there is a comfortable single for him there, because the ball dribbles along the ground to Jack Carson, who comes in off the point boundary. I'm not sure what he's doing there. And they go through for another single, the deficit into single figures.
Australia Australia won 27 for 3, batting first against England in the 50-over international. Apparently England have dropped 4 catches, which isn't great.
No, you can't afford to do that, can you?
I'm glad they've now brought Carson up to point, because I thought that was a ridiculous field place, and he's doing nothing
every time.
Single just for a dab for a single, and I think they've recognised that Thompson's very happy to give Scrimshaw the strike.
He's on 17 from 28, George. He waits, crouches a little bit. McAndrew bowls to him, and it falls over McAndrew. Not for the first time. He's the only one who's with that, and it's always been from the Cromwell Road end. Yeah. And you just wonder. I mean, he'll scratch away again now. Look, yeah, there we go. Oh, he's not happy.
No, he's not.
He's not a happy man. 394 for 8.
No, he's not. He keeps going. He finds himself back in Australia doing that, and he's been scratching. Just that previous over, he was there for a good minute.
Yeah.
He's clearly not happy with the foothold, but he's always taking time out of the game, and I mean, overrates. It's still showing level at the minute, but I just want to get on with it here.
Just the 59 overs and 4 balls to go today as we approach 20 to 3. So you brought your sleeping bags out there.
Oh, crumbs.
As McAndrew is in, bowls to Scrimshaw, who plays and misses.
Yeah, I think it was a play miss.
Yeah. Ball goes through to Ollie Carter, who stands there with his legs apart and his hands on his hips. Can't quite believe that it hasn't taken the edge. Although there is a big gap, and I don't like those gaps. The big gap between the slip fielder and the gully.
No, I agree.
Nearly 9 times out of 10, that's certainly the impression you get. If the ball is edged, it'll go between them. We've seen it a couple of times already. I always think, just close it up, and if it goes past the right hand of the last man in the cordon, then fair play, but they crouch down at the slip cordon, and Scrimshaw turns this very comfortably into the leg side for a singler, moves on to 18, 395 for 8, the deficit's 7. Sun trying to break through. It is still very cloudy. The clouds are moving very quickly, though. It is exceptionally windy out there. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard are really tugging at the flagpoles. McAndrew, I suppose part of his bad mood will be the fact he's bowled almost 21 overs and he's 0 for 79. Bowlers don't like going through innings without taking wickets. He's in again now to bowl to Thompson, who's played a missed at that one outside the off stump. Ball flashes through to the keeper. McAndrew just turns, can barely believe it, throws his head back. Complete frustration. Gets a little round of applause. 1 or 2 of the fielders are just cleaning their nails and doing a few stretching exercises. Just looking at Jack Carson to our right, who's a long way back. Look at his nails there.
They've gone back to that position, though.
Yeah.
I don't really understand it, even for Alex Thompson, to be honest.
He's on strike now. And then comes McAndrew and bowls, and he whips this one away into the leg side. 2 fielders converge on the ball. There'll only be a single there. There is only a single there as it's fielded by Coles. Not Coles. It's Brad Curry to the left-arm throw that fooled me. 396 for 8 at the end of the over. Thompson pinches the strike on this occasion. He's got 34. Scrimshaw has 18. And these two have put on 38 so far for the 9th wicket. And if Saranga's thinking of taking his pads off, that would really peeve David Griffin.
It would.
If they declared again. I don't think they will. I don't see any advantage in it, really.
I think, Derbyshire will just keep going here. I mean, it's irritation value for Sussex, who would have hoped that soon after lunch they could wrap this innings up and then go about, getting some sort of a lead and thinking about a declaration at some stage tomorrow. That'll be interesting, and I don't think it'll be the sort of declaration which will be a declaration where Derbyshire have got no chance. I think they will definitely dangle the carrot at some stage tomorrow.
It'll be interesting. That light on the top of that tower block.
Yeah.
That is really bright.
It
I don't
is.
know what kind of light that is, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah, fluorescent light up there, isn't it? That really is, yeah. The sun is trying to come out, still pretty cloudy around, but still very breezy, as Fletcher was saying. In comes Carson, coming running into bowl to Thompson, who's 34 not out, and Thompson plays that really very comfortably down to deep mid-wicket, picks up another single. 397 for 8. Derbyshire needing another 3 more runs for a 4th batting bonus point. Sussex are starting to run out of time here to take this wicket if they're going to claim all the bowling points that are available. Slipping a short leg, and it perhaps sounds slightly pedantic to say a point, but I think it could come down to a point for promotion at the end of the season. In comes Carson Bowles, clubbed away by Scrimshaw. He was looking to drill that one down the ground, but the ball ends up deep point, fielded there by James Coles, and there is no run. Ari Carvelos is warming up at mid-off, so perhaps we'll see a bit of Carvelos down the hill. 398 for 8. Scrimshaw on to 19, but this is Alex Thompson who's on strike. Carson in bowls, and Thompson drives all the way through extra cover. That's going to be 4 runs. Not only does that bring up the 400, which is clearly another batting point as far as Derbyshire are concerned, but it also brings Derbyshire level, 402 for 8. And Jack Carson wasn't too happy, I think, with the fielding effort there by, I think it was Brad Curry, who's a very good fielder. Or maybe Carson was just annoyed with the delivery of the bowled. He sort of kicked away in frustration. Good shot, though, by Thompson, who goes to 39.
Yeah.
Cast in again. Thompson back on his stumps and plays the ball down to mid-on, where Haynes is in quickly and fields. Tom Clark running after the ball there was really struggling. I know he's got a problem with his ankle. Tom Clark, he had a procedure on that back last winter, but he's not running very freely. Is the young 22-year-old who made 96 in the first innings. Carson in again, bowled and driven nicely through the offside by Thompson. That's another single. And Derbyshire are in positive territory.
Remarkable.
403 for 8.
307 for 3. 307 for 7. You've got fairly good odds.
Absolutely.
I would suggest.
Yeah, absolutely. Carson in again, bowls, and Scrimshaw is that kept a little low, I think. He's a big fella, is George Scrimshaw, but he was having to stoop down to play that. There is no run. End of the over. 403 for 8 are Derbyshire here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, wherever you're listening from, a very good afternoon. You can contact us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. There were 1 or 2 tweets, actually. I've been a little amiss and not read those out, so I'll have a little look through and see where they are. There is going to be a bowling change. I think it's the first time in the match that Ari Carvelos has bowled down the hill.
Yeah.
Which he's going to do in a couple of moments. So let's have a look at some of the messages, if I can find them. Alan says, I had a pair of heavy bails when I umpired in the Lancashire League many months ago. I'm not sure if that's something I should read out or not. But
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
having started to read, I don't know whether I should read the rest of it anyway.
Lovely.
But it's going to be Carvelos.
I said something on my latest update. I may live to regret. 403 for 8. And it's Thompson on strike. Carvelos bowls and he's driven handsomely down the ground. It might not have the legs to get all the way to the boundary. It's being chased, but it does, in fact, have the legs to get there. Tom Haynes was giving chase, but the ball races to the boundary up the hill. And Thompson moves on to 44. Does have a half century in first-class cricket.
Pretty good knock, Fletch.
Yeah.
He came at a tricky time as well.
High score of 54. Not out, and we're watching it. We're all living in a George Scrimshaw world here, and I like it. Thompson waits and then thrashes that out towards mid-off, and he's caught. And he's been caught nicely by Tom Haynes at mid-off. A tumbling catch to his right, and that brings to an end a very good innings from Alex Thompson. I shouldn't have mentioned his highest score in first-class cricket because he's fallen short of that one, but it's been a good innings nonetheless. A decent catch, though, tumbling to his right by Tom Haynes. And Harry Carvalhos has got another wicket. He's turning into a decent day for him. He's got 3 wickets now. Having bowled 18 overs and 2 balls. And Thompson goes for 44 off 56. Derbyshire, if I can scroll that, for 407 for 9, and this is the important moment now. Blimey.
Partnership of 49, was that right, Fletch?
It was, yes, off 57 deliveries. So he's shared in a standard 51 with Sam Connors and 49 off just 57 balls.
A good knock. I mean, as you say, at least it's lifted Derbyshire into positive territory. So, I have to see how Lackmell performs.
It could either be over very quickly or be very exciting, I think. That would be my guess.
Back on at New Road, Worcestershire 139 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 407. Glamorgan 139 for 7 against Leicestershire in Cardiff. Gloucestershire now 58 for 4, trailing Durham by 79. There, the other games going on in Division 2 at the moment.
So the moment of truth has arrived. The first 10 batsmen have all got to double figures. Enter former Sri Lankan Test player Suranga Lackmell. Carvalhos bowls to him, and I thought he was going to be bowled there. He stepped into the leg side and played a sort of scooping type shot out into the leg side.
Having seen that first shot, I think my feeling would be it is unlikely.
I think it's highly unlikely, but
you never know.
No, you don't. No,
I mean, he only needs to connect with it. He's got that leg side boundary to hit to.
What I would say is he's batted 5 times and he's only been out once.
Right, okay. Perhaps I do him a disservice.
High score of 12 not out, so he's got it in him. Come on, Suranga. In comes Carvalhos, and he has a swing and a miss. A big swing and a miss. He's targeting that short boundary. He thinks that's his best option, Suranga Lackmell. Wow.
He has. I think he has little intention of playing straight, Fletch.
No, I think you might be right.
I'm sure Greff is watching us thinking, yeah, this isn't going to be the day it's going to... And now Sussex put someone else back on the leg side boundary. Just in case.
But the trouble is, it's such a short boundary, you can't really defend it, can you? As Carvalhos bowls. Oh, look at that beautiful defensive shot from Lackmell, pushes it back towards the bowler. The lead, in as much as the deficit was neither here nor there, the lead is neither here nor there, 5 runs only. But it is a lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plenty of time. I mean, Derbyshire could bowl Sussex out today, set up victory tomorrow, and we could all go home about 3 o'clock. That would be nice. It won't happen. Here's Carvalhos bowls, and that's launched down the ground. He's going to be caught, and the record is going to stay intact from 1932. Suranga Lackmell goes for a duck, caught by the man coming around from mid-on, and Carvalhos has 4 wickets for his troubles. Derbyshire all out. Sadly, for 407, it means they lead by 5.
I think that was Henry Shipley who took the catch.
Thank you.
But well done, Harry Carvalhos. He's picked up 4 wickets, 4 for Henry Shipley as well. So it all came to an end rather abruptly, didn't it? And the record stands intact for another day.
Yeah, well, we sort of got the feeling it might. They don't really bat down. He only faced 4 deliveries, incidentally, Suranga Lackmell.
Well, he hit it, actually. I thought it was going for 6, first of all, but then it became apparent he hadn't sort of got all of it. So I think what Fletch and I are going to do, there's only the pair of us here today, so I think we're going to just put the kettle on, allow everybody to settle down and wait for the start of the Sussex innings, which I think could well be quite entertaining. So don't go anywhere, because we could be in for a good few hours of cricket yet. So Derbyshire all out for 407. It's a lead of 5. We're going to have a quick breather and back with you in good time for the start of the Sussex reply.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Make their way out to the middle. Tom Haynes and Tom Clark about to start the second innings. The great news is that the sun is out. The clouds look relatively high. The threat of showers, certainly for the time being, seems to have receded. Not that it has rained, but that was certainly in the forecast. So the good news is everything is looking good for the rest of the day, fingers crossed. And there is a lot of cricket still to be played tonight. 55 overs remain in the day. Sussex trailing by 5. My suspicion is, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, that Sussex will be wanting to step on the accelerator as they did yesterday. And we could well see an exciting run chase tomorrow in this game. I'm Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, my co-commentator, just updating the listeners up in the Midlands. And it is going to be Saranga Lakmal who is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. There are 3 slips in place. He's going to be bowling to Tom Clark, who top scored for Sussex in the first innings, very fine innings of 96. Here's Clark, who is on strike as in comes Lakmal in bright sunshine running down the hill. Bowls, and the first ball is just let go outside of the off stump. And there is no run. You can see Alex Thompson, the off spinner, just warming up down below us. I'm not sure whether he's going to... I thought he's going to be opening the bowling. Comes Lakmal down the hill, bowls, and I thought they were going to be the first runs of the reply, played very firmly to backward point footed by Anuj Dal, and there is no run. So those of you just joining us today wondering what on earth's been happening, well, we said 100 from Brooke Guest, he made 105. Some very good lower order resistance from Derbyshire as well, who at one stage were 307 for 7. The tail wagged with a vengeance with the final 3 wickets, adding 100 runs, eventually out for 407. With a lot of overs to be bowled tonight, this game far from done and dusted. In comes Lakmal, bowls, and Clark sits on the pad. That looks close, and he's given out, and Tom Clark is on his way. He's trapped in front by Saranga Lakmal. Well, certainly there was no question of that being a problem with height. Hit him fairly low down. Clark not really forward, making 96 in the first innings. He's trapped in front in the first over. And Sussex would have been looking, we did say this about, I mean, there's no suggestion that Tom Clark was looking to play an attacking shot. I think it's just a good ball. He didn't get forward enough. Clark is on his way. And Sussex are 0 for 1. Sorry, Fletcher.
No, you're all right. You carry on.
I turned you down.
Yeah, good start for Derbyshire. Well, the perfect start. Let's face it, Clark, who batted really nicely first time around, didn't he? Really nicely, and was the main man for long periods of that first innings, has gone. And you said there's a lot of time left in this game. 55 overs left today at the start of that over. An hour to bat now before tea, and then goodness knows how long the final session's going to be. And well, just look at that board. 402 plays 407, 7 bonus points apiece. There's nothing between the sides. So what happens in the third innings, it quite often determines what happens in a game.
Certainly does.
That will be the case today and tomorrow.
Just looking at some of the other schools around the country, some of the players who've been involved in England recently, no longer involved. Rory Burns having a shocking season.
Yeah, you can't buy a run, can you?
Well, he's got a pair in the game against Nottinghamshire.
Oh dear.
Surrey 34 for 1, still trailing Notts by 10 runs up at the Oval. But this is all about Hove, and here comes Sarangalakmal racing in down the hill. Bowls to Tom Alsop, who... Well, he fenced at one outside the off stump. I thought he got a little nick on that. First of all, ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Good carry. To be fair to this pitch, there has been good carry.
Pitch. Yeah, no, I like it. I like the pitch. Yeah, no, it's been fair, hasn't it? The odd one has kept low, and you don't mind that as the game goes on anyway, because otherwise we'd play for days and days, like the pitches we had last season in the ridiculously warm weather. It was just madness last season. This is much more like it.
Australia won 62 for 4 off 33 overs in the Women's Ashes at Bristol. Lakmal in bowls, also lets us go. He's bowling with good pace there, Sarangalakmal. This is probably quicker than he bowled in the first innings.
Absolutely, It is a lot quicker.
He's absolutely motoring in down the hill.
Trying to see who might bowl the... you'd expect it will almost certainly be Sam Connors, because he has been opening the bowling, but I might give George a go up the hill.
Yeah. Elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire now 78 for 5, still trailing the leaders Durham by 59. That looks almost a foregone conclusion, if there is such a thing. Lakmal in bowls, Alsop steers it into the offside. They take a very quick single, does Tom Alsop. The third Tom in the top 3, Haynes, Clark and Alsop. All Toms, all left-handers. It's the end of the over, and Sussex are 1 for 1 with Tom Clark, who made 96 in the first innings, out LWW without bothering the scorers.
Well, this is interesting.
Well, I saw Alex Thompson warming up down here just a few moments ago, and I said in commentary, Alex Thompson warming up, I wouldn't have thought that he'll be opening the bowling, but that is exactly what is going to happen.
Very interesting, yeah. So perhaps there is some turnout. I mean, we can't see the turn, can we? That's the problem. He's been out there batting. He may have come back and said, I'll tell you what, Skip, it's turning. Give me the new ball. Well, it's got a bit of bounce in it, because they go soft quite quickly, the Kookaburras, after about 20 overs, they reckon. So pace at one end and spin at the other. Very interesting. Plus, he's just batted really nicely. She had in a couple of big stands, put on in excess of 100 runs with the rest of the tail. So his confidence will be high. And as you said, Adrian, he bowled nicely in the first innings, picked up 3 wickets. I also think it gives, as an opening bat in the Championship, you're not expecting the spinner. Absolutely not.
Expect the unexpected.
So here we go then. Tom Alsop on strike. Thompson bowls to him, and it dabbed into the offside. Picked up by Brooke Guest.
Derbyshire will be cock-a-hoop here, because 150 without loss at lunch on the first day, you're probably thinking you're almost out of the game.
It felt like they were, didn't it?
It really did.
It felt like they were. Fall back really nicely. Next delivery a bit flatter from Thompson. Pushed out into the offside again. Madsen, who made a half century yesterday, does the fielding. Half centuries, Madsen and Deploy. Century from the man behind the stumps. The 6th of his career. He's just 6 behind Bill Storer now. And that's caught by Wayne Madsen. It's taken the edge of Alsop's bat and he's gone. Wow. Wickets in each of the first 2 overs of the Sussex second innings, and they're 1 for 2. Alsop out for 1.
Wow. We did see Alex Thompson warming up. We wondered if he might bowl. He does. He picks up a wicket with his third ball. And Sussex in real trouble here. Alsop out, caught a slip. Good low slooping out. Is that Madsen in at slip?
Yeah.
When he missed one in the first innings, he wasn't going to miss that. And there'll be some frantic padding up going in that Sussex dressing room. But the skipper is gone. The high scorer in the first innings is gone. Sussex do bat a long way down. We've said that, but they're going to need to. New man coming out is James Coles. But Derbyshire all over Sussex, they're like a rash, and they've we said a lead might be interesting. They led by 5, but Sussex, effectively Sussex 4 for 2 here.
Minus 4 for 2.
Minus 4 for 2 indeed. Yeah.
Yes. Well, that big lead could be very handy. This is madness, isn't it? What a game cricket is. Dot wicket for Alex Thompson. Wicket for Saranga Lakmal.
Well, what this does do, Fletcher, I mean, me and my big mouth, I was saying you expect Sussex to get on with it here. They're looking to set something up tomorrow, but now they've got to this has got to be an entirely different approach from Sussex now. Rip up whatever the plan was 10 minutes ago, and now it's all about, setting the stall out again, batting sensibly.
Thompson in to bowl to the new man Coles, who goes back into his crease and defends it down into the ground, fielded by Harry Kame.
Oh, look at the Derbyshire lads, they're right up on their toes there.
Absolutely. Like you say, 150 without loss at lunch on day one, Sussex. Thompson's in, and that one is clipped into the leg side, fielded by Sam Connors, who's at catching mid-wicket.
You almost jokingly said, Fletch, if Derbyshire bowl Sussex out here, we might all be home by tomorrow afternoon. But
it was a joke.
Yeah.
But absolutely, 1 for 2. Coles waits. Thompson bowls to him, and he goes for a wide one outside the off stump. Misses it. Whether that's just gone on with the arm, because he's got a right-hander to bowl at. But Alex Thompson puts his cap back on after a wicket maiden. 1 over, 1 for none. And Sussex are 1 for 2. Tom Haynes hasn't faced a delivery yet. And James Coles has yet to get off the mark, having faced just 3.
Well, 2 of the 3 Toms are out.
It's a shame, because I like it when there's lots of Toms out there. I don't have to think too much.
Allsop and Clark are gone. Saranga Lakmal, whose tail was up the first over he bowled quicker in that first over than I think he has done in the entire match.
I don't think there's any doubt. Yeah, he looked quicker, didn't he?
Definitely. Yeah, it all looked a bit pedestrian first morning, but I'll tell you what, Derbyshire...
slipping a gully.
Yeah, they've always got 2 gullies in there, Fletcher, haven't they? Or certainly a gully and a point.
And a sweeper out on the short boundaries edge as well, Lansdale.
So Lakmal is racing in down the hill, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes. He bowls, and Haynes takes it on and thrashes the ball away into the offside, but the sweeper is there. Now, that's a good bit of field placing, actually, because in the first innings, Tom Haynes hit 15 boundaries, and a good proportion of them were in that offside region. So clearly Haynes isn't going to get himself bogged down here. He's on his way with a single. Sussex are 2 for 2. In reply, still trailing by 3.
Carry on like this, they'll get 11 or 10.
Yeah. Our side was bowled out once for 11. We were 0 for 7 at one stage. I don't know what that happened up north, but with that thing, we limped to 11 or 13, whatever it was. Lakmal down the hill, bowls, and Coles turns this nicely for a single down to Alex Thompson, who fields down at deep backwards square. He's got to run from side to side, is Alex Thompson, which seems a bit unfair as he's bowling. He's only a spinner, but he's going to keep himself fit, running from fine leg to fine leg. Yeah, we used to have beer matches, though. If a game was over early, you'd have another game, because everyone thinks, well, we don't have much of a game, really. But they were always a bit of a way. It was, so if I'm being honest, it was just killing time until the pub opened, really. It was a beer match. I think there was a beer match that day, 0 for 7.
Wow.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Not good, no.
Not our finest hour. Frantic padding up going on, and Lakmal coming around the wicket to bowl to Tom Haynes, who takes this on, and that's 4 runs. Good shot by Tom Haynes. Just waited, steered the ball through backward point for 4 runs, and that was very reminiscent of the first innings. I don't think that Deploy will let too much of that happen. He has got a man posted on that cover boundary, but he can't cover all the acreage there is out there. That was too wide, and Haynes just leant back and caressed the ball to the boundary down at third, and it puts Sussex in positive territory. They're effectively 2 for 2.
Lead keeps changing hands.
It does. Well, again, the sun comes out. Well, in bowls to Haynes, who drives firmly into the covers. Very pleasant-looking shot from Tom Haynes, who made 86 in the first innings. And Sussex will need something similar here, having lost those couple of wickets. Interesting. Les has been in touch. He must be prophetic, Les, because this was sent at 15:12. He says, with left-handers at the top of the batting order, why not open with the spinner bowling into the rough?
Well, yes.
I would.
Yeah, no, good shout.
Thank you, Les. In North Yorkshire, in comes Lackmale Bowles to Haynes, who flicks this onto the onside. They've taken one. They'll be foolish to attempt a second, and indeed they don't, because Lewis Rees fields, and there is just a single. So Haynes has pinched the strike. Sussex 8 for 2. Coles on 1. Haynes on 6. The men already back in the pavilion. Tom Clark for a duck. Tom Alsop for just a single at one stage. Sussex 1 for 2. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex and Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher on what is becoming an absorbing contest here at the county ground. Lackmale is in over the wicket bowls, and that goes a little low on James Coles, and he needed to dig that out, played it into the offside, and there is no run. So Derbyshire, as we've said a couple of times, who looked almost down and out on the first morning, have really fought back hard into the game. Brooke Guest with an excellent century, 105, the 6th of his first-class career. Really good contributions as well down the order. 44 from Alex Thompson, the off-spinner. 34 from Sam Connors. Runs coming in sort of areas that were unexpected, really, for Derbyshire. Got themselves a little lead and have now picked up 2 prime wickets at the top of the order.
Alex Thompson will be bowling to Tom Haynes for the first time now. The third of the left-handed Toms at the top of the order. Wind rustles his shirt as Thompson goes in, and this one is defended straight back to him by Haynes. On 6 from 6 deliveries now. 5 deliveries. Coles has 1. 8 for 2. Thompson's in again around the wicket, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Connors quickly onto it, throws it into Brooke Guest. Short leg, Harry Kane. Madsen at slip. Standing at is Hayder. Next delivery is up in the air, but it's gone for 6, I think, out towards the Shark stand and goes all the way, surely. Yeah, absolutely. Got hold of that one. Smashed it into the Shark stand away to our left-hand side. A very helpful spectator has just returned it.
Well, I thought for a minute he hit it straight up in the air. I didn't realise he hit it quite as well as he had. A bit baseball, that, from Tom Haynes.
Well, that's the way they play.
They do.
Apparently.
He's not going to spinner dominate him, is he? But
No.
Thompson won't mind that, you know.
No, he won't, because if he can turn one, as he comes in again now and bowls, and that one is cut out to backward point. There's a run round the boundary. There's Hayder. He puts the stride in, absolutely magnificent. He had a difficult time in the field in the first innings, I thought. Hayder Ali dropped a catch, a couple of disappointing bits of fielding, but that was magnificent. He's only saved 1 run, but it was well worth it. Put the dive in at backward point. Haynes moves to 15, 17 for 2. This game moving on apace. And Lear's deployed, just gives him a little hands above the head clap for that piece of fielding out there in the deep. Haynes is certainly looking to be aggressive, as Adrian suggested Sussex would be. Thompson bowls to Coles, and that one is pushed out into the offside. There's it is Saraka Lackmale fielding at point. Blimey. Taking a wicket, his confidence will be high. His batting, not so much. He's got his hands on his hips at backward point. He waits, slipping a short leg in place. Thompson bowls. Coles goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the onside. Connors does the fielding. That's the end of the Thompson over. So he began with a wicket maiden, then conceded 9 runs off his second over. 1 for 9 his figures after 2 overs. Sussex are 17 for 2 with 1 to Coles and 15 to Haynes. Thompson inspects his fingers as he walks back down below us. A watch on his right wrist, which must be slightly irritating for the batsman when he bowls. It is a watch. It looks like a watch.
Yeah.
Might just be counting his steps. Who knows?
It is going to be Lackmale from the Cromwell Road end, racing into ball to Tom Haynes. And Haynes is... I thought for a moment he'd been dropped. It was played very firmly into point. And whoever that is that Andrew Dahl? I think he's hurt his hand.
I think it is.
That was cracked away by Tom Haynes, and I think that he might have...
No, it's Hayder. It's Hayder Ali.
He's okay.
Yeah.
It was a good stop, actually. For a moment, I thought it was a catch. Tom Haynes, this is going to go one of two ways, this, Fletch.
Quick fire 50
Quick 50 or out. Tom Haynes is not hanging around. 15 off 9 balls. Giving plenty of... he's played some lovely shots. Blackmell in bowls. Haynes strikes, plays it on the bounce to backward point. There is no run.
Just testing Hayden's hands out there.
He looks like a man on a mission, doesn't he?
He does.
He really does. He's sort of got his chest is pumped up. Tom Haynes, he looks as if he wants to smack every ball for 4 runs.
Again, the bowlers probably won't mind.
No, I couldn't agree more. Sussex 17 for 2 for those just joining us. Clark and Allsop for 0 and 1 respectively, already back in the pavilion. The Sussex lead is currently 12. 12 for 2 effectively. Blackmell roaring in, down the hill, bowls, and this time Haynes plays a very comfortable forward defensive into the offside. And there is no run. Nothing better, you get a quick bowler racing down the hill here. Fletch, you've got a player in Tom Haynes who's looking to take him on as well. It's great stuff.
Yeah,
really, I'm not saying it's what we live for, but it's great to see. It's whilst I enjoy all formats of the game, but in 4-day cricket you get this sort of intrigue and subplots. You don't really get that, do you? In limited over cricket.
No, it's clearly the best form of cricket.
Blackmell in again, bowls. Haynes drives beautifully. That's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. I don't know if he's got a bus to catch or something, Tom Haynes, or he's going out tonight, or I don't know, perhaps he's getting home to renew his Tottenham season ticket or something. I have no idea, but he's gone on to 19 off just 12 balls, and he's played 4 lovely shots, a 6 over long on of Alex Thompson and 2 beautiful cover drives. This is how he batted in the first innings.
He's scoring almost as quickly as George Grimshaw did early in his innings. George slowed down a little bit. Those 3 4s in succession.
He just looks $1 million when he plays like this. Will it carry on? We shall see. Blackmell down the hill, bowls, and Haynes' time is solidly forward, plays it into the covers, and there is no run. Goes for a little wander, just Tom towards square leg. Just rehearses the stroke. There's a slip in place, a gully and a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg, as well as a sweeper on the cover boundary. I keep missing the sweeper, but with the white seats, sometimes you can miss the fielder who's standing just in front of those seats. He's
there's Dahl out there.
an advert over there for the local electrician. He's standing in front of. The sun has momentarily gone in. Haynes was just disturbed, I think, by a little bit of natter going on behind him. But in comes Blackmell. Raises in bowls to Haynes, who works this one to backward point, fielded by Ali. There is no run. End of a slightly frenetic over. And Blackmell has bowled 3 overs, no maidens on 1 wicket for 12. Sussex 21 for 2. Coles on 1. Haynes on 19. As we were saying, the men out. Clark for a duck, Allsop for 1. Brooke Guest top scoring for Derby. He made 105 in a total of 407 all out. And we've got a game of cricket on our hands here.
We certainly have. Just a lengthy discussion going on there between Wayne Matz and Leas de Ploy, Derbyshire skipper and former skipper. And it goes on. The thumbs up from Wayne Matson as he runs down to the far end to take up his place at slip. There is a short leg in place as well. Coles on 1 will be on strike for the start of a new Alex Thompson over from the CN. He bowls, and he's clipped into the leg side. There's a good stop there by Sam Connors. Slightly unconventional, he let the ball go past him and then dived on it. He gets back to his feet, throws the ball in. There was no run. Those afternoons now where the sun will pop out every now and again as the clouds move very quickly from the west. As Thompson is in, and that one is whipped into the leg side. It actually hits Harry Kame at short leg. He throws it to Brooke Guest. Just throw it back. There you go. Because Guest threw it straight back to him. We've still got 49 overs to come after this. Tea at 4 o'clock. Probably. I mean, we've been told 3 different times so far as Thompson is in, and this one is turned into the leg side. This time they do get a single. In off the boundary comes Hayder. Sussex move to 22 2 for 2 with Coles on 2. He's now bowling against the left-hander, but it's a left-hander who looks intent on scoring quickly.
He does. Virtually every ball he's looking to get on top of the bowling. But as I say, from top, very interesting here that Deploy's kept his mid-on and his mid-off up, and I think that's good captaincy.
I think Lewis Rees could be in play at backward point. This next one is defended by Haynes into the on-side. Anuj Dal, who's a sort of straight mid-wicket, starts polishing the ball furiously on the elbow guard on his left arm.
I'm sure the chatter is here. Go on, why don't you try that again? Hit another 6.
Yeah, he might try. Thompson's in, and this one is clipped into the leg side up towards Big George Scrimshaw, who's fielding at mid-on, and they go through for a single. Haynes moves to 23 for 2. Get the feeling we're at the crucial part of this entire 4 days over the course of the remainder of the day. Thompson is in, Coles dried. Thompson fields nicely, going down to his left-hand side, picks the ball up. End of the over, 2 from it. Coles has 2, Haynes has 20 there, 23 for 2, and therefore lead by 18. Sam Connors goes off momentarily up on the players' area. At the top end, that looks like Nick Potts, who's come on to replace him. So we've lost a floppy sun hat and gained a cap, which is not a bad thing. And again, conversations. Wayne Matson, right at the heart of everything that happens.
Yeah. He skippered before?
He skippered them to promotion 2012. I think he packed in at the end of 15, because Billy Godleman was the skipper when I started. He'd just been appointed in 2016. Yeah, he was a captain for quite a while. I don't think he has any ambition to return to the captaincy, but it'll be interesting to see what they do when Deploy leaves.
In comes Lakmal over the wicket bowls to Haynes, who's back on his stumps and plays that one in very orthodox fashion, backward a square, fielded by Harry Kay, who comes running across with he's got his protective pads under his trousers, you can see. One more to Haynes, who goes to 24 for 2. We completed our little quiz in terms of the top 25 run scorers in world cricket. Griff did give us the next 20 as well. We won't ask for those, but we'll just run through some of the great names in there as well, and that'll prove perhaps a point of discussion as we go through. There's some wonderful names. In comes Lakmal, bowls to Coles, who defends to mid-off, and there is no run. I might need Fletcher's help with a couple of them. I'm not saying he was around when they were playing, but the sun has momentarily gone in, but still plenty of blue sky around. No sign just at the moment of any of the forecast showers. Change in the field, Fletcher's right. Wayne Madsen is really sort of conducting the orchestra from second slip. 77 on his back. 3 slips in place. Lakmal, who's putting up a fair head of steam from the Cromwell Road end, is in and bowls, but Coles is up to it and plays a lovely shot, glancing the ball away through the leg side for 4 runs. Nice shot. And there is this very short leg side boundary towards the Spenkama Pavilion, and James Coles just tucking the ball away for 4 runs. He goes to 6. Sussex to 28 for 2. Coming to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. In a couple of moments' time, so I'll just get myself ready for that. Just the 2 slips now. There's been a change in the field. There's a very straightish mid-wicket gone in. In comes Lakmal bowls, and forward comes James Coles. Played into the straight back down the track. And there is no run. Australia 192 for 6 in the One Day International down at Bristol. A game that England have to win to keep the Ashes alive. That's in the 40th over. Coles waits, the right-handed James Coles. Blackmale is in down the hill, bowls, and Coles drives in the air. That was a risky shot. It wasn't that far away from Harry Kane, who's in there at that straightish mid-wicket. Coles rehearses the shot that should have been a push into the onside, but he was rather squared up and the ball was in the air rather longer than he'd have hoped.
From the county down in Hope is Adrian Harms.
Yes, Sussex in a bit of trouble here, Danny, because in their second innings they're 28 for 2. That's better than it was at one stage. They were 1 for 2 with Tom Clark out for a duck, Tom Alsop out for a single. Tom Haynes, though, going on nicely. He's on 21. James Coles is on 6. And this was after Derbyshire took a lead of 5 runs after the first innings. They finished on 407 all out. So Sussex here fighting hard. They're 28 for 2 in their second innings. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey in their second innings are 58 for 1, leading Nottinghamshire by 14. Rory Burns' wretched run of form continues. He's been out for naught for the second time in the match. We ought to mention as well the Women's Ashes being played down at Bristol today, Danny. Australia's women are 193 for 6 in the 40th over. England needing to win that game to keep the Ashes series alive.
Right, you are. Back with you later on, Adrian. Meantime, the ball-by-ball commentary of those matches continues.
So Josh Thompson is going to carry on this spell from the CN. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. He comes into bowl to Tom Haynes. Haynes is forward solidly, showing the maker's name to Thompson, who fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Thompson's son has gone in momentarily, in on bowls, driven by Haynes through mid-wicket. He picks up a single. Lackman has to race around the leg side boundary and fields. There is 1 more to the total. Tom Haynes goes to 22, the total to 29 for 2. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you want to send us an email or you want to tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. We've still got 47 overs to go today, so lots of cricket. A late finish. In comes Thompson, bowls, driven handsomely by Coles. Everything was correct about that. Plays the ball to mid-off, fielded by Scrimshaw. And there is no run. The corporate hospitality lunch seems to have finished. A few people are emerging, coming out to watch the cricket. A couple of drinks in hand, a couple standing around nattering away. As in comes Thompson, and Coles plays that one with a degree of uncertainty to backward square leg. And again, there is no run. Total remains 29 for 2. The flag still blowing away on top of the clock tower scoreboard, and around the ground the trees are swaying in the breeze. Good day to get the washing dry, but can't see too much washing on flats around the ground. In comes Thompson, bowls, clipped away by Coles to deep mid-wicket. Fielded all the way out there by Ali, who gets in the throw. 30 for 2. They didn't want you?
Well, they're doing some...
Why wouldn't they want you?
They're in the kitchen. They're broadcasting from the kitchen. So
why is that? Because they're cooking food up?
They're doing some kind of Spanish food.
Oh, right.
It sounded nice, actually.
Bit of chorizo?
That was definitely there. I heard that mentioned.
In comes Thompson, bowls, forward comes Haynes, plays back down the track. There is no run. End of a tidy over from Alex Thompson. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. Sussex are 30 for 2 in their second innings. Haynes on 22, Coles on 7, Clark for a duck, and Alsop the men out. The list of players, I'm going to rattle through them. 26 to 45 are Khalid Sharan, Hayward, not sure about Hayward, Alan Jones, MJK Smith, Javed Miandad, Chandapal, Clive Lloyd, Desmond Haynes, Raoul Dravid, Mark Waugh, Ricky Ponting, A. Sandham, R.A. Smith, who I presume is Robin Smith, Chris Gale, Alex Stewart in at number 40, Marcus Truscothick, Derek Randall, Wayne Larkins, Len Hutton, and Stuart Law.
Saranga Lackmal into James Coles. He beats him outside the off stump.
Didn't miss so much, did he?
Good delivery.
Some big names there.
Former Derbyshire man, Stuart Law. They've got Derbyshire players at the bottom of each of the... Yes, I don't think he got anywhere near the vast majority of his runs, but he had a go at it.
Okay.
He's had a spell with Derbyshire, Stuart Law.
Some great names in there, isn't it? You know, Haynes, Lloyd, Miandad, wonderful player.
Khalid Sharan when he was playing at Edgbaston with Warwickshire for years.
Player.
Blackmell to Coles again then. Cromwell Road end. He bowls, and that's defended by Coles. In comes Sam Connors. Oh no, it's not Sam Connors at all. It's Lewis Rees. Ball actually hit Saranga Blackmell's foot. Well, it was only dribbling towards him, so no damage done.
Just 19 years of age, James Coles made his maiden first-class 100 this season here on this ground against Glamorgan. Looking to sort of... Normally Pujara will bat in that number 4 position, but Pujara not around at the moment for Sussex.
Coles waits. Blackmell bowls to him, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump, goes through to Brooke Guest, who immediately tosses the ball to his right. My theory about sun hats took a bit of a blow before this over started, because Wayne Madsen raced down to take up his position and slip, and his cap blew off. So it's all forms of headwear that are hitting the deck now. And it's breezy out there. A lovely sea breeze howling in Channel.
It is a breezy afternoon, no question about that.
There's Blackmell. He's running pretty much into that breeze. Bowls to Coles, who clips this one around the corner. 4 runs. Didn't get anywhere near that. Alex Thompson fielding at long leg. And it's a deep backward square leg boundary. The short deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Coles moves on to 11.34 for 2.
A shot, wasn't it? You can't really afford to stray down that leg side. No. You've got the slope against you as Blackmell is bowling, is running away from him, lightning fast outfield and a short boundary. So there's 3 contributory factors. It just needs a little touch. Not taking away from the shot from James Coles. It was beautifully timed, but...
No, you haven't got much margin for error there, have you?
None at all.
2 men on the leg side, backward of square. Like Mellon bowls, that's better line. It's pushed out into the offside again. It's Lewis Rees who does the fielding, hurls it to Brooke Guest. I've now been summoned.
Oh, okay. Fletcher's got to go. He's being kept very active by his lords and masters up in Derby today. Blackmell wanders back to his mark. Wayne Madsen at first slip, Haider Ali at second. Sam Connors just in front of us here in the commentary box at point. Blackmell runs in, bowls to Coles, who stretches full ball of good length. Plays with soft hands out into the offside. There is no run. End of another Blackmell over. He has bowled. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Sussex are 34 for 2 in their second innings. Coles on 11, Haynes on 22. Derbyshire with a lead of 5 on first innings. Sussex losing 2 early wickets in their second innings. Clark and Alsop out for a duck and 1 respectively. Now leading by 29, so effectively 29 for 2 are Sussex. And we've still got 46 overs to be bowled today. Thompson around the wicket comes in and bowls to Haynes, who's back on his stumps. He's caught, he's out. I think Tom Haynes has gone. He is gone. 3rd wicket goes down. It's another wicket for Alex Thompson. And now Sussex really are in trouble. If they weren't before, Haynes gone for 22. He just nicked it behind. It's the 2nd time in the match that Alex Thompson has got him. Smart bit of wicket keeping by Brooke Guest. And Sussex are 34 for 3. And this game is suddenly moving on a pace. And what a bold move it was by Louis Deploy to give Alex Thompson the new ball, because he's rewarded his skipper with a couple of wickets. Tom Haynes has gone for 22. And Sussex in a bit of a pickle here and in need of someone playing a very major innings. Ollie Carter is the new man coming out, another of the young Sussex players. But this is going to need some rebuilding job as far as Sussex are concerned. Just break off while I make the relevant notes in my book. Fletcher's next door at the moment, but Alex Thompson figures of 2 for 13. Well, 3 wickets down, and all credit here to Derbyshire for, Thompson he was given the new ball, and now it's Ollie Carter, and as I think it was one of our correspondents saying, I forget the name, was saying, why wouldn't you bowl a spinner to the left-hander with a bit of rough? Haynes with a little tickle. Good bit of keeping by Guest. Tripped the catch.
Oh, it was caught. It was caught, was it? Excellent.
Well, I thought it was caught, but now it's showing as bowled.
Yeah, well, I
thought he was caught.
I went off the scoreboard because I saw it, but I was giving an update at the time.
I thought he'd been caught.
Yeah. It's gone.
But is it gone down as bowled?
It has.
In comes Thompson. Now that's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. That's entirely my fault. We should have waited for the official decision. It's difficult to see. Well,
no, it is. It is absolutely. But as I say, I was looking down, saying it's all kicking off in the last half hour, and then I looked up and it kicked off even more.
Well, I wonder if that turned.
Well, we all have a bit of rough.
Comes Thompson.
Come on, Adrian, keep it clean. Goodness sake.
Clipped on the onside.
Making up your own jokes over there.
By Carter, who's on his way. I was saying about a good day for washing and drying. Behind the clock tower scoreboard, somebody over there is trying to hang up some washing, but it's proving a bit difficult because the washing's blowing all over the place.
Isn't it?
In comes Thompson, bowls and driven nicely into the other. Oh, there could be a run out here. Throw comes in. Oh, it's all happening. It was played into the offside by James Goals. It was his call. He probably picked the wrong fielder to pick out there. Is that Anus Dahl in there?
Yes.
So short extra.
Yeah.
And then there was all sorts of hesitation. Wow. But a single is taken. Coles goes to 12, 36 for 3. Thompson in again, bowls. Carter defends onto the onside, and there is no run. So any Sussex plans, and I was predicting that Sussex would certainly be looking to move the scoreboard along, that's been put firmly on hold for the time being, because this is all about building a lead. Thompson in again, bowls. Carter's back and cutting firmly. Oh, what a good bit of fielding. I tell you what, Derbyshire are like men inspired at the moment. That was a brilliant bit of fielding by Dahl. Chasing the ball back, fielding the ball. Gets the throw in.
And his reward is to bowl the next over.
It is indeed.
That was excellent from Anus Dahl, wasn't it? He is a very, very fine fielder. He's a great cricketer. Is Anus Dahl. It's interesting because two seasons ago, possibly the start of the season before last, he was hopelessly lost. Didn't know what his role in the side was. They asked him to go in at number 3. That didn't work. To do all sorts of things, really, that he isn't really built for, if you like. So he isn't the number 3 batsman. He isn't going to bowl the next over. It's going to be Sam Connors. He had removed his elbow protectors, but he's not going to bowl the next over. It's going to be Sam Connors instead. But then he was told by Mickey Arthur, right, no, you're our number 7 or 8 batsman, and you will bowl. And he was inspired last season. He's had a little bit of an injury this season, which has held him back slightly, but a really good cricketer. Started at Notts and discarded, as so many are. So Sam Connors, who went wicketless in the first innings, well, his runs earlier today have done for his confidence. Certainly won't have damaged them in any way. 34 he made. He's in and bowls, and that one is hit into the offside by Coles and nicely fielded, tumbling by Lewis Rees in the covers. And he starts with a dot ball. Always important to start well. Designated clapper. Harry Kame gets to work. He must be really irritating out there. One of the nicest kids you could wish to meet, Harry, but when he's out on a cricket pitch, there he goes again. Clapping away. Never stops.
Well, Derbyshire will feel they're in the box seat here, Fletch.
45 overs to go today, including this one. As Connors is in and bowls, that one is turned into the leg side nicely by Coles for a single. We move on to 13. They bring Ollie Carter on to strike, 37 for 3. That is effectively 33. No, 32 for 3. God, it's not even a difficult sum, for goodness sake. For Ollie Carter, they're going to have short leg. So the Derbyshire lead was 5. As I say, neither here nor there, but they'd lost 2 wickets before they'd wiped it out, which I don't think anybody expected, if they're entirely honest. Hassan Adnan's just swapped sides because he can't see through Harry Kame. The umpires, of course, have swapped around now. Is down at the C end. It's Connors is into Carter, who defends that one out into the offside, and it's fielded by Lewis Rees.
They did pepper Ollie Carter with some short deliveries, didn't they, in the first inning? They might see a repeat of that tactic. George Scrimshaw just seems to be warming up there.
He's been using the medicine ball.
He has, yes. In fact, I went over to conduct the interviews last night, and there was a ball on the sidelines there, and I was going to kick it and do a bit of keepy-uppy, and Bruce Talbot was there, and he said, "We don't kick that, Adrian." He said, "There's a medicine ball."
You break your foot.
Yeah.
Here's Connors in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Carter. Picked up by Saranga Lakmal, who finds himself as close to the bat as he's ever been. At wide-ish, mid-on. So, yeah, George is now swinging his legs away. I fancy we'll see him up the slope. Alex Thompson has done his job, dismissing 2 left-handers. Allsop for 1, Haynes for 22.
Sorry.
That's a really good effort by Thompson. Here's Connors, though, in and bowls to Carter, who defends this one back to the Derbyshire bowler. Decides to polish the ball himself for a moment, and then realises that somebody else will do it for him and gives it to Lewis Rees.
But he's so open, this second division. I know we were saying at the beginning of the match, Derbyshire haven't won a game so far in the Championship this season. They may not win here today, but they have played a game less than Sussex, and you know 2 or 3 wins gets you right up the table in this division.
Up to the halfway stage, Derbyshire 7 games, including this one, still to be played as Connors bowls to Carter, who pushes it out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 37 for 3. Just the 1 run off the first Sam Connors over of the second innings. Carter 1, Coles 13. 37 for 3. And here's George.
It's George time. Boy George.
It's always George time in my book.
Tall fella, picked up those 5 wickets in the first inning, so it's Alex Thompson has done his job. 2 of the left-handers have been removed. Saranga Lakmal accounting for the other. And it's going to be the tall figure of George Thompson. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening. You may be listening around the ground on the headsets. You may be watching the live stream at home or in the office. You may be like Chris, working diligently from home. But just with half an eye on the cricket. Wherever you are, a very warm welcome. Thank you for joining us here at home. Thank you for listening to our coverage of County Championship cricket at its best. 37 for 3, Sussex. Battling away, but Derbyshire with their noses in front, perhaps more than their noses in front at the moment. It's going to be George Scrimshaw who picked up those 5 first innings wickets. Tall man running away from us, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Coles, plays him to the offside. There is something about the Steve Finn about the way that Scrimshaw bowls.
Yeah.
If you watch his approach to the wicket and his delivery stride, it's nice and smooth. Talking of which, I'm told at the members' forum yesterday that Sussex are hopeful that Steve Finn will be available for the one-day cup that begins in August. We've seen nothing of Steve all season as he's recovered from this long-term knee injury. So Sussex supporters will be hoping that is the case.
Useful man in the 50-over competition.
Scrimshaw, in again, bowls. Coles lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Guest. And there is no run. Will Derbyshire lose many players to the 100, Dave? Will they be robbed of a good part of their side?
Wade Madsen plays at Old Trafford. Lewis Deploy is the £125,000 man at Hampshire. George Scrimshaw is in Cardiff, and Zach Chappell was a wild card pick for the Oval.
Right. In comes Scrimshaw, bowls up on his toes is Coles, steers out into the covers. There is no run. You know, this is a dreadful admission. I've asked you the question. I have absolutely no idea. That's my interest in that drought.
Well, I have no interest in it. I just know which players Derbyshire won't have.
I mean, of this side, I mean, clearly Tamal Mills will be involved for somebody. I'm presuming who is it plays at the Aegeus, the Southern. Well, Hampshire. Right, that's too much. That's too much for me to compute. So Tamal Mills will be involved. I'm sure George Gartley is involved. Comes Scrimshaw, bowls, Coles defends into the offside. There is no run. Of this current side, but actually, perhaps that's a question for the lads, for the Sussex media lads, because I ought to know, and I feel slightly embarrassed that I don't know. I wouldn't have thought that any of this current Sussex side are involved in the 100. So perhaps Jamie or one of the boys could let me know. And in terms of those who will be going, I'd have thought Mills, Garton, Papara's not with the club anymore, and wouldn't be. And, you know, so I'd imagine it's probably it, because Joffre won't be going.
No. No.
Anyway,
So Ollie Robinson?
No, wouldn't have thought so.
No.
Not with the Test series on. In comes Scrimshaw, short ducks. They'll be finished by then.
It won't be on by then. That's one of the major issues. That I mean, do you know what? It was this day in 2015. I think it was 15. It might have been 9. I think it was 9. That Jimmy Anderson and Monty Panesar walked off the pitch after defying Australia in the first Ashes Test at Cardiff, and we've already played 3, and we'll have 2 more before the end of the month because of that nonsense in August.
Incredible, isn't it?
Ridiculous.
Yeah. In comes Scrimshaw bowls, short again. He's looking. James Cole's a little bit of a working over, but Coles is quite happy to let those sail by. He remains on 13, Sussex 37 for 3. Coles on 13, Carter on 1. So yes, I forgot what I was going to say now. We're talking about the 100 Sussex players who are going. I suspect that's probably about it as far as Sussex is concerned. Yeah, Ollie Robinson, yes. Last year he was in the 100, Ollie. But I wonder with and you know, they are free to play. Whether he's been selected, I'm not sure. I'm not sure Ollie would probably play in the 50 over competition. Although why not? If he's had these back spasms, hasn't he? So I'm not quite sure how that's working out. In comes Connors, comes in and bowls. Carter's forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I'm sure if Ali Orr were fit, he would have got a gig in the 100. But he's had this knee injury. I think he's due to be back for the 50 over. So Sussex, I don't think are going to be overly affected. Michael's been in touch. I'll link the email, but I'll try and read some of that in a moment. In comes Connors, bowls to Carter, who pulls away 4 runs. Too short from Sam Connors. And Ollie Carter just said thank you very much and pulled the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Carter. Sussex go, as I say, to 41. It means the lead is 36. 2 slips in place. I would say that Wayne Madsen is more at second slip, and Haider Ali 4th slip stroke. He's not quite gully. Big gap between the 2. Connors in bowls. Carter defends into the onside, and there is no run. So the 50 over competition getting underway in early August, and of course we have the run of county championship matches to finish things off.
Do you play 3 in September then?
We play 4.
You play 4 as well?
Yeah, we have Leicester and Gloucestershire here, and we go to Durham and to you.
Yeah.
And comes Connors bowls and Carter defends into the offside, and there is no run. The total remains on 41 for 3.
Hello. Oh, yes.
The gentleman has just come in to say hello to Dave, which is rather nice. In comes Collins. Bowls let go by Carter outside of the stump. Good carry through to Guest, and there is no run. The rest of the field, apart from those 2 slips, if you can call them slips, I would say perhaps 2nd and 4th, or maybe 2nd and gully. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, short leg, so the trap is set on that leg side. A deep square leg and a long leg to our left-hand side. Connors in again, bowls up on his toes as Carter plays into the offside, and there is no run. 41 for 3 at the end of the over. Stuart Glover's been in touch. Hello, Stuart. He says, hello, Adrian and Fletch.
Hello.
Stuart here from Lau, over in Asia, sort of.
Oh yes, sorry,
Thailand,
right. Yes,
so
no, I'm
sort of
with you again now. Yeah.
I can't believe the start from Sussex in the second innings after an impressive first innings stand of 150 for naught in the first. Scrimshaw is causing problems with his line of length. It's approaching 10 p.m. here, but I have hope of Sussex getting a result 10 o'clock in the evening over in the Far East. Stuart, thanks for getting in touch. Great to hear from you. Hope all well. Probably about 10 p.m. and about 34 degrees, I expect, at this time of year.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's going to be the Steve Finn lookalike, Scrimshaw.
He's in and bowls. That's nicely played, actually, by Coles. He just jabs it down towards backward point for 4 runs. He moves on to 17.45 for 3 now. That was
a visitor.
Well, that was Greg Watts, who's a regular emailer. So I assume he's either down here on holiday or he lives in this area. But he was arrived in London from a sleepy Midlands town in 1984, penniless, and he wrote about it. So he's just given me a copy of his book, which is very nice of him.
Oh, wow.
And a very nice inscription as well. So next, so I should be watching the cricket. Next delivery from Scrimshaw is played. It's at the Lakeside by Coles, who moves on to 18 with a single, 46 for 3. Sorry, I was very distracted by I got a message from work about what I'm doing next week.
Oh. You covering cricket next week?
Yes, but not necessarily the entire match.
Right, okay. Who have Derbyshire got next week?
They're at home to Durham from Wednesday, so Thursday might not be there. This next one is a short delivery from George Scrimshaw. He's quite a short man, Ollie Carter, and he barely had to duck.
Talking of which, Durham have reduced Gloucestershire to 93 for 6. Still trailing by 44. That looks, barring a miracle or weather, Durham are going to win their 5th game of the season. So they're a strong side, Durham. The Sussex's one win of the season has been here against Durham, first game of the season.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
But you look at the Durham side, it is a strong side.
It certainly is. Scrimshaw bowls. Carter is beaten. Really good delivery from George Scrimshaw that time. It was a little bit fuller in length, but still plenty of bounce and carry through to Brooke Guest. Carter sort of put his bat there. No good could have come of that.
One of the quality signings, with due respect to every other wicket keeper I've seen down here this season, Ollie Robinson, who's the keeper now at Durham, who kept for Kent, kept brilliantly down here.
No,
he's a very, very good wicket keeper.
Scrimshaw, that's a nasty one that rears up on Carter. I think he's got it on the gloves or on the bat handle there. He's dealt with it really, really well, actually, as Ollie Carter, because it wasn't ridiculously short, but there was a fair amount of bounce on it. George Scrimshaw is just starting to build up a head of steam here. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there, Big George.
That was quick.
Little waddle at the start of his run-up, and he's away. Into bowl to Carter, who pulls this one round the corner in the air, but it hits the deck before it reaches the men out there in the deep. It's actually Sam Connors who does the fielding. The batsmen get through for a couple of runs, and Carter moves on to 7, 48 for 3 at the end of the over. But a decent over there from George Scrimshaw. He troubled Ollie Carter a couple of times, beat the bat once, hit the bat handle / gloves on another occasion, and it looks like he's just about getting into his work here.
Well, the trap was most definitely set and has been set for Ollie Carter. That's how he was out in the first innings, so they clearly feel there's something they want to bowl at, but Carter did well to defend that delivery, except he doesn't come off a long run either, does he, Scrimshaw? For someone who's as quick as he is, it's a relatively short run. It is going to be Sam Connors who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in 2 overs for 5, running in to bowl to the right-handed James Coles. He's in a bowls, and Coles defends into the onside. And there is no run. So just to rattle through things as events unfold around the country, Australia 240 for 7 in the 48th over against England down in Bristol. In the first division, Kent 215 for 5, still trailing Warwickshire by 163. Essex 27 for 3 at Blackpool, leading Lancashire, I should say, by 164. Sir Alistair out for a duck today. Comes Connors bowls up on his toes. His Cole's punching this through the covers. They've taken one, and that's all. They'll take a good sliding stop at mid-off. I think that's the skipper deploy out there. One more to Coles, who goes to 19. The total to 40. I'm looking through two panes of glass here. 5 for 3. Can't be. It must be 49 for 3. I apologise. Collars again, over the wicket bowls and defended by Carter. Ball runs down towards third man. It's probably going to get pulled up just inside the boundary by a combination of Anuj Dal and Haider Ali. Carter comes back for 3 runs, and that takes Sussex to the 50 up, 52 for 3. Hence the ripple of applause around the ground. Carter goes into double figures. He's on 10. Just rattling through his other First Division scores for you. Northants 181 for 2 in their second innings at Merchant Taylor's School, leading Middlesex by 123. Lower order resistance from Hampshire at Taunton, as in comes Connors bowls and drilled by Coles down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. Hampshire 257 for 8. At one stage, Hampshire were 152 for 8. Kyle Abbott 56 not out. Felix Organ on 57. Valid a century partnership for Hampshire. And the leader Surrey 82 for 1, leading Notts by 38. Comes Connors, bowls, Coles defends, and then makes us to kick the ball away from the stumps, because momentarily it looked as if the ball was going to ricochet onto the stumps, but it doesn't. Down in Cardiff in the second division, Michael Nisa, who's been released by the Australian squad, he was called up into the squad in case of injuries, and James Harris are also putting on a big stand. Glamorgan were 93 for 7, they're now 217 for 7. Michael Nisa on 76, James Harris on 43. That against Leicestershire. Connors in bowls, and Coles plays that shot that he really does like to play, that little clip through backward square. And picks up a single. He goes to 20, and Sussex to 53 for 3. At the end of Collars over, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. 53 for 3 are Sussex. And that is tea. I thought tea was at 10 past 4, but having said that, I think there was a change to the arrangement. So, the players leave the field. I'll just give you these other scores. Or the other scorer, I should say, where Worcestershire 192 for 9.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Back underway at the start of the evening session. Just the 40 overs to bowl this evening. Terrific. First delivery from George Scrimshaw is a short one, and it's swayed out of the way off by James Coles. Adrian Harms on tea duty at the moment, which is possibly more important than the first ball after tea. Who knows? We'll find out from him shortly. 53 for 3, Sussex still in a whole heap of trouble, trailing by 48. George Scrimshaw is on his way in again. It's pushed out into the offside by Coles. There is no run. So yeah, a 40 over evening session, which will probably take us handily through to about 7:10. What else would you rather be doing on a whatever night it is? It's probably Wednesday. Feels like a Wednesday. Scrimshaw once again. 5 in the first innings, and that one's short and outside the off stump, and Coles has nothing to do with it, allows it to go through to the keeper. He's on 20, Ollie Carter has 10. Derbyshire over rate is -1. Thank you, Adrian. He's back, but he's going again. Halfway through the Scrimshaw over, he's got just the one slip. He's got a short leg who isn't that short. And Scrimshaw bowls, and this time it's down the leg side. And Coles has nothing to do with it. He goes through to Brooke Guest.
Sorry about that, Fletch.
No, don't worry about it.
I was talking about Pilates.
Were you?
Yeah.
Why?
One of the...
Is that new Greek winger that Brighton have signed, is he?
Yeah. One of the lads who works on the maintenance team, he's out fixing the fridge in the kitchen. I knew he'd had a problem with his knees, and he was talking about replacement knees, etc.
All right. Is that yeah? That's turned it to the leg side by Coles out towards Lewis Rees, and they pick up a single, so they're up and running in the evening session. Coles moves on to 21, 54 for 3.
We were just talking about exercises for stiff knees, because I used to pop my knees out of joint playing football. It was horrible, and so we were just discussing knees and how to get through and make things a bit better. Anyway, I missed the start of the sessions.
You've not missed anything. Right. You're all right.
Okay.
You're all right.
Good.
We got away with it. Scrimshaw around the wicket balls, pulled into the leg side by Ollie Carter in front of square, 4 runs. Really good shot. He was on it quickly, wasn't he, there? Was Carter, and Scrimshaw's first over goes for 5 runs. First over after tea, that is. 58 for 3. Carter on to 14.
Alan was in touch a bit earlier on. I didn't read out your tweet, Alan, because I didn't quite understand it, but I do now, thanks to Fletch. And we were talking about the wind and heavy bales. And Alan said, I had a pair of heavy bales when I umpired in the Lancashire League many moons ago, not months. They were lignum vitae.
Vitae.
Still got them somewhere. So what is that?
It's just a very dense, dark, heavy wood.
Right, okay.
That they make the heavy bales out of. They're slightly more difficult to dislodge if the ball just brushes the stump.
Right.
There's half a chance that the bales might stay on, but they do use them. Or they used to use them. I don't know if they still do use them.
Sam Connors is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 10. 58 for 3. Still, there's 2 slips in place. They're still at sort of, what would you say, 2nd and 4th?
Yeah.
Big gap between them.
It's a huge gap.
Connors in down the hill, bowls, and Coles is forward and plays it defensively to mid-wicket field by Harry Kame. He's very keen out there, Harry Kame, isn't he?
Oh, mate. The annoying doesn't begin to cover it, I don't think.
Shall I tell you, I was down at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, and Kieran Coulson for Glamorgan is like that. He races around in the outfield.
Similar stature.
Yeah.
Always he's just clapping again down.
Good player, Coulson, actually. Really good player, yeah. Connors again, bright sunshine now, down the hill bowls and cut away by Coles into the covers. Doesn't quite time it, they'll pick up a single, they'll maybe look for 2, but the second run isn't there, fielded. Is that Anu Stahl who fielded that?
Yeah.
It was. Coles goes to 22 with a total to 59 for 3. Bruce Talbot's in the box. I think we ought to have a natter to Bruce.
I think you're right. I'm going to go for my update in about 2 minutes.
We'll have a natter to Bruce, who knows more about Sussex than anyone else.
I should watch your cake, though, the way polished off is.
In comes Connors, bowls let go by Ollie Carter, goes through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run. Whose bit of cake is that?
That's yours. You just brought it in.
Did I?
Oh, no.
Oh, that is worrying.
I'm going to have to nurse you through the next 2 days.
That is worrying.
That is a very large
really
concern.
Because normally I put things on the table behind me. That is not good, is it?
Not really.
I'm struggling to remember sometimes what I did yesterday, but not 5 minutes ago. Blimey, that is nice. That is not good.
It's definitely yours.
Yeah, Connors. Lovely sunny afternoon now. In over the wicket bowls, and Carter just looked to play that, I think, through the offside. He either got the inside edge of the bat and picks up a single. And the total goes to 60 for 3. The lead for Derbyshire was 5, so effectively Sussex 55 for 3. We've still got 38 overs after this to be bowled in the day, and it's 4:30, so sides they struggle to bowl 15 an hour, don't they? So we're at least 2 hours. So if you're thinking of coming down to watch some cricket, it's a good day to come down because there's going to be lots. In comes Connors, bowls, driven by Cole, straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Kame, and there is no run.
I reckon if we finish by 7 o'clock, it would be an absolute result.
Do you?
Yeah.
A lot might depend on how much Alex Thompson bowls, I guess.
No left-hand out there, he might not bowl much.
And in fact, there are no other left-handers in the Sussex side.
No. It was clearly a ploy, wasn't it, as our correspondent said.
Connors wheels round at the far end and is in again. Bowls, Cole, good judgment, decided off stump. Taken by Guest. That is the end of Connors over, who has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12. James Coles is on 22. Ollie Carter is on 15. These two coming together when the third Sussex wicket went down. That of Tom Haynes, who was out for 22. And I'm really having a good day here, Fletch, because I made a note of 22, but I didn't make a note of when the wicket went down.
34 for 3.
Thank you. So recovery by these two.
Absolute shambles, man. What are you doing?
It's a shambles.
Absolute shambles. Yeah, I think possibly the reason is George Scrimshaw begins a new over and Ollie Carter ducks underneath a short delivery. I'm going to make an excuse for you now. A ready-made excuse. I was next door. You were busy by yourself. Didn't have time to write it down because you were commentating as well.
Thank you,
and
Fletch.
didn't go back and.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad that you've got me out of the.
I'm not sure that's true.
I think it was true. I'm sure it was true. Yeah, so I don't even know where my cake is, yet alone writing down the score. It's ridiculous, really.
Scrimshaw round the wicket bowls. Carter pulls him down to long leg for a single. He moves on to 20. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 61 for 3. You've got a 1 minute warning.
I've had the 1 minute warning.
That's not usually good for me.
Which means that Fletcher's got to disappear. So we'll have a natter away to Bruce, I think, shall we, for a few minutes? If Bruce is free, which he is. Bruce Talbot. We are. It's going to be George Scrimshaw who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, coming running in the bowl to James Coles. He's in and bowls, and Coles just sways out the way of a short delivery through into the gloves of keeper Brooke Guest. Hello, Bruce.
Adrian, how are you?
Yeah, lovely to see you.
Thank you.
We'll have a natter away as we go through. I've got to do this update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, then we can have a proper chat. Bit of a rebuilding job though here, Bruce. I was kind of expecting when Sussex got to bat that they'd be getting on with things, but the situation demands it's a entirely different approach now.
Well, the ploy of using Thompson the spinner against the left-handers at the top of the Sussex order has definitely paid off. I'm not sure they're probably expecting to take 2 wickets with a Kookaburra bowling spin, but
Comes Scrimshaw bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Coles, no run.
fair play. A good bit of unexpected, what Sussex probably didn't expect, and all of a sudden they're 34 for 3 and in a bit of trouble. But I like Ollie Carter. He's a good man for a crisis, I think.
He always seems very calm, doesn't he, Bruce?
Yeah, he does. He really impressed me this year with his batting. I think his keeping's improved as well, he's becoming a very important member of the team.
Scrimshaw, he's improving all the time. Comes in and bowls that short miles to Coles, who always gets dumped onto his backside. The ball whistles through to Brooke Guest, who takes it, and there is he's got hardly hard a place, George Scrimshaw.
Yeah, and he's hardly played any red ball cricket. This is his first championship game for a year. We were talking to him after the game on Monday.
Yes, a rebuilding job here, Danny, for Sussex, who are 63 for 3. That's something of a recovery. At one stage, they were 34 for 3, with Clark, Haynes and Allsop all back in the pavilion. The recovery being led by James Coles. He's on 22, and Ollie Carter, who is on 16. Earlier on today, Derbyshire bowled out for 407. That was a lead of 5 runs. So effectively here, Sussex are 59 for 3. Still 37 overs to be bowled this evening, and a full day tomorrow, so every chance of a result in this game. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Nottinghamshire bowled out today for 399. Surrey in their second innings are 89 for 1, leading by 45.
On my bike today, big strong wind in my face. Is that affecting the play in the county ground? You're surrounded by the houses and those flats.
Yeah.
Get their protection from the breeze.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the commentary box here, Danny, so we're lucky. But I have to say, at lunchtime I went and wandered out, and it's really strong, the breeze. I'm just looking at the clock tower scoreboard, and the flags of both counties are getting a real buffeting. The trees around the ground as well. So yeah, it's blowing a bit of a hoolie here, and generally that's not helpful to the bowlers. So maybe a bit of assistance for Sussex, and they need a little bit because they need some runs to set Derbyshire some sort of a total tomorrow.
Right, a bit of wind assistance.
Absolutely.
Sussex, all right. Thanks, Adrian. Ball commentary continues.
Thank you, Danny. So for our Derbyshire listeners who won't know you, Bruce, you've followed Sussex for many a long year in your journalistic role.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, long time. Yeah, well, over 30, getting on for 30, might be 35 years now, Adrian. Yeah, I've had many very, very pleasant visits to Derby as well back in the day.
In comes Connors and bowls, clipped away by Coles down to big tackle. So that's a nice looking shot by James Coles. He plays that shot really nicely, Bruce. That little flick off.
Times it really well.
He doesn't he? Both the flick off the hip, but also just off the front foot, gliding the ball down to backward square leg for a boundary. He goes to 27. Sussex to 68 for 3. So that was in your days as journalist with the Argus?
With the Argus, the Brighton paper, and I used to follow the club all over the country. Yeah, went to Derby many times, and always enjoyed my visits up there. Always good cricket, the old racecourse ground. I remember sitting in the press box in the old racecourse ground before the ground was redeveloped.
Collars in bowls, let go outside the stumps by James Cole. So is the ground now is not on the site that it was when you used to go there?
No, it's the same ground, but there used to be a really old stand on one side, which used to be part of the old Derby racecourse. When I went there, the first time I went to Derby would have been late 90s, and there used to be two press boxes because quite a big square. There would be one press box if the wicket was one side of the square and another one a bit further down. But yeah, I used to. I always liked visiting Derby for some reason.
Collars in bowls and forward comes Coles, drives firmly to mid on, and there is no run. So really, then, Bruce, your career then coincided not immediately, but with those real glory years for Sussex.
Yeah, that's right. I was lucky when to be there. Well, Chris Adams obviously came from Derby to Sussex in '99, and things sort of went from there really. And then there were a number of years when we didn't play Derby because Derby were in Division 2 and Sussex were in Division 1. But I remember Sussex winning the old 40 over league at Derby one year.
Here comes Connors bowls, let go outside the off stump by Coles. There is no run.
I remember NatWest quarter-final against Derby when Chris Adams got 100 for Derbyshire and Sussex won, chasing well over 300, which in those days, even in 60 over cricket, was fairly rare. But yeah, I mean, with Derbyshire this season, there was a lot of talk pre-season about Derby challenging for promotion, and you look at the team, and they've actually got most of the bases covered. So it's a surprise to me that they haven't picked up a couple of wins yet this season. They're in the position they're in.
Connors down the hill bowls to Coles, who covers up defensively into the offside. There is no run. But I was saying to Fletch, Bruce, that actually the way that this division is now lining up, that actually a couple of wins gets you right back in it.
No side, I think, after next week, the next round, and then there's a break for the one-day cup. I don't think any of the teams are out of contention. I mean, Durham looks like they're going to win again against Gloucestershire. They look like they're definitely going to get promoted. But yeah, I mean, even Derbyshire could win 2 or 3 games. All of a sudden, you're in the hunt for promotion.
Collars in down the hill in bright sunshine bowls, and Coles punches this off the back foot. It's a nice looking shot by James Coles. That's going to race away towards the boundary. He's hit that better than I thought, beautifully timed, and it's run away for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot by James Coles, who does play very straight. He goes to 31 and Sussex to 72 for 3, a lead of 67 at the end of Collars over. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 20. What do you make, Bruce, of the last couple of years, or maybe perhaps we should say this year, a sort of Project Farbrace, really, and where Sussex are in this development? Because you've seen them win county championships, they're a long way from that at the minute. How do you see the development, particularly this season under Paul Farbrace?
Well, I think there's definitely progress been made this year compared to the last 2 or 3 years. Your younger players, the likes of Tom Haynes and Tom Clark and Ali Orr, who's not playing at the moment because of injury, Jack Carson, they're all making progress. They're more experienced. They've been playing county cricket now for 2 or 3 years. They know a little bit more about it. So yeah, definitely making progress. Whether they get promoted or not this year, who knows? I think the 2 signings that they've made for next year are quite good signings. Danny Lamb I would imagine will want to play red ball cricket, but predominantly a white ball player at Lancashire. And Chris Wright, 36. It doesn't sound like the right move to be employing someone of that age.
In comes Thompson, the off-spinner, bowls to Carter, who's 4 back down the track, no run.
But he's taken over 500 first-class wickets, and the thing about him, if you look at his history, he's actually got a very good injury record. He's very rarely breaks down. He's quite a wiry frame. I think he's a good signing.
Thompson in again, bowls Carter forward into the offside, no run.
But I look at the team, for this game and the last game here, and you think you've got James Coles coming in at number 4. I'm not sure whether they missed a trick with the overseas signings. Perhaps should have brought a batsman in.
It's caught and bowled, and Carter goes, and Thompson picks up his 3rd wicket. Ollie Carter's furious with himself. He was looking to get down the track. He's hit the ball firmly back. Alex Thompson clings on, and another wicket goes down. Sussex is 72 for 4, and Carter has gone for 16, and Thompson is having a game and a half. That's his 6th wicket of the match. He's made 44. And Sussex in trouble here, Bruce.
Yeah, not a great shot. Ali Carter knows it as well as he's walking off now. I think he's trying to hit down the ground on the onside. He's ended up squirting out to the offside, and Thompson's just got it both hands to his left. Fairly comfortable catch at waist height. And like you say, 67 for 4 are we effectively with a 5-run deficit on the first innings. So a long way from winning this game.
Good captaincy though, this by Deploy. I mean, he's got him on after tea. He's got him onto bowl. I like the way that he's used Thompson in this game.
Well, in the off spinner bowling to the left-handers at the top of the order, that was clearly a great decision, because he took 2 wickets, and then a couple of overs to Scrimshaw after tea brings him back on, and straight away he's got a breakthrough. We talk about the batting and Sussex perhaps being one specialist batsman short. You're now into Dan Ibrahim, who's not in great form at the moment, coming in at number 6, and then you've got a lot of players who can bat. Finn Hudson-Prentice obviously is having a really good season with the bat, but then you are into the bowlers, and who knows.
Interesting coming back to the signing of Danny Lamb and Chris Wright, Bruce. And someone sent me an email earlier on this week, and he said, is that a recognition of the fact that Paul Farbrace has come and he's had a look, he's had 3 months to have a look, and he's decided that they need something a bit different, because you ain't going to win many championship matches if you can't bowl sides out. And I wonder if that's, Paul has recognised that and has moved very early to remedy that. In comes Thompson again, don't get much time to chat as he bowls to Ibrahim. He beats him outside the off stump. No foot movement at all from Dan Ibrahim, and Thompson can't believe he hasn't picked up the wicket. That was a very nervy shot from Dan Ibrahim.
Yeah, and you say they've acted early. They've got the signings made in July ahead of next season, so that's good.
Thompson in bowls. Ibrahim is forward, defensively into the offside. No run.
But yeah, it's probably a recognition that they need a bit more experience in the bowling department. And obviously, Shipley and McAndrew, in first-class terms, bowled he played in a lot of games, but nothing compared to someone like Chris Wright.
Thompson again. Bowls, and that's a full toss, and it's outside. He's edged that down to third man, so he's going to get a boundary, is Daniel Ibrahim, but it's not a shot with still huge amounts of confidence. Nonetheless, he's on his way with 4. Sussex 76 for 4 at the end of the over. You're listening to Adrian Holmes and Bruce Talbot. Delighted that Bruce can join us for a natter here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby.
Would have been straight into the hands of second slip if they'd had one, wouldn't it?
He would have done, Bruce. Yeah, so interesting moves. And of course, the other, Ravi Bopara leaving at the end of the T20. That was interesting. I have to say, having made 100 down at Canterbury, I'm not sure whether Bopara knew at that stage he was leaving, but it's he's probably had. I think he hasn't quite
over the 4 years. Over the 4 years he was here, he didn't quite perform as well as he would have expected, and as well as Sussex would have expected. Certainly this year he had a good summer.
Here comes Connors, bowls. Coles drives back to Connors, and that's a crowd catch. It was a bump ball. Connors takes it, and there is no run. But I think the change I see this year here at Sussex is that Paul Farbrace seems to be prepared to make these difficult decisions, and there seems to be. I'm not saying there wasn't a plan, but he seems to be, setting a stall out not just for this season but going forward as well.
Yeah, I agree.
In comes Collars, bowls, and forward comes Coles, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Fletcher and I have been talking a lot about the ground here at Hove this week, Bruce. It just looks in fantastic.
The outfield is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, in all the years you've been here, have you seen it better than this?
No, the outfield, I mean, it's absolutely like glass as well. We saw that push from Coles in the last over off Connors, I mean, up the hill as well to the long boundary, and I mean, it absolutely raced along the outfield. It's in wonderful condition, absolutely superb. Credit to Ben Gibson and his team. It really is a picture.
Comes Connors, bowls, crumbs. I thought for a moment they'd have got through James Coles' defence as he plays it onto the onside, and there is no run.
All I'd say is make the most of it, because the Who concert is on the 23rd, so it might be a little bit when the stage and everything comes in and all the trimmings and that for that, when that all disappears, it might be a little bit, might not look quite as verdant as it does now.
I do remember, Bruce, there was a concert a couple of years ago, and right in front of us here it was bare for weeks after. I think it was a particularly wet summer. And I remember Andy Mackay, the groundsman at the time, really struggling. In comes Connors and bowls. Coles with a play and a miss outside the off stump. This is an examination now. You've got an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old out there, Bruce, and some experienced Derbyshire players out there. This is a big test now.
Yeah, these two have got to really get their heads down, to be honest. Sussex can't afford to be 7 or 8 down tonight with a lead of, 100 to 120, because I can't see the pitch deteriorating that much on the fourth day. Derbyshire will fancy their chances of chasing anywhere around 300, you'd have thought.
Collars in over the wicket bowls, and Coles again plays that little flick down to fine leg, picks up another single. He goes to 32, the total to 77 for 4. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. So the lead is 72. What do you made of the track, Bruce? Because I've
seen a lot of wickets like this here this season, last 2 years actually, haven't we? They don't really do a great deal. The Kookaburra ball, once it gets to sort of seems to 30, 40 overs, loses its hardness, and it's very hard to take wickets with. We saw today, it was a second new ball that got the breakthrough for Sussex. I mean, talking, you've spoken to the players far more than I have about the Kookaburra ball after the last game, but I'm not sure that the majority would want it. The majority of players would want to use it in the future.
In comes Collins bowls, let go outside the off stump by Ibrahim through to keep a guest, and there is no run. I just wonder, Bruce, as well. Fletcher and I were having this conversation about, should there just not be a uniform ball that's used throughout cricket?
Well, I mean, you'd never see this in football, changing the ball halfway through the season or anything like that, would you? It does seem a little bit odd. I mean, the only thing, you've got 2 Sussex players, McAndrew and Shipley, who would have bowled a lot of overs with the Kookaburra ball in Australia and New Zealand. So, and Shipley obviously took 4 wickets with it in this inning, in the Derbyshire innings.
Collars in bowls, pulled by Ibrahim. He's going to get runs. He's going to get a couple of runs. He didn't really time that. It came off the top of the bat, and he gets a single out to deep mid-wicket. Dan Ibrahim, he goes to 5. The total to 1780 for 4.
But yeah, talking about obviously the Yorkshire game next week, Shipley and McAndrew, that'll be their last game for Sussex, and then they've got a decision to make on the overseas players for the last 4 championship games in September. Do they bring Pujara back? Do they employ 2 bowlers again over a short term to try and get obviously, like you said, they're going to need to bowl sides out to win games. So I don't think there's anything. I was at a forum yesterday, a members forum yesterday. I don't think there's any decision been made on Pujara. I'm pretty sure he will come back, but for how long remains to be seen.
Thompson coming in from the sea end, bowls to Ollie Carter. Full toss, not to Carter, even to Dan Ibrahim, who hits a full toss straight to short extra cover, and there is no run. Probably should have gone for 4.
Yard either side it would have done, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
On that short boundary.
Well, that's interesting though, Bruce. I also wonder, in comes Thompson bowls, Ibrahim forward, clips to mid-wicket, there is no run. What about Ollie Robinson for September? Do you think that's unlikely?
I would say, well, I mean, after next couple of weeks' time, he'll be finished Test cricket. There's no more tests this summer. Yeah, there's a possibility that they could have him for that. May be one of the factors that Farbrace, will be considering in August when they decide on.
Thompson in bowls to Ibrahim, who's down the wicket. That's the sort of shot that will give Thompson, the bowler, plenty of encouragement. He's gone for 4 runs, but he's come down the wicket. There was a cry of catch. He's got the ball away over long on, but it was a shot that really lacked conviction. He goes to 9, and the total 84 for 4.
A slog, wasn't it? Really. But he got away with it. Trying to hit himself back into some form, Ibrahim.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get away with a couple, and that just might be the impetus that he needs. But very interesting here that Deploy's keeping his mid on and his mid off up as well. He's saying to Ibrahim, if you want to hit me over the top again, go on then. I quite like that as captaincy. Too often, for my money, you see the
spinner get hit and the mid on goes back and the mid off
straight
goes
away.
Back. Yeah.
Deploy's quite canny here. He's about 2/3 of the way back. This is exactly what he did in the first innings when he caught James Coles.
Now he's got a man on the drive, hasn't he? Right next to the wicket on the onside.
Yeah. Thompson in again, bowls and covers up to Ibrahim, played short leg footed by Kane, and there is no run. So that's going to be quite interesting then to see what Sussex do, because I think this second division is going to be open pretty much well into September, Bruce.
Yeah, and you make a good point about Ollie Robinson. I mean, if he was available even for a couple of those games, what a difference that could make.
Comes Thompson, bowls, loud appeal. I got the impression here, we haven't got a great view, but that looked as if it was probably going down the leg side, particularly with the off spinner. and there is no run. We haven't seen much of George Gartner. Was anything mentioned about George in the members' forum yesterday?
No, he wasn't. But I imagine he'd be available for. I've not heard that he's not fit. So I imagine he'd be available for the 50 over competition.
In comes Thompson Bowles, played onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 84 for 4. I might wait for Fletch in a mode to have a natter to Bruce. I just wondered as well. In fact, I did ask. I don't know whether the boys have sent me a note of who from Sussex will be playing in the 100 in terms of strength of side. And I just, from this current side, Bruce, I don't think any of them.
No, last year there was 8 or 9 players involved, wasn't there?
But I mean, you got no. I mean, the only ones who are presumably going are Mills, Garton.
I don't think Garton's been picked up. I think Mills is playing for the team at the Aegeus.
Right, I'm glad you can't remember the name, because I couldn't either.
Southern, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry.
No. Well, that's 3 of us who couldn't remember. You're in good company, Bruce. As in comes Sam Connors running in down the hill, bowls to Coles, who drives beautiful shot down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by James Coles, just slightly over pitch. He plays very straight, and there's a lovely shot. He goes to 36, the total to 88 for 4. So Sussex actually might be quite strong for that 50 over.
They might. I mean, last year we looked at the team before the competition and thought, well, they're not going to do much, and they ended up getting to the semi-final, of course, before losing to Lancashire. So, yeah.
And Ali Orr likely to be back, was he?
Yeah, he's back in the nets. So Steve Finn, actually, he was bowling in the nets yesterday. He was due to play in the second team this week, but he's recuperating here. So
comes Connors bowls and dug out by Coles. Connors fields up his own bowl.
Again, I mean, you look at Finn, if he's fit, and you know, last 4 championship games, he might not play all 4, but if you had him for 2 and Robinson for 2, and then you don't need another overseas bowler, you could get Pujara and maybe another batsman who. Good to have those options, I think.
Bit of nip around in the wickets in September?
Possibly, yeah. I'm not sure there is too much these days in the September pitches, but maybe another spinner.
Interesting. In comes Connors bowls, and forward comes Coles plays onto the onside. That's still a note actually through from Jamie Burnett, the Sussex press officer. So thank you, Jamie. He says George Gartner and Tamal Mills are both retained by the Southern Brave.
Southern Brave, that's it.
Freya Kemp also retained by the Brave for the women's side. So George Gartner and Tamal Mills will both go off to the 100. So no George at the 50 over.
No George, no.
But we haven't seen a lot of George Gartner this season anyway, have we? I
think he played in the first championship game, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it.
When we beat Durham, but I'm not sure he's played too many since.
No, I think that's been it. Got hit on the helmet, didn't he, in that game? In comes Collars bowls to Coles outside the off stump. There is no run. Talking about the women's game, Australia's women 263 for 8 down in Bristol off the 50 overs. England 21 without loss in the 3rd over in reply. So that's got all the makings of a good game, Bruce.
Quick scoring ground. Bristol could easily chase that down. 260. That's not beyond the realms.
No, I just wondered with the women's Ashes. I quite like this multi-format, but I just wondered if there was too many points attached to the Test match.
Or maybe the test match should have been the last.
Yeah, I agree.
The last of the games.
In comes Collars bowls to Coles, bowls to Coles, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Elsewhere, just to keep you right up to date. Gloucestershire now 140 for 7, leading Durham by 3 runs, but that looks a lost cause. Durham look, it's amazing. I mean, it's not amazing. Sussex beat Durham here, but Durham looked terrific.
Well, they bowled teams out, and they've got the leading run scorer in Alex Lees. They've got a good bowling attack, Rain, Potts. They've got for this game as well. So, yeah. Fair play.
Potts almost the forgotten man of English cricket actually this season, as in comes Collars again, bowls. Coles is forward, plays to Lackmal at mid-on. There is no run. I don't know how long you've got, Bruce. I know Fletcher's got an update at 5. Do you want to have a chat to Bruce after 5? And I can eat my cake? Let's do it. Are you happy, Bruce?
Happy, yeah.
Lovely.
But I'm double time after 5 o'clock, just to let you know. Yeah.
Oh, well, that puts Fletcher and I on 50 pence an hour then. Don't joke either. Anyway, 88 for 4. Sussex rebuild job continues. Slip of a short leg in place. It's going to be Alex Thompson. Impressive figures. 3 for 23 in his 7 overs. Thompson is in bowls and clipped around the corner by Dan Ibrahim. There's a more confident looking. He surely picks up a single. He goes to double figures. He's to 10.89 for 4. He's just done a couple of seasons, hasn't he, Dan Ibrahim? You know, started his career so well with that 50 at Leeds.
Injury last year, he missed quite a bit of last season, didn't he? With that injury, he got fairly early in the season.
Yes, he did. Wasn't he taking a catch over by the...
Did his knee, didn't he, I think? Was it his knee?
Or knee or shoulder, I forget which.
Shoulder, might have been his shoulder, yeah.
Coles clips that to square leg and there is no run.
Like you forget, 19 years old, Coles 18, they're still, very, very young.
And he doesn't seem to be bowling much, Dan Ibrahim, either, this season. In comes Thompson, bowls. Coles uses his feet down the wicket. He'll be mindful, James Coles, of the way he got out in the first innings, where he hit a big 6. And then played just a careless shot and picked out Louis Deploy down here at mid-on, and Deploy is just sort of prowling around in that deepish mid-on position, 15 or 20 yards inside of the rope on the shortish leg side. Thompson in, bowls, clipped to the onside, fielded in there by... who's that in there?
It's Connors,
thank you. And there is no run. Heavier looking cloud around, but the breeze is strong, so hopefully things getting carried away over the ground. In comes Thompson, clipped by Coles. It comes off the pads of Harry Cambridge, short leg, and again there is no run. One more ball to go in the over. Thompson wanders back to his mark. Still the slip and the short leg in place as in comes Thompson, bowls, and forward comes Coles of the model for defensive shot, plays into the onside, and there is no run. 89 for 4, Ibrahim on 10, Coles on 36. Seen quite a lot of James Coles over the last couple of years. Of all the young Sussex players, I'm quite excited about James Coles.
Well, they must rate him as a batter to put him in at number 4 in the championship team. I think he's got something about it. Would have liked to have seen him bowl a little bit more than he has done this season, but to be fair, Jack Carson's bowled quite a lot of overs, hasn't he? Just going back to that members forum yesterday, just quickly before we talk to Dave, Adrian, quite positive. Rob Andrew and John Philby, the financial position of the club is really good. There's no debt. They're starting work now on getting grant aid and building the funding for phase 2 of the development, which is on our left-hand side as we look in the Shark stand. Some of that's going to disappear and at the bottom and will be replaced by corporate hospitality areas.
When's that due to happen?
Well, it depends on the funding. It's not imminent, I wouldn't have thought, but maybe in a couple of years' time. But they're very pleased with the development at the Tate residences at the entrance to the ground. Again, I can't imagine there are too many counties who are carrying absolutely no debt at all. So that's a positive sign.
Well, some of the counties are carrying millions.
Some of the bigger ones, yeah, but obviously they can service those debts because they're, staging big fixtures and test matches and internationals and stuff like that. But
we were asked the question in commentary, Bruce, and in fact, the club came back to me, which was good, about outground cricket as well. I think
John mentioned that yesterday. We'll talk in a minute when the...
It's Anuj Dal who's into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, he runs straight through the crease. Clearly lost his run-up, and so a dead ball is signalled.
I think that John Philby would love to go back to Arundel, certainly. The fixture list, he made a point about this year. This could have been a fixture that could have been played at Arundel this time of year. Arundel normally, end of June, beginning of July, but if you take this fixture away from Hove, it means there's no first-class cricket from sort of the end of June until the second week in September.
Comes Dal, bowls. Ibrahim forward, slightly in the air, placed to mid-on. There is no run.
Which is a long time for the bulk of the membership who live around, live in Brighton and Hove. I know it's Sussex County Cricket Club. It's not Brighton and Hove Cricket Club, but members predominantly live in Brighton and Hove. I'd love to, we'd all love to outground cricket again. No one, anyone who loves cricket would love to go to Arundel, but.
Darling again, bowls and flicked away by Ibrahim down to 5 leg. He picks up a single and goes to 11. The total to 90 for 4.
I don't think it will be next year because I think the fixture list will be similar to this one. But perhaps in 2025, John was sort of hinting that there might be an opportunity to go back there in 2025
to Arundel.
To Arundel, another option. I mean, before the COVID season, there was going to be a one-day game at Horsham and a one-day game at Eastbourne, and obviously that didn't happen. Again, perhaps the 50 over. I know a lot of counties, or quite a few counties, are staging 50 over matches at outgrounds next month.
Hull is in a game. Bowls let go by Coles through to...
And when the 50 over competition was in sort of May, June to a few years ago, obviously Sussex played a couple of games down at Eastbourne, so it would be, I think the club are keen to have outground cricket again. Think about Arundel. I mean, it's a lovely place to watch, but some of the cricket we saw there before COVID, the pitches were not great, were they? Very, very slow and pretty awful cricket. A couple of the games.
Yeah.
So that's maybe something that needs to be looked at.
Here comes Darl Bowles, let go by Coles outside of the off-stump. One of the other big things at the moment around Bruce is obviously the report into cricket and inclusivity, and particularly with kids who don't get a chance to play cricket at school, and whether counties are missing out. And it was quite interesting to see what's happening down at Crawley. There was a press release this week about the indoor school. I mean, that's terrific work by the club.
It is, but there are so many clubs and so many cricketers in Crawley, and it's an area that the club are, they're really honing in on.
Darl in and Bowles. Coles, that's a lovely looking shot straight down the ground. It's fielded well off his own bowling by Darl, but this will go through for a single. He goes to 37, the total to 90. Is that 91 for 4, Bruce? Or?
91 for 4, yeah.
Thank you. It seems to be a real area where they
it is. Big Asian population in Crawley. They're all a lot of very strong clubs. Asian clubs running 4 or 5 teams up there. It's really, really strong. It's an area that I'm really pleased that the Sussex have.
Darl Bowles, Coles plays on Ibrahim on the onside, no runs.
Are really concentrating on that because you want your county team, the players to come from different sources, don't you? Don't want them all to come from privately educated private schools. It'd be great if a couple of lads from Crawley who were spotted by the county in Crawley in the facilities that the county are playing or helping to provide came through and to become first class cricketers.
And also, Bruce, the danger the game has is becoming slightly elitist. It's not a cheap game to play. You want to buy yourself we were saying in commentary the other week, just break off because Alex Thompson is coming into bowl from the C end. He's coming into bowl to James Coles on 37. Coles defends. My day of playing village cricket, I was no good, but you had the club kit and the bag and the pads and the bat. Probably like you, Bruce.
Well,
no one had a bat.
My Sunday team, we used to have our own club bag, for years and years.
Well,
but
no one had their own bat.
Well, I'll tell you a story in a minute.
In comes Thompson, bowls, Coles turns it onto the onside. There is no run.
But a couple of the guys that I play with on a Sunday, I say it's only Sunday sort of friendly cricket. I mean, they're buying bats costing like 450 quid. Wasted on me, I can tell you, but that's a lot of money, isn't it?
In comes Thompson, bowls flicked again by Coles through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 38, the total to 92 for 4. I only ever used the edges, Bruce, to be honest.
I didn't even use those.
Not much came out in the middle. But it is, and in those days when we played, there were all the kids in the village who played, but nobody had their own kit.
No.
If anyone turned up with a bat, you thought they were something else.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sure you were the same.
Yeah, absolutely, and
Thompson bowls and just defended by Ibrahim into the offside, no run.
But £400 for a cricket bat.
My lord, that's
a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice bat, to be fair.
Needs to be for that. Does it come with any guarantee? I mean, if you
no guarantee of runs, but I suppose guarantee that it won't break or won't crack after 3 months or something like that.
In comes Thompson bowls, played onto the onside. There is no run. I remember my brother, who did have his own bat eventually, would spend the winter sanding it down and putting the linseed oil on.
You don't see that. You don't even see people knocking bats in anymore. They're already knocked in.
Used to sit there for hours.
Knock it in with the old hammer with a ball on the end of it. Yeah.
For hours.
But you just pick a bat up now and it's ready to use.
In comes Thompson bowls, driven by Ibrahim, but not convincingly. Back to Thompson, there is no run. End of the over, 92 for 4, 38 to James Coles, 11 to Daniel Ibrahim. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Bruce Talbot. Really pleased for Bruce to come in and have a natter with us today. Dave Fletcher back in a few moments' time. But coming back to that, Bruce, that's terrific. If there's the facility there, and presumably there's going to be equipment there, that because if you're from a family and money's tight and you're coming home saying I'd like to play cricket and there's no kit, it's great that there can be some help.
One of the other provisions as well that the club have helped towards is making sure that all these clubs in Crawley play in Crawley, that they don't need to go and hire grounds elsewhere, which is again another really good initiative. It is a really, really strong cricket area.
In comes Dahl, bowls, Coles defends down the middle of the track, and there is no run. Well, it's great to hear. And if it gets more people interested in cricket, and if a couple of young players come out of Crawley who perhaps would never have had the opportunity to and get into the side, you've got to perform. I mean, you don't just get into the side because you're living in Crawley, but if you're good enough and you can get in, that's great. So well done, Sussex. That was really good news about that indoor cricket facility. Fletch with us in a moment as in comes Dahl, bowls and Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run. You're looking at my bit of cake, Fletch. There's plenty in there. No, you were definitely glancing.
I've got no interest in it.
What you have done, if there's a shortage of Mars bars in Sussex this week, well, the bloke to blame is Dave Fletcher, because he's had a Mars bar every day for his lunch and he hasn't eaten any of them. I think he's going to eat them on the way home. 4 Mars bars on the way home. Yeah, it will be. In comes Dahl, bowls, Coles with that lovely flick. He does play that shot really nicely. A quick turn of the wrist, the ball disappears down to fine leg. He picks up a single. Does Coles? He goes to 39. The total of 93 for 4. Good knock this by James Coles, and it needs to be under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, important. Important. As I say, 250 would put Sussex in the game, I think. It's a long way off at the moment, 250 lead.
28 overs left to be bowled tonight. Full day tomorrow. I think the forecast is good for tomorrow. So we could see a really good day's cricket here tomorrow, but Sussex will need a few more runs. Wayne Madsen definitely directs affairs, doesn't he, from the slip? I know he's not the skipper, but he has quite a big say in. And it's a good position to see from, actually. I quite like it when you're at slip, that you actually get a broader perspective on
it's a bit
what's
like
going
Steve
on.
Smith in the Ashes. He's running the sort of inside ring, isn't he, in the ring of the field, and Cummins is making when he's bowling or talking to the bowlers.
Cromwell Road in bowls. Ibrahim takes a couple of steps down the wicket. He flicks the ball down to fine leg. Not quite as convincingly as James Coles did, but nonetheless, he picks up a single. He goes to 12, batting himself maybe into a bit of form. Daniel Ibrahim, 18-year-old, plays his cricket locally at Preston Nomads Cricket Club. Sort of burst onto the scene, really. He became the youngest player ever to score a championship half-century at Leeds a couple of years ago, probably longer than that now, 3 years ago, back in the Bob Willis Trophy. Yeah, Bob Willis Trophy competition. Brooke Guest now standing up to the stumps. Really noticing that Ibrahim has been taking a couple of steps down the wicket. I like to see a keeper standing up. In comes Dahl, bowls, and Coles is up on his toes and punches that to mid-off. And there is no run. Best keeper you've seen down here, Bruce, in your many, many years?
What, for Sussex?
Yeah.
Good question. I mean, if you're looking at a keeper batsman, you probably know better than Matt Pryor, though Tim Ambrose would have run him close. I tell you, he was a very good keeper. He didn't play in it because he couldn't get any runs. Was a guy called Sean Humphreys, who a few of the listeners may remember.
Bowls and Coles again with that almost trademark shot down to fine leg. Picks up another single, does James
He was
Coles.
a really good keeper, really solid, stylish keeper, but struggled to make big runs. Ended up packing up cricket and went up to Gordonston School to teach
in
cricket up
Scotland.
there in Scotland. Yeah.
94 for 4, end of the over. I'm going to make way, and Fletcher's going to come in and have a natter away to Bruce, and I can enjoy my chocolate cake.
Well done, everybody.
Seamless again.
Absolutely. You barely know we went on air. Alex Thompson begins a new over, bowling to James Coles. He defends it back to the bowler. I've now sit. Blimey, that's blinding, that sun, isn't it? Reflection in the window. 95 for 4. Thompson is in again. Coles goes back into his crease, pushes it into the onside, and Sam Connors does the fielding. Bruce, how are you?
I'm very well, Dave. Good
man.
to see you.
Great to be here. Love trips down to Hove. I've done since I started the job, which isn't that long ago compared to you, clearly. This particular job, that is, this turned into a full toss by Coles. He forces it out towards Anuj Dahl, who's in the covers. Very, very good fielder, Anuj Dahl. And it remains 95 for 4. Sort of game in the balance at the moment, it feels. As this one, a slightly false shot, played up towards mid-on. In from long on comes Leas Deploy to do the fielding. Coles picks up a single to move to 41, 96 for 4. Crucial. This session, we're going to talk about big first hours and all the rest of it, but this session's crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, these remaining overs today, another 27 overs. If Derbyshire could get 2 or 3 more wickets, they will feel they're in a really strong position. Sussex maybe 150 ahead, 150 for 7 or something like that at the close.
Thompson bowls, Ibrahim defends. That man catching on the onside straight. Lewis Rees does the fielding. I was very impressed because you said before that they'll chase 300 and then it's already come down to 250.
No, it's 150.
Before then, another side that's used to winning though, Derbyshire, it has to be said. That one's turned into the leg side by Ibrahim. Haven't won again this season. End of the over, 96 for 4, the lead 91. And it can play on your mind, can't it?
Yeah,
They've not got over the line. They could have got over the line against Worcestershire, but didn't. They were certainly on top, but just couldn't take the final few wickets. And if that gets into the back of your mind, then it can be tricky.
Yeah. 250 chase, well, I'd fancy it. Because as I say, I don't think the history of the wickets here at Hove as well in the last few years, Dave, they don't tend to break up a great deal. No. They don't tend to deteriorate a massive amount. You might get a little bit of uneven bounce tomorrow. There might be a little bit of more rough for the spinners to work with.
And as Dal begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, defended by Coles to Harry Kame. Can't stop moving. It's fidgeting all the time. 96 for 4. It's interesting that similar things are happening at Derby. There was a bit of green. There was a green tinge to the pitch, and Leas Deploy said, "Oh yeah, we'll have a bowl on that." But green pitches don't play like green pitches at Derby anymore. No. Presumably, it's the same here.
Well, this pitch, there was some live grass on it, but it's very dry. As I say, similar to a lot of the wickets here this season.
Next delivery from Dahl is turned down to long leg by Coles. Thompson does the fielding. 97 for 4. Coles moves on to 42. Yeah, and the opposition captain, who isn't used to seeing that kind of thing, comes in and goes, "Oh yeah, that's going to do all sorts." And by lunch, there were 150 without loss, which rather suggests a misreading of the surface.
Well, Deploy wouldn't be the first captain who's done that here. Who's come a visiting captain who's put Sussex in and regretted it.
They've done quite well to claw their way back into this game from that first session as Deploy bowls. It's driven straight back to him by Dan Ibrahim.
Well, Guest batted really well, didn't they? And they all batted around him, and and these days as well, Dave. You don't get many teams who haven't got batters all the way down 9 who are all capable batsmen who might get you 20 or 30. It all adds up, doesn't it? And you saw that today with Scrimshaw, with Thompson.
Well, it was ridiculous. I don't know where Sam Connor's got that from, if I'm honest, as Dahl bowls turned into the leg side by Ibrahim. In off the boundary comes Big George. Yeah, career best this morning.
Thompson's not. He's obviously a bit more than just a tail end batsman.
But the batting
has got no pretensions. Did he really? Even Scrimshaw. He hit Shipley for 3 boundaries, 2 of them straight down the up the hill there. Shots that any top order batsman would have been pleased to play.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be mentioning them around the dinner table this evening. Big George, but we only saw him bat once in the T20. As Dahl bowls, that one's turned into the leg side by Coles. Up towards Scrimshaw again. And 9 for 4, 43 now to Coles. The lead 94 runs, so effectively 94 for 4. But if these two, Coles and Ibrahim, can get through to the close, they will score runs, of course, and with still 26 overs to come after this next delivery. They're going to have a nice little advantage, and Derbyshire might go back to the hotel thinking, might not be as easy as we thought it was going to be, as Dahl bowls. And that's defended by Ibrahim. And I say as easy as we thought it was going to be, as easy as we thought it was going to be when it was 1 for 2, which was quite the start, wasn't it? And fair play to Sussex as well in that respect, having been 1 for 2. They could have folded like a pack of cards with the inexperience or the relative youthfulness of the batsmen to follow, and they've done pretty well.
Yeah, they have. Coles has really impressed me, but the job is not done. He's got 43 and he's batted well, but he's got to stay there tonight. Ibrahim looks a little bit more not quite as certain at the moment. He's finding his way, finding some form again, but it's important these two bat for as much of the rest of this session as they can.
Well, here's the man who might hold the key. Bowled nicely, 10 overs, 3 for 26, picked up 3 in the first innings as well. Alex Thompson is in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Coles, fielded by Lewis Rees under the floppy sun hat. There's too many of those out there now. There's 4 that I can count.
The pitches at Derby turn a great deal.
No,
the third,
they don't do
fourth
anything.
day.
Don't do anything.
No.
Derbyshire haven't won a home game for more than 1,000 days at Derby. This next delivery, so 3 years or something, is turned into the leg side nicely by Coles. And they're going to come back for 2, and they're going to get back for 2 because there's a little bit of sloppy fielding. And the 100 is up for Sussex. 101 for 4. Coles moves on to 45. No, last season, it was an extraordinary season all around the country because of the heat. And they were just so flat. They had the three double hundreds in the game against Sussex, which was great statistically, but dreadful to watch.
And that was in April, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, a few years ago here, I mean, the wickets were moribund. Really, the square was slow and low and really bad, and they dug a lot of it up. They've laid some hybrid pitches, which they mostly use for the T20 and the one-day stuff, and the wickets have definitely improved.
Thompson bowls, defended by Coles. Yeah, they can't use hybrids for the Championship yet, can they, for some reason? They can use balls with no seams on them, but they can't use hybrid pitches.
Yeah. But I just wondered whether that was the thought at Derby. They might start relaying some of the square just to promote a bit more, to give the wickets a bit,
I think the plan, as Thompson bowls down, using his feet, he took one stride down the track there. Coles pushed it out to Anojdahl. They wanted to leave a little more grass on this year. I think when Mickey Arthur arrived, he decided that the batting was so fragile that they needed to basically take all the grass off the pitches to boost the batsman's confidence. As Coles turns this into the leg side, not too far away from short leg Harry Kane. They pick up another single. It's fielded out there by Haider Ali. Coles moves on to 46, 102 for 4, and he retains the strike as well. But that's all very well when it comes to the opposition, because the opposition play on the same surface, so they rack up a load of runs, and before you know where you are, you've got 450 plays 450, and you're already into day 3. Which is no use to anybody, really, is it?
Well, Paul Farbre said at the start of this season, when I asked him about the wickets, they wanted more grass on here. They wanted good bounce and good carry, and I think there has been that, but it's still very weighted in favour of the batters.
Which is a bit of a shame, really, from a spectacle point of view. Anojdahl to continue, balls to Coles, who turns that one into the leg side for a single out there towards George Scrimshaw. He's being worked hard on the mid-wicket boundary. Coles goes on to 47, 103 for 4. I just noticed that Leicester Ploy has gone off. He occasionally goes off, just for a little bit of inspiration, possibly. A little chat with the coach.
What's the chat about next season as Derby captain?
David Lloyd,
as the rumours.
I think we can say it's beyond rumour.
Yeah.
Nobody's said anything official at either Middlesex or Derbyshire, but he's going. And that one is driven off the inside half of the bat by Ibrahim to Harry Kane. But when they sign, and I haven't spoken to Mickey since the signing was made. We'll speak to him at the end of the match. And the quote that stood out for me was that Lloyd had been brought in for his leadership qualities, which rather suggests that he's going to be brought in as the captain for me. There isn't really an obvious candidate out there, if I'm honest.
No.
Wayne Madson's done it and relinquished it. As Dahl is in, bowls to Ibrahim, who defends it straight back to the bowler. Guest, you can't ask him to captain, bat at 3 and keep wicket, for goodness sake.
He wouldn't be able to bat in the top 3, would he?
No, he'd be an absolute.
He'd have to go down the order.
It'd be an absolute mess.
Yeah.
A number of players coming to the end of their contracts. Harry Kane started the season as the second team captain, but he's still very, very young.
Who's the vice captain?
Well, I don't think there is one, as this one is driven past Harry Kane by Ibrahim, and it'll go all the way up to the Players' Pavilion for 4 runs. Nice shot by Dan Ibrahim. Moves on to 17, 107 for 4. It is clear, and even just by watching it, Adrian spotted it. Wayne Madsen is clearly having a major influence on matters, and if Deploy talks to anybody, he talks to Wayne, which makes perfect sense. I mean, he's been at the club 15 years. He's seen everything just about there is to see in the game, you would have thought. There is a rumour, and it remains a rumour. He wants to play for Italy in the T20 World Cup qualifiers, and they're coming up very soon. I think they coincide with the games against Durham and Glamorgan at home.
Who's this, Wayne Madsen?
Wayne Madsen, yeah. There's some Italian heritage there.
Right.
The Italians haven't announced their squad yet, but the Italian coach, somebody put on that Wayne Madsen would be good for Scotland and should play in the World Cup as Dal Bowles. That one's clipped by Ibrahim straight to Harry Kane. The Scotland coach actually put "if selected" with one of those winking emojis.
Yeah.
I think if they were offered Wayne Madsen in a tournament where the top two go through, that Scotland and Ireland are both in it, but when you look at the rest of the teams, they've got half a chance. And if you've got Wayne Madsen, you might be able to sneak a win against a Scotland or an Ireland in T20 cricket, because it's toss up a coin stuff, really, isn't it? As Dal is in and balls, that one's turned into the leg side nicely by Dan Ibrahim, who moves on to 18, 108 for 4. So,
Wayne Madsano.
Yes, yeah. But I mean, at 39, I know it would mean him missing a couple of championship matches, and then of course if he got through to the T20 World Cup, I think that's in June next year.
I think you're right, yeah.
Which may coincide with the T20. Well, Derbyshire wouldn't really want to be without Wayne Madsen in T20, considering the amount. I mean, he scored 550 runs, I think it was, this season, which was a new Derbyshire record, beating the one that Shan Masood set last season. It would seriously weaken the side.
Part of the tournament is in the States, isn't it? The T20 World Cup next year, West Indies and
the USA. Florida. Yeah. New over from Alex Thompson, first delivery. Ibrahim pushes it up to Nick Potts, who's on as the substitute for the skipper Leas Deploy. So Mickey Arthur always said he needed what he described as 2 transfer windows to sort Derbyshire out. A lot of players out of contract this season who he inherited, who were obviously with him for 2 years. Thompson bowls, this one is driven, and it's going to beat the man at mid-off, who is George Scrimshaw, who put the dive in. Nice shot, though, from James Coles, who moves to 50. Really well played, James Coles. His 50's come off 102 balls, and that was his 7th for. Nice innings. Your appreciation of that innings, it's been a good one, hasn't it? Yeah,
it's lovely. Even Haider Ali fielding out here at deep mid-wicket applauded either the shot or the 50, which you don't see very often opposition players do. Yeah, he's played well, Coles, but the job is, I keep saying to Adrian, he's got to stay there tonight. It's important that he's there at the close if Sussex are going to entertain any prospect of winning this game.
Waiting now as Thompson comes in and bowls. Too many turns this into the leg side. He'll pick up another 1 here as around go. Fielding at mid-wicket. He does get a single, moves to 52, 114 for 4. Yeah, George Scrimshaw, when we spoke to him at the end of day 1, said that Sussex had gifted Derbyshire 1 or 2 wickets. They can't afford to do that, can they? Especially in the position they're in at the moment. They can't suddenly hit one up in the air. As Thompson bowls, Ibrahim drives it to Lewis Rees, and there's no run. He's warming up now. Derbyshire gave away 1 or 2 wickets as well. Wayne Madsen in particular played a poor shot, which is unusual after getting to 50. This one is turned into the leg side by Ibrahim. Derbyshire desperate to win. I was encouraged to hear you say if Derbyshire could put 3 wins together, they could get back into the promotion race, which is true. Whether they can do that or not.
If they won 3 of their last 6 games, which is not beyond the realms, if you include this one, 3 of their last 7 games, they'd have a chance.
Yeah.
It's so tight among take Durham out of the equation, everyone will feel that, a couple of wins will make such a difference, because you're beating the teams around you, you're knocking there in a small division with only, with only 10 teams, and you can make a move up the table very, very quickly. I mean, Sussex haven't lost this season. They've drawn 6 games and won 1. And they've not been out of the top 3. Well, they're back in the top 2 now as well, because Leicestershire haven't been picking up many points in
Yes.
But yeah, it can all change. And you know, when we imagine what the momentum it would give to both teams to win this game. You know, Derbyshire go back. We've got Durham next week, who are the leaders, but we're at home. Sussex go to Headingley next week, which is always a big game, playing up there.
Yeah, and then Derbyshire do play the week after. They're at home again to Glamorgan, so a couple of home games coming up.
So it's not beyond the realms, but we'll win this game first.
I'm excited. We're going to get that clipped up with the bulletins. Here is Alice Dahl beginning a new over. It's clipped out towards mid-wicket by James Coles, who picks up a single to move to 53, for 4. Mickey Arthur wants to get this side into the First Division. He wants to win a white ball trophy. All admirable ambitions, of course.
Well, I got Royal London come out, did well in the T20, nearly got to the quarter-finals, didn't they?
Yes, it wasn't so much not winning on the last day, it was tying at Durham and not beating Northamptonshire at home that really did for them. Beat Birmingham home and away, which was great. Smashed Yorkshire at Chesterfield, which was an absolute joy. As Dahl is in, and that one is driven very straight and straight to, looks like Saranga Lakmal, mid-on.
Said a Lancastrian.
Well, they beat Yorkshire at Chesterfield every year. I mean, that's just a given these days. Turn up at Chesterfield, beat Yorkshire, go home. But it was 144 runs. I mean, it was an astonishing game of cricket.
That is a pace thing, isn't it?
It is. In 20 overs to win by 144 runs is ridiculous, really. Here's Dahl bowls, and that one is defended by Ibrahim. Back towards the bowler. We've got more than 20 overs left today, which is a very scary prospect. So we won't be finishing until close to 7 o'clock. I know Alex Thompson is...
He rattles through his overs.
He does.
There, Alex Thompson.
Yeah, he does. There isn't another frontline spinner, certainly. There's an occasional spinner in the captain. Wayne Madsen hasn't bowled at all this season. I don't think his shoulder's up to it. As Dahl bowls, strikes the pad, but possibly inside edge, judging by the appeal, which started and then ended with lots of hands on heads. Dahl will be looking for some kind of repeat of his performance at Worcester, where for the second season in a row he scored a century and picked up a 5-for, which is not bad going. He's an important player, but it's only the 4th game he's played this season due to injury, which is a real shame for him, as he bowls to Ibrahim and pushes it straight back to Harry Kame, who's at that straight mid-on, just in front of the stumps. So they've got some really good players. It was good to see Saranga Lakmal pick up a wicket early in this innings. He's been a little disappointing this season and has had injuries. But I think watching George Scrimshaw playing red ball cricket is possibly the highlight of the trip down here. As in goes Dahl and bowls, and that's driven up to Lakmal once again, who's fielding at mid-on. And it's the end of another over from Anuj Dahl. Just the one run from it. 115 for 4. Coles has 53. Ibrahim has 19. And the over rate, which did show -1 at one point, has now gone to +1. So everybody's happy.
Still 22 overs left tonight.
Well, really, that means we should finish by...
Should be done by 7.
7 o'clock, shouldn't we? Yeah.
Free admission after tea, so if you're in the area, fancy coming down for an hour and a half's cricket. See some overs bowled.
He certainly will. And speaking of the man who it's good to see playing red ball cricket, George Scrimshaw, is back. He's going to be bowling from the C end, with Sussex on 115 for 4. I'd be interested to get your take on George Scrimshaw. I mean, they're always concerned about his fragility, as so many bowlers are bowled 90 miles an hour. You know, only too well down here. It can be tough on the body, can't it? Bowling quickly.
He's not carrying a lot of weight, is he?
No. apart from in his moustache. It's this first delivery. He's cracked away for 4 runs out to the cover boundary by Coles. Nice shot. Kept a bit low, it seemed, because he sort of had to reach for it outside the off stump, but made a decent enough contact with it. Coles moves on to 57, 119 for 4.
He bowled a lot of short stuff, actually, in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was obviously a deliberate ploy on this wicket, but I've been impressed by him. You know, when he said, when you said on Monday that he hadn't played a red ball game for
12 months.
12 months, that did surprise me. He's quite sharp, I think. He's got obviously the height and the attribute.
Gets plenty of bounce out of a pitch. That one is pitched up and driven down the ground by Coles for 4 more. That was a good shot. Over-pitched, really. Tried to pitch it up, but pitched it too far up, and he's paid the price, and he's gone for successive boundaries at the start of this spell. It's only the 5th over he's bowled in the innings. Conceded 24 runs now. Coles has moved on to 61. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very pleasing. Coles is enjoying the pace of George Scrimshaw. He's got 1 slip. Where's Hayder going now? He doesn't half move around.
Might be some
short. Might be. He's gone in at shortish. He's got a backward square leg, really. There is a short leg. He's some distance away from the bat. 1 slip as well. George Scrimshaw comes back around the wicket, bowls a short delivery that doesn't get up at all, and I'll tell you what, that wasn't far away from Coles' helmet. He had to not only bend down, but he had to,
It didn't get up at all, no. Bounced just about, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches up over his top of his head, and he's virtually kneeling down on the ground.
Might just put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind, absolutely. So I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. I find that incredibly difficult. Which is a worry for somebody who talks for a living. Scrimshaw bowls. That one does bounce, and it just balloons. It's a no ball. Balloons over the head of Coles. So 2 more to the total. 125 for 4. I'm going to have to disappear because I've got an update at past. I don't know how this is working now.
Seamless again. Thank you, Bruce. It helps very well. In comes Scrimshaw bowls. Oh, that was a good delivery as well. Coles, and the ball whistled past his helmet. Good little partnership, Bruce, between these two. Impressed again by James Coles, 61, and it's been a classy innings.
Well, 51 they put on so far off 85 balls. Very important partnership, but which we keep mentioning, Adrian, they've got to keep going.
Yeah, they have.
6 or 7 down tonight. It's a very hard game for Sussex to win.
They've got their sort of leg trap set in there, Bruce, haven't they? They've got the leg slip and the short leg. Scrimshaw picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. He's in round the wicket. It's another short delivery, and Coles just watches it sail by almost with disdain. He's looking at the square. Now it's been signalled as a no ball, and I think Coles looked at the umpire then and said, "Well, how on earth can I hit that?" Comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? Got an update to do to the listeners on the radio. Made me jump. But yeah, I mean, if these two could, I mean, it's still a long way to go to survive until, the survival isn't the thing, is it? You've got 21 overs to go. If Sussex can score at 4 all over here, you might get themselves up around 200 by the close of play. Another short delivery. Well, it's a ploy which currently isn't working. It worked in the first innings against Ollie Carter. I think James Coles just needs to make sure he doesn't get rattled here, Bruce.
Because there's no pace. It's not like he's bowling at 95 mile an hour and he's threatening the body. It's they're short balls, but he just wants to make sure if he goes, keeps it down, keeps it in front of the square, and avoids the. You've got a man deep mid wicket. You've got 2 on the leg side, quite close in.
In comes Scrimshaw bowls. Oh.
Back to the county ground in Hove, Adrian Harms. Big first innings scores by all the sides in our local matches. These games, by tomorrow evening?
Well, good question. Certainly here at Hove, I think there's a good chance there'll be a result, Danny, because in the second innings, Sussex are 127 for 4, so they only lead by 122. James Cole's batting very nicely. He's one of the young players here. He's only 19. He's 61 not out. Daniel Ibrahim is on 19. Meanwhile, at the Oval, it could well be the game will end in a draw because Surrey are 138 for 1 in their second innings. Half centuries there for Sibley and Latham. Surrey leading by 94 with just a day to go. And I should mention as well the Women's International, the Women's Ashes down at Bristol, Danny. England needing to win to keep the Ashes alive. The Australians made 263 for 8 in their 50 overs. In reply, England are racing along. They're 96 for 1 in the 12th over. So looking good down at Bristol to keep the Ashes series alive.
And just finally, what sort of day's viewing has it been for cricket fans there, Dave? What's the weather been like? What's the play been like?
Really good. It's been a really good day's cricket. There's been wickets, there's been runs, there's a decent crowd. It's a bit blustery. You need to get out of the wind. Interestingly, we had an email today from a Sussex supporter who's here, a new Sussex supporter enjoying the game. So, you know, it's been a good day to come along. And actually, Danny, if you're around Hove at the minute, there's 21 overs to go tonight. I think we'll get them all in. It's free entry now, so why not come down and have a look if you haven't been to a championship game before.
What an invite, Adrian Hunt. If you can't make it, catch the commentary ball by ball on the BBC Sport website and app.
Thank you, Danny. Just to break off, there was clearly a very contentious moment there, Bruce. You were watching assiduously. What happened there?
Well, Cole, they appealed for a catch behind the wicket, a bumper which Coles may have touched, and then the umpire signalled no ball, and there was a lengthy debate, and it looks like, Scrimshaw's been warned bowling too much short stuff, and he's been taken out of the attack because Thompson has finished the over. So I'm not sure how long Scrimshaw it will be before Scrimshaw is allowed to bowl again, but he certainly hasn't completed the over Thompson has. And there was certainly, I think there were 3 no balls in that over. There was a lot of short pitch bowling, and the umpire, and they're still talking now. Wayne Madson's having a word with him. A couple of the other, there's a real conflab going on in mid pitch between 2 or 3 of the Derbyshire players. So the umpire has warned. It looks like he's warned Scrimshaw, and he's come out. He's been told he can't bowl anymore.
Well, do you think that's a warning whereby he's been told he can't bowl for the rest of the innings, or do you think that's for a certain amount of time, Bruce?
I think it's for the rest of the innings. I'm pretty sure it's the rest of the innings.
I'll see if I can get a message to the scorers and find out. This is where sometimes I think cricket doesn't do itself any favours. There should be some sort of an announcement.
Or something on. They've got 2 massive scoreboards here. At least tell people what's going on. It's an easy bit of information to relay. You've got 500 or 600 people in the ground, or how many, and they're all going, well, what's going on? Why has he not finished the over?
I couldn't agree more. Dahl comes in, bowls to Ibrahim, who plays into the offside. There is no run. I mean, for example, we had an email in this morning from a lady who's a relatively new person to cricket. She said she's enjoying cricket, thinking of becoming a member next year. Probably, without being disrespectful, probably doesn't understand all the rules. I don't understand the rules. You know, get something on that scoreboard.
Or an announcement. It must be fairly simple for someone to announce what's happened.
I couldn't agree more. This is where cricket doesn't do itself any favours, really. Anyway, Dahl comes in, bowls, and Ibrahim glides that down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up a signal. They've taken one. I wonder as well what prompted that. I wonder whether James Coles did get a nick through to the keeper, but then it was called a no ball. I don't know. It was
definitely called a no ball after he...
No ball. Would you get removed for bowling? It can't be a no ball if the batsman's...
Worse of it, well...
It's out of reach, sure.
Well, we think he's been taken out of the attack, Fletch. Whether that's for the rest of the innings...
I think it will be.
Right, well that's going to be a point of contention. Dahl runs in, bowls, Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run. Clearly during that over you could see James Coles was looking towards the umpire. He seemed to be inferring that he was having trouble hitting the ball. The no balls were signalled.
I think there were 3 no balls in the over, but the one that was the last one that was called before he was out of the attack didn't look anything, and it wasn't very odd.
No, he wasn't. I was doing an update, so I couldn't fully concentrate on what was going on. Darling and bowls, and Coles defends down the offside of the track. But that's not going to help Derbyshire. A bowler down. I mean, they've taken 4 wickets.
But if that's for intimidatory bowling, I think that's a bit harsh, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, Derbyshire were clearly not happy about it. It was clearly a set ploy, but we saw a lot of it in the Test match, didn't we, Bruce? You know, we've seen it a lot during this Ashes series.
On flat pitches, you've got to try anything to get wickets.
Darling bowls, driven by Coles, straight down the ground, better than I thought. It's gone for 4 runs. A lovely on drive by James Coles. He goes to 65, and Sussex to 138 for 4. It's been a good game, played in a good spirit so far, but that might have just soured things a little, Bruce.
I'm not sure that Derbyshire would have any argument with Sussex about it. It's the umpiring.
Yep.
I think it's the square leg umpire who is.
I think it's umpire Adnam who's there at this end now. I think they changed around.
Hassan Adnan.
Yeah. So we'll see if we can get some clarification of that. As in comes Dal Bowles, and James Coles just leans on that, plays it into the onside, and picks up a single. So there we go, end of the over, 135 for 4. Ibrahim on 20, Coles on 66. Bruce, thank you so much. Really good to see Bruce Talbot. A journalist down here on the south coast for many years, knows more about Sussex than pretty much anybody else, and delighted that Bruce has been spending an hour with us. So thank you, Bruce, much appreciated. Fletcher's with us. Always good to see Bruce. Have a little catch up. Always got plenty of interesting.
I didn't realise he was a journalist. That was the only thing.
Yeah, I know you were. I knew you were laughing, taking a mickey out. Maybe I'm a.
Not you. No, not you.
This is that clearly was a very contentious. But I was just saying, we've got, you know, for example, saying to Bruce. You know, we've got, for example, we had an email from Kaz, didn't we, today, who's relatively new to cricket, in the ground, watching the game. We have no idea here what happened there. An announcement, something on the scoreboard, Fletch?
Be nice, wouldn't it?
You know, what's gone on?
Yeah.
Why has Scrimshaw been taken off? I think cricket needs to... It doesn't help itself sometimes.
No, it needs to smarten up on things like that.
Communication. George Scrimshaw has been taken out of the attack because of continued short pitch bowling, and he won't be able to bowl for the rest of the innings. It's not difficult.
We think it's for the rest of the innings.
Well,
who
there
knows?
we are.
It has to be, doesn't it? I think.
Who knows?
It's Saranga Lakmal then running up the hill and bowling his first delivery to James Coles, who's on 66 now. It was a dot ball defended into the ground by Coles. 135 for 4, effectively 130 for 4. Just knock 5 off anything that Sussex have on the board, and you'll get their lead. And a big session, this one, and made harder by the removal of one of Derbyshire's bowlers, and one of Derbyshire's better bowlers. He got 5 wickets in the first innings. Tom Wood is on. Not sure who he's replaced. It might be Lewis Rees, who'll have gone off to put his bowling boots on. That would be my guess. Saranga Lakmal runs in and bowls, and Coles drives. They're going to get a single. George Scrimshaw throws at the stumps and hits them, but the batsman was in. He's angry, George. I've never seen him hit the stumps before. That was a good piece of fielding.
It was very good.
It was a decent, quick single. Coles moved to 67, 136 for 4. You could clearly see he was home.
I'm going to inquire, if we can, of the scores as to what's happened here.
Good shout. Yes, yes, they're the ones who'll know. But removed 4 overs and 5 balls. Just a bit of a delay here as Dan Ibrahim scratches his mark, ready to face Lakmal, who is in and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. It's going to take a big effort from the remaining bowlers. The good news is that they still have 4 medium pacers in Lakmal, Connors, Lewis Rees, and who's the other one that I've missed? Anuj Dal, beg your pardon. The spin of Alex Thompson. So there are still 5 bowlers who can rotate. But what I would do, I don't know if it's allowed, but I think what I'd do, if he can no longer bowl, as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Ibrahim, is that I would, with the greatest of respect to George Scrimshaw, and I know he's just hit the stumps with a throw, I'd probably take him off and replace him with either Tom Wood. I think it'd be Tom Wood, actually, who is probably a better fielder. So say, right, well, there's no point in George staying out there if he can't bowl anymore.
Yes.
He can come in at number 11 if we need him to, batting, because he'd be allowed. He couldn't come in higher than 7, well, he's not going to, and take him off. Here is Lackmal in a bowl to Ibrahim, who's on the move as he defends this one out into the offside, fielded by Sam Connors.
I just wonder whether that might galvanise Derbyshire a bit here, Fletch. I mean,
Well, they were clearly very angry.
Yeah.
Leas de Ploy was having a reasonably animated conversation with the umpire. It's umpire Hassan Adnan at our end now.
I'm being told here, Fletch, that excessive short-pitched bowling and exceeded maximum bouncers head height allowed per over, presumably on more than one occasion.
Next delivery from Lackmal is driven into the ground, out into the offside towards Connors by Ibrahim. I would love to see that last bouncer, because they were appealing for a catch. It must have been very, very close to the bat handle
Yes.
and the gloves. And if you're not going to be allowed to bowl balls that close to the bat handle and the glove, and Wayne Madson's continuing the
Yes, he
discussion
is.
now with
And Brooke Guest.
Hassan Adnan. Brooke Guest just looking over the shoulder. I guess he's quite a quiet man, but
Even here, there's
see, there's lots of pointing,
There is.
and they haven't given any official explanation to the crowd here.
no, which is poor.
And I just think they need to do that. They need to come out after the close of play and say, this is the reason we've made that decision, or issue a little statement and say, right, George Scrimshaw can no longer bowl in this innings.
Well, there's a match referee here, Fletch. Who
don't.
the match referee is sitting here. Surely, you're there to, I don't know what. Well, he's here for a number of reasons, but this is an opportunity for the match referee to get involved. Surely.
Well, we had a match referee, I'll tell you about him, at Leicester, home to Leicestershire.
In comes Lewis Rees, bowls to.
Oh, short delivery.
Balls.
No ball. Come on, umpires.
Ball
It
goes,
wasn't.
ball passes past the outside edge through to keep a guess. There is no one. Yeah, far.
I'm going to start getting belligerent now. I think it was Peter's. No,
Such?
it wasn't. I don't know. I don't. Yes, I think it was Peter Such. So Derbyshire played Leicestershire. They were trying to force a victory, and they bowled Leicestershire out with just what we thought were 4 overs to go. So you take 2 off for the change of innings, and off you go. And then the umpire said, "Oh no! In the last hour, you don't take 2 off for the change of innings." And we had about a 25-minute delay.
In comes Rees, bowls to Coles, plays with mid-wicket, no run.
And that was this season. We had about a 25-minute delay, and ultimately it was decided, yes, you do take 2, which everybody thought you did. And Derbyshire went out for 2 overs or 1 over and defended every ball, and everybody shook hands. And we asked Peter Such if he'd come and talk to us, and he, to his credit, he said he would. But slightly less credited is the fact that he didn't actually say anything when he talked to us. He basically said, well, we checked with the ECB and the right decision was reached in the end. And, well, that's not an explanation.
Rees bowls clipped away by Coles down to fine leg, picks up a single fielded by George Scrimshaw.
We've got nothing but respect for Hassan Adnan. He's a decent umpire, no question about it. And he's made the decision, and you have to abide by the decision. We've seen a lot of Shan McGann as well this season, making his way in the game. But really, to not know what's going on officially is, well, it's just not good enough, is it?
Well, we're picking this up through other sources as to what's happened. As in comes Rees and bowls. Full toss, clubbed away by Ibrahim. That's going to be 4 runs. Batting himself into a bit of form here is Dan Ibrahim. That being said, that deserved to be hit for 4. It was a full toss. Ibrahim goes for 24. 141 for 4. So we understand that Scrimshaw is off for the remainder of the innings and indeed therefore the remainder of the match.
Yeah.
For excessive short pitch bowling and exceeded maximum bouncers above head height allowed per over. Now, presumably the umpire would have warned Scrimshaw and said, if you bowl another one, you'll be taken off.
Well, they do the signal, don't they? 1 for the over, 2 for the over.
In comes Rees bowls and Ibrahim plays that to backward point, no run.
It is a nonsense, though.
Yep.
And the bowlers in T20 cricket, and George has been predominantly a T20 player for Derbyshire over the years, often bowls short of a length. And he risks being no-balled.
Yeah.
But the ball that they decided was too short and therefore too high didn't look to me like it was too high. And that's the bit that...
And also it looked as if maybe Coles had nicked it through to the keeper. In comes Rees bowls Ibrahim forward plays into the covers, no run. That's what. So I was doing an update, so I kind of had half an eye on the play and half an eye on what I was doing. It was just a shame that all happened at the same time, really. End of the over. Lewis Rees opening over has gone for 5 runs. Sussex 141 for 4. Cole 68. Ibrahim 24. A half-century partnership between these two has steadied the Sussex ship. The lead for Sussex now 136. Very briefly elsewhere, England's women 119 for 2 in 15 overs. Crumbs chasing the Australians 263 for 8. They need 145 in 35 overs with 8 wickets remaining. That sounds... wouldn't mind that as a chase.
No, indeed.
And Durham needing 51 to beat Gloucestershire, having bowled them out second time around for 188.
Back to the over that was bowled. But I think I can do.
So I'll commentate for Lackmore bowls and played onto the onside by Cole. So Durham won without loss, needing another 51 to win. Durham are going to win that game, barring a miracle or a monsoon. Glamorgan, a quite extraordinary recovery by Glamorgan down at Cardiff. At one stage, Glamorgan were 93 for 7. They're now 344 for 8. Michael Nisa, who they've had a couple of Australians doing all the damage there, as in comes. Come on, Adrian, concentrate. Lackmar played into the offside. There is no run. Michael Nisa 130 not out. And Mitchell Swepson 69 not out. James Harris also made 47. Swepson 69 in 70 balls. So some recovery there from Glamorgan. I thought Swepson might get called up by the Aussies, actually. But
Yes.
for the Test series, particularly in view of the... no, he's a leggy, as opposed to Nathan Lyon with his off breaks. And the other game in Division 2 is down at Worcester, but Worcestershire have also recovered. Break off, in comes Lackmar. In the bowl, Coles drives down the ground. A lovely looking shot by James Coles. Picks up a single to mid-on, fielded there by the skipper Deploy. There is no run. Worcestershire 229 for 9, trailing Yorkshire by 178. Lower order resistance there from Finch and Gibbon, who have so far added 21 plus 29, makes 50 for the last wicket. So you're watching this over, are you?
Yeah, the first 2 balls, I think it's this over, 4.3 overs, and he's bowled 4.5 now, hasn't he? He's just bowled a short delivery that wasn't signalled one for the over or indeed called no ball.
Okay. In comes Lackmar bowls, driven by Ibrahim. He takes a good step down the pitch, does Ibrahim. We're just going to watch this delivery
the
here.
Third one. Now that's shortened down the leg side and is clearly a no ball. That's absolutely fine. I haven't got a problem with that at all.
So it's signalled a no ball, but it's not signalled as a short. It's a no ball because it's above shoulder height, or
it might be negative. It might have been
negative bowling.
Might have been negative bowling because it was too far down the leg side and over the batsman's head. So
Coles is looking towards the square leg umpire, isn't he? He's sort of,
which is fair enough. Now, so he's got another. He has to bowl that ball again, obviously. So we've still only got 3 balls of the over. So still 2 more before the one that he was taken off for. The next delivery is a good bouncer, I think, and is signalled 1 for the over. Yeah, 1 for the over.
In comes Lackmar racing into the sunshine. Bowls forward comes Ibrahim, plays to mid wicket, and there is no run.
So the next delivery is the one for which he was removed from the attack.
142 for 4. We're just catching up. If you're just joining us, George Scrimshaw, the Derbyshire pace bowler who took 5 wickets in the first innings, has been taken out of the attack. Can't bowl again in the match, and we're just watching a replay of the over to try and understand why. Here comes the delivery.
Oh, that's a no ball. So that's 2 no balls. That will be signalled no ball, surely. Yes, absolutely. It was the same as the previous no ball. That's fine.
Lackmar in bowls. Sure, a wild shot from Ibrahim. He really didn't need to play that. It was short. Ibrahim was trying to hit that into the middle of next week. He didn't get in any sort of position to play the shot. The ball sails through to keeper Brooke Guest. There is no run. End of the over. 142 for 4. Ibrahim 24, Coles on 69.
So we're now going to watch the ball for
what ball is this in the over?
This is the 5th ball of his 5th over. It's around the wicket. It's short. That isn't overhead height. So that's the 5th one. Now he's taken off because the next one must be signalled a no ball. That's right. There was the 3rd no ball in the over, wasn't it? So this would be the final ball of the over, but because it was signalled no ball, Alex Thompson had to come on and finish off the over. there's no easy way of just scrolling forward 10 seconds, unfortunately, on YouTube. So Lewis Rees is not ready yet to bowl his next over. He's just had a word, in fact, with Wayne Madsen. And here's the delivery. That's an absolute snorter. They appeal for a catch because it's flicked something. It's given us a no ball, and immediately the players put their hands on their heads. Wayne Madsen, Harry came, and he's got the arms outstretched now, George Scrimshaw. Third no ball in the over, and that's that, as Lewis Rees' first delivery is turned into the, I think it was turned into the leg side. Now, they're going to show a replay of that delivery. That's interesting. I think that's an absolute snorter.
Why is that given as a no ball?
I don't know why that's a no ball. And that's why there's so much astonishment from the Derbyshire fielders and from George himself, and he was handed his cap, and that's the end of it. So then Lewis Deploy comes up and has a word with Hassan Adnan as Lewis Rees is on his way in again from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and that one is defended by Coles into the ground, no run. Wayne Madsen actually jogs up in a moment. I'm sure I saw Wayne Madsen jogging. Both umpires are there now. Wayne Madsen's moving in quite quickly to see if he can join in. Alex Thompson saying, what on earth's going on? And the discussions continue, and he's saying it's overhead height, Hassan Adnan there. That would be my interpretation of his hand gestures. Lewis Deploy continues the discussion. And as Lewis Rees is on his way in, Wayne Madsen leaves the scene. Rees bowls, Coles drives up towards Lewis Deploy at mid-off, and there's no run. And the discussion continues. Wayne Madsen has a word, and then they all go back, and they haven't shown any dissent.
No,
I wouldn't say.
No, I would agree.
It just
surprised.
It just didn't seem like a no ball to me. But there we go. Interesting stuff, and no doubt we will find out what on earth has gone on at the close of play. Rees in, bowls to Coles, who defends this one out into the offside, and comes Harry Kane to pick up. In fact, he doesn't. He leaves it, and Lewis Rees picks it up. 69 to Coles, 24 to Ibrahim. The partnership worth 70. 142 for 4. The lead 137. They're trying to force their first win of the season, losing a bowler who took 5 for 49 in the first innings is not good.
Thank you to Martin Collins, who's one of the Sussex media team, who gives an explanation as well.
As Deploy is in and bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside. No run by Coles.
So excessive short pitch bowling exceeded maximum bouncers per over.
No, I understand all that, but what my contention is that the last ball of the over, or the last ball that he bowled,
yes, wasn't
a bouncer that he was taking evasive action, because if he hadn't have done it, would have hit him in the head.
Yes. Well,
so how can that be a no ball?
But I think as well that Derbyshire thought he was caught behind.
Yes, well, there was an appeal for caught behind. Next delivery is clipped away nicely for 4 runs by Coles. It was a nice shot, and he moves into the 70s. 73 for James Coles, 146 for 4 at the end of the over. I was also concerned in the previous over when he bowled that full toss, Lewis Rees, that he suddenly clutched his shoulder, which isn't a good sign. Ibrahim has 24, 146 for 4. You don't want to lose another one.
Is that a problem for Lewis Rees? Does he have shoulder?
No.
Right.
No.
That shot, if you had a wagon wheel of James Coles' shots, I think that shot behind square on the leg side, he gets an awful lot of runs in that region. A message in yesterday from Zach Tomasi I forgot to read out. Thank you, Zach, former Sussex chief exec, who was down here on the first day. Good to see you. I didn't see him to talk to you, but I saw him nattering away to Jim May and a couple of others in the corporate area. He always says how much he enjoys the commentary. So thank you, Zach, if you are listening. Lakmal running into bowl to Ibrahim. Ibrahim takes a couple of steps forward. He does that a lot. I guess Lakmal is just a little bit too quick for Brooke Guest to stand up to. Oh, you've got the wagon wheel.
Well, we can do wagon wheels.
So how do you do that?
You highlight Coles, all bowlers, and
from the street. From the street.
On NV Play. It's a really good website.
And how many runs has he got backward of square?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. I can't tell whether. I think that's backward of square there. So it's 19.
Right, he just seems to have played it's just a shot.
Right, that's the onside. So
he seems very comfortable playing those shots through the leg side. He plays it very nicely as well. I'm impressed by you, Fletch. I tell you, in comes Lackmell in bowls. Ibrahim nudges, 4 runs. Not quite where he intended that to go. It's run away down to third man. There is only the one slip, so you might have said there was a feeling that was a deliberately played shot. I'm not convinced myself. It's gone where second slip has been. Nonetheless, Ibrahim goes to 28, and he has been out of sorts with the bat, Daniel Ibrahim, but he's just playing himself into a little bit of form here.
He's playing okay, isn't he? He's played 1 or 2 rash shots, but he's got away with them, and he needs to make the most of that. Been out there for 52 deliveries, so he's well in.
Yeah.
It's another headache for Lewis to Ploy. He's just removed his cap, put his hands on his head. Never a dull moment.
No, absolutely. Lackmell again, bowls. Defended by Ibrahim down to mid-on, and there is no run. So we've still got plenty of overs to be bowled tonight, another 15 after this. In fact, to be fair, Derbyshire have rattled through their overs. I was thinking that we could have been looking at half 70, because we will play the lights really good, and those that have come today, it's been a really very good day's cricket. And tomorrow promises to be an absolute belter. Because I'll explain why in a minute when I've stopped sort of moving and ahhing. In comes Lackmell, bowls. Ibrahim drives. That's a lovely looking shot. That's probably the best shot he's played. It's going to be 4 runs. It was drilled through the covers. That was a nice shot. It beats the dive of is it a Scrimshaw out there?
Sam Connors.
Sam Connors, thank you.
I think.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It's gone away for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Scrimshaw's still out there.
Ibrahim goes to 32, 154 for 4. I mean, Sussex haven't got enough runs at the moment, but I don't think there's any way. Either Sussex will get bowled out, or they will declare at some stage. I think they will definitely set Derbyshire something. Yeah. Derbyshire may not seed setting. They may bowl Sussex out. In comes Lackmell, bowls to Ibrahim, who plays a sort of slightly untidy shot. It was short, and he got himself in a bit of a tangle and pulled it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sometimes forget Dan Ibrahim, he is only 18.
At 6 with the latest BBC's Iron Fiona.
Well, back to his mark. In comes Lackmell. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. There was just some breaking news I saw on the BBC website, which I'll try and find again. 154 for 4, end of the over. Just we had the news in our ears, which hopefully we'll get rid of in a moment's time. Thank you very much. So, 15 overs left in the day, 154 for 4. It's going to be Lewis Rees who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. I'm just looking at Dan Ibrahim's statistics this season in the county championship. This is his 3rd match. He's averaging 17. In comes Rees, bowls to Coles, who clips someone again in his favourite areas, just erring down the leg side is Rees, and Coles is so strong, he just helps the ball on its way using the angle of the ball. Ball whistles away down to find leg for another boundary. Coles goes to 77. This is a fine knock by James Coles. Rather gave it away in the first innings, which I'm sure he doesn't need me to tell him that, but he's batted beautifully the second time around. He really has. He's waiting as Lewis Rees is on his way again. Around the wicket, bowls. Coles defends down to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, Dan Ibrahim 183 runs this season in the championship. Is that right? Sorry, no, that's completely wrong. Rubbish, Adrian. 89 runs, top score of 32 not out, which is his highest score this season. Average 17. So he's been a disappointing season. He hasn't played a lot of cricket, but those games that he has played in hasn't really made an impact. But he is here today, batting alongside James Coles. Come together when the score was 72 for 4. In comes Lewis Rees, and to be fair to James Coles, he pulled away because a flock of pigeons flew right behind Lewis Rees as he was just approaching the crease, and I think that Coles is perfectly entitled to do that because it was distracting. And he did apologise to Lewis Rees. James Coles averaging 52, top score of 138. In comes Reese. Bowles. Coles drives handsomely to mid-off. And there is no run. Just the one slip in place. Backward point, cover mid-off. Well, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg and a fine leg. Reese around the wicket. Bowls. Well, that's going to be 4. That's a fortunate boundary as far as James Coles is concerned, but he won't worry about that. It's an edge through the slips. If there'd been a second or a third slip, that would have been a catch or a chance. But the ball races away and Coles goes to 81. And Sussex to 181 for 4. 8 runs coming off of the over. Runs coming up quite a decent lick here at the moment for Sussex match.
A bit too quickly for Derbyshire's liking, I think. 3 4s in the last 8 deliveries. 4 4s in the last 8 deliveries.
Yeah. I think many people moaning that the West Indies are having a dreadful time, aren't they? They haven't qualified for the World Cup. They're playing India in this series in the Caribbean. 81 for 5, I noticed in the first innings. Not going well, are they?
No.
Sad. Reese in bowls to Coles, who's forward, plays into the onside. There is no run. Yeah.
Yes, that news flash, we'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah. I've just been sent another bit of news by my son, which is breaking in sport. Harry Toffolo.
Oh, I saw that.
Charged with a number of gambling. It's only of interest. The only reason Charlie sent it to me, I'll come back.
Comes Reese, Bowles, Coles covers up, plays down the track. There is no run. End of the over. 182 for 4. Coles 81. Ibrahim is on 32. This partnership between. Oh, here we go. Yes, it was indeed, Connor. Just 5 runs better was the difference on first innings. Sussex making 402, as you say. Derbyshire making 407. Then Sussex in real trouble in their second innings for a while. They were 72 for 4 when Ollie Carter was out. But a really good partnership now between James Coles, a young 19-year-old who's batting splendidly. He's 81 not out. Daniel Ibrahim, an 18-year-old, is with him on 32. And the Sussex youngsters are digging Sussex out of trouble. 157 is the lead, effectively 157 for 4. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey are playing Nottinghamshire, also in the county championship. And Sussex, Surrey, I should say, struggling just a little bit at the moment in terms of... I'm just trying to find the score here, actually, Connor, as I play for a little bit of time. It went off of my screen. Here we are, Nottinghamshire against Surrey. Surrey 158 for 3 in their second innings, so leading by 114. And the Women's Ashes really boiling up to a good finish down in Bristol, Connor. The Australians made 263 for 8 in their 50 overs. England in reply 139 for 3. They need 125 in 29 overs. If they win, that will keep the Women's Ashes alive, which will be terrific. Thank you, Connor.
Smooth.
Dreadful update that was, wasn't it?
That was a belter. I was happy with it.
Lackmale Bowles, I think that's our update for the day, so we can concentrate on the cricket. 13 overs to go. Yes, you were saying about this
well, Harry Toffolo, I went to...
Who does he play for?
Forest. I went to university with his dad.
Oh, right, okay.
Which is why a few of us have kept an eye on his progress, but he's now been charged with 375 breaches of the FA betting laws.
Macmillan Bowles driven by Ibrahim to backward point. There is no run. Although Darryl Ibrahim's played himself in here. He's faced 59 balls, he's on 32. He's just played the odd shot that would give the bowler some encouragement, I think, Fletch. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not being critical, you know. I mean, I'm not meaning to be critical in any way, shape or form. He's a fine young player, but just the odd shot would have made him think, that's a... that gives the bowler some heart.
I think it'll be long before we see Alex Thompson back.
Macmillan Bowles driven down the ground. Nice looking shot by Ibrahim. Very well fielded at mid-on by the captain, Ploy, who sets the example for his side.
There he is. He's not difficult to spot. He's still out there, George Scrimshaw. I wonder if there's any kind of appeal process to the analyst will have footage of that final delivery that he bowled.
Comes balls, and forward comes Ibrahim, plays the ball down the ground. Again, it's Deploy who fields ahead of Harry Kane, who charges around the outfield as if he wants to field every ball.
He's like a puppy, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
But, good, but I think it's good. I think if you have someone like that,
yeah, no,
keeps everyone sort of on their toes.
He's good to watch. He's good to watch, Harry. But I imagine at times you just think, oh, Harry, stop clapping, quieten down. Just take 5 minutes and have a breather. But he won't.
In comes that more bowls to Ibrahim, who pulls it onto the leg side. It's just another example of a shot that not totally in control. Fletch, he picks up another single, does Daniel Ibrahim. He goes to 33 at the end of the over. Sussex are 163 for 4, so leading by 158. We've got 13 overs to be bowled tonight. I suspect we will see a bit of Alex Thompson. In fact, who's that scratching away?
Well, it's Lewis Deploy, but obviously I think he's going to bowl the over after next because he's just marked his run-up and gone through his bowling action, so that'll be interesting. Bit of left-arm stuff from Lewis Deploy. We're going to see some off-spin from the Cromwell Road end from Alex Thompson, who's already picked up 3 wickets in this innings. Tom Alsop caught by Wayne Madsen for 1. Haynes bowled for 22, and Ollie Carter caught and bowled for 16. So he's had some success. He had some success with the bat as well earlier on. Made 44 and shared in a couple of big stands. Derbyshire, being +1 in the over rate, can basically take their time here.
Yes.
And that's not necessarily a good thing either.
Steve Ox has been in touch. Oh, let's see what Steve says. I do despair at commentators not watching after a ball is bowled. Okay, that's wrong to read what you've got to say, Steve. It happened the last home game when I wrote to you and advised you about running on the wicket warnings, but nobody else saw it, if you remember, even the press box, but I was right. Again, this time... Sorry, Fletch.
No, you're all right. I'll take issue. Thompson bowls and it's turned into the leg side by Ibrahim. It moves to 34, 164 for 4.
The umpire clearly signalled 1 for and then 2 for the over, very clearly. Once he bowled another ball, he was called a no ball, so it could only be one outcome. He was taken off.
Absolutely, and we've said that. My issue, and we were doing updates at the time, which does distract your attention from what's happening, but it's part of the job. My issue is that the last no ball wasn't a no ball. Thompson bowls, and that one just keeps a little bit low, defended by Coles. It's nothing to do with not watching and not seeing warnings from the umpires.
I'll finish your email at the end,
Apologies.
Steve. You've taken the time to write, but we will respond. A lot of noise in our effects microphones. Some people in the corporate
Thompson in now. This one's been launched into the leg side. The short leg side. It's gone for 4, only just in the end. So it didn't go an awful long way, but it went very high. And I think the poor old Sam Connors, one or two people have got their hands on their chins here. When it left the bat, it looked like it had gone a long way and would almost certainly reach the boundary for 6, but it landed probably a couple of yards inside the boundary rope on the short side, although I don't think Sam Connors could have got there. 4 more to the total, 168 for 4.
I agree with you, Fletch. That did look as if it was sailing into the stands for 6.
And then it sort of ran out of steam, didn't it? Really?
And yes.
He's hitting it into the wind, mind, as Thompson bowls. This is reached for rather by Coles, who pushes it out into the offside. Dalfields lead currently 163. In comes Thompson and bowls. That's turned into the leg side nicely by Coles. He'll pick up 1. Scrimshaw does the fielding, and Coles moves on to 86, 169 for 4.
Approaching the 100 partnership, 97 now between these two. Sussex looked in real trouble at 72 for 4, but so these two, say 19 and an 18-year-old, all goes well for the Sussex future. Digging Sussex out of a bit of trouble here.
1 ball left in the over, and I think we're going to see Lewis Deploy. I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps just to give his bowlers a rest now.
Yeah, a bit of a breather, perhaps, yeah.
They've lost Scrimshaw for the match.
Let's rattle through these overs. Hope not to give too many runs away.
I said mistake from the batsman. No mistake there from Ibrahim as he defends it. Down the track, it's picked up by Harry Kane, ended the over 169 for 4.
So just finishing off your email, Steve, and I do thank you for sending in the email. He says, TV commentators are the same, I'm afraid. They switch off once the ball is dead. I do accept you are giving a live report, but surely watching and chatting can't be that difficult. Well, obviously you're entitled to your opinion, Steve. I think what we try to do is to give an honest opinion of what's going on. We don't have the benefit of replays immediately something happens. It looked from here, I was giving an update at the time, and Fletch was giving an update to his listeners in Derby as well. So we do our best, but I accept your comments, and obviously we try our best to report live events in the match as they go along. But sometimes we don't perhaps get it right every time, but hopefully most of the time we do. Lewis Deploy is going to come into the attack, Fletch.
Yeah, bit of left arm. I think it's spin. No, it does turn it. Lewis Deploy.
Yeah, and this is, I think he skippered very well, Deploy. Certainly the way that he got Thompson into the attack, opening the bowling. He's coming and bowling his left arm. Is it me, Fletch?
Yeah.
Around the wicket. Bowls and Coles is using his feet down the wicket. Back to Deploy, there is no run. I think this might be a clever ploy from the captain. Just try to rattle through these overs, get to the end of the day's play, get his bowlers who can bowl a bit of a breather, and come back tomorrow. In he comes again, bowls, played into the offside, there is no run. I mean, new ball may well come into this tomorrow, Fletch. We're in the 44th over, so by the time we finish tonight, this ball will be 53 overs old, 54 overs old. Deploy in again, bowls, cut away by Coles into the offside, there is no run.
The ball, 3 successive bounces, and just see what the umpire does.
Comes Deploy bowls, driven by Coles, again straight to short extra cover. So 1, 2, 3, 4 dot balls to start the over. Daniel Ibrahim wants something bought out.
They both want gloves, I think. It's a cup of tea.
Yeah. Deploy in bowls, Coles drives back to Deploy, there is no run.
There is a school of thought that, and I think it's got some merit, that Deploy doesn't bowl himself enough. He'd only bowled 13 overs this season prior to this over.
Bowls gives that plenty of air, driven by Coles through the covers. He's going to probably pick up a boundary. There's not a bit of fielding on the extra cover boundary. Prevents that's going for 4 runs. Is that Hyder Ali out there? Thank you. So just a single to James Coles. So nice tidy stuff from the skipper. 170 for 4. We can see the scoreboard clearly now. The sun has gone in. Coles on 87. Ibrahim on 34. A partnership between these two of 98. Elsewhere, I'm just keeping you right up to date with issues elsewhere. In the Test match, West Indies 86 for 5 against India. In the one-day international at Bristol, England 155 for 3, needing 109 to win in 26 overs with 7 wickets remaining. You would think they'll kick themselves if England don't get over the line in Bristol. In the second division of the Championship, which we're really interested in, Durham 36 without loss, needing another 16 runs to beat Gloucestershire. That looks almost inevitable. Glamorgan now 388 for 9 against Leicestershire. In Cardiff, Michael Neeson not out 164. And I'll give you the score from Worcester in a couple of moments' time.
As Alex Thompson begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls, turned around the corner by James Coles, no run, 87 to Coles, 34 to Ibrahim, 170 for 4, Sussex.
Worcestershire following on Fletch, 242 all out, then be made to follow on by Yorkshire.
Thompson in and bowls. That one is again turned into the leg side by Coles. Dries his fingers as he does in between just about every single ball. Alex Thompson in the footmarks at the just before he walks past the umpire. Clearly a habit he's got into, and it's just part of his routine now as he's in and bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. And this time they'll get a single as in off the boundary comes Anuj Dal to do the fielding. Another single to Coles takes him to 88, 171 for 4.
Yes, he could score sort of 3 or 4 and over here on in. It's going to give him a lead of a couple of hundred at the close of play. 200 for 4, days play to go. Sets up really nicely for tomorrow.
Ibrahim Wade takes a couple of steps down the track and whips it into the leg side. I'm not sure that's where he wanted to play it.
No, I thought for a moment he was going to be stumped, but I mean,
We had a look at his glove there, as though to say, well, the gloves are slipping now, because he's definitely called for something from the changing rooms. Both batsmen did.
You wouldn't be surprised if Ibrahim got out. I mean, from a Sussex point of view, I hope he doesn't, but he's taken one or two chances.
He's on 34 from 65 deliveries. He's very much in as Thompson bowls to him, and he defends this out into the onside, fielded by Harry Kane. And there's no run. So just 10 overs to go after this one. They just get away with 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Which is much better than originally anticipated. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Ibrahim to Anuj Dal. He does the fielding, no run. The supplies will be brought out, I'm sure, at some point, although it doesn't look like they're coming out immediately. And at the end of the over, 171 for 4-1-6-6. The Sussex lead.
Well, the Derbyshire boys are very keen to get on with things, aren't they? They're racing around in between the overs. For those interested in the first division of the county championship, Essex, let's start at Canterbury. Kent 332 for 9, still trailing Warwickshire by 46. So that looks like an innings victory, almost certainly for Warwickshire, or a victory of some sort. Essex 173 for 6 at Blackpool, leading Lancashire by 310 as Deploy comes in, bowls to Coles, who hammers that one away through extra cover for 4 runs. Beautiful shot by James Coles. He goes to 92 within 8 of his second century of the season, 175 for 4. And the 100 partnership comes up between the pair. It's coming 158 balls in 100 minutes. Good partnership, rescuing Sussex from the depths of 72 for 4. Northants 322 for 6 at Merchant Taylor's School, leading Middlesex by 264. Hampshire following on at Taunton, 27 without loss, trailing by 143. Deploy in, glided by Coles, down backward of square on the leg side. They pick up the single, and that's all they take. Coles goes to 93, 176 for 4.
It was a good shot. That first one of the over was a really good shot, wasn't it?
Yep.
Not a great ball, but a good shot.
And Deploy in again, bowls. Ibrahim plays it onto the leg side. They take a very quick single. The throw comes in. That was a good bit of work by Harry Kane, chasing around at mid-wicket. He got in the throw. Brooke gets whisked off the bails, but James Coles was home. Andy Turner's been in touch. He says, just following on from the previous email you read out on the controversy over the removal of George Scrimshaw from the Derbyshire bowling attack. Am I missing something? But regarding Kevin's comment, surely once a bowler has delivered his allocation of short pitch balls in the over, any further short pitch delivery, irrespective of whether it constituted being a no ball, is not by default, has to be a no ball. Deploy bowls played out into the offside. There is no run. The umpire, from my viewing, had already clearly signalled Scrimshaw bowled his 2 for the over.
Yes.
Whilst the ball that got him removed was clearly not of excessive height, it had to be a no ball. It was still a bouncer, and being the 3rd for the over and thereby exceeding the permitted allocation automatically becomes a no ball. Or have I got this horribly wrong?
I'm not entirely sure. The 3rd one wasn't a no ball in my view.
And comes Deploy, bowls, and clipped into the onside by James Coles to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 94, 178 for 4 at the end of Deploy's over. He's bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 8. I just finished the email. He says, thanks for the commentary. It was very unfortunate this has all happened at the exact moment you were delivering your half-hourly update. Well, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that.
There are 2 types of short-pitched bowls, aren't there? There's a short-pitch delivery that goes so far over the batsman's head that he can't hit it, which is called no ball. And there's a short-pitch delivery that whistles past the batsman as he's standing in his stance, that would whistle past his nose, which isn't a no ball. And just because it's short, it doesn't automatically mean it's a no ball. It's the height aspect of it that causes the no ball. And if the last one wasn't a no ball, then he wouldn't have been removed from the attack, and we'd all gone on with the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, it was called no ball. I've watched it on a replay. I disagree with the decision. As Alex Thompson begins a new over, that's turned into the leg side by Coles. They thought about a single, it wasn't there. Nice stop by Harry Kane, 178 for 4. And that's the contention. I'm not interested in whether they signalled 1 for the over, 2 for the over. We saw them signal that, and that was perfectly fine. And we, more often than not, say he signals 1 for the over, he signals 2 for the over. It was the third one that was given as a no ball as Thompson bowls, tried to turn into the leg side there, Coles. He misses it, and it's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, and therefore, if it isn't a no ball, then he isn't removed from the attack. That's my contention. It's nothing to do with whether we saw the umpires signal 2 for the over, which we clearly did. Here's Thompson. Bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Coles for a single out towards Saranga Lakmal, who finds himself at mid-wicket, trying to protect that short boundary. Coles moves on to 95. Sussex 179 for 4. Sam Connors looked like he was warming up there, but I'm fairly certain we'll just see the 2 spinners between now and the close of play. Thompson is in and bowls. Using his feet is Ibrahim and making an uncertain contact up towards Harry Kane, who's at a very straight, shortish mid-on, catching on the drive.
He certainly used his feet, Daniel Ibrahim. There's a danger in that. Getting up the pitch.
He can spin one past him. That one is turned into the leg side. They think about a single that's not there. We saw Brooke Guest get a bit jittery.
We did.
Earlier on today. And it's a concentration thing as much as anything else, especially when you're as young as these two are. Yes, they'll have batted this long before, no question about it. They're good players, but match situations and all the rest of it just clouds the mind a bit. As Thompson bowls, he uses his feet and drives it up to Lewis Rees at a deepish mid-off, and it's the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it. 179 for 4, the lead 174. Coles has 95 and Ibrahim has 35, and there are 8 overs to go today.
Well, thank you everybody for getting in touch about that incident. As I say, we did our best to report on it. It came at a tricky time. With both Fletch and I doing updates, but well, no doubt we'll get a view on it from Derbyshire. I don't think there's any question about. I don't think there was huge amounts of dissent from Derbyshire. I think they were just querying what was.
No, I don't think there was any dissent. No, absolutely not.
But let's get back to the match. 8 overs remaining. 179 for 4. Deploy coming in around the wicket to bowl to James Coles, who's 95 not out, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I think these two have done a good job for Derbyshire here, Fletch. They're rattling through the overs. They're not going to give their fast bowlers any more extra work than they have to, and just sort of seeing out the day without too much damage. Deploy wants a full toss, and it's driven. Oh, I thought it was a caught and bowled for a moment. There's a good bit of fielding off his own bowling by Deploy, and there is no run. 179 for 4. Thank you everybody for your contributions today, particularly on the amount of runs scored by players throughout their careers. Deploy in again, bowls and defended by Coles out into the offside. There is no run. Also, I think from Coles's and Ibrahim's point of view here, they're probably thinking, we don't want to get out here. There's no
they want to come back.
Come back tomorrow and try and build a sort of sizable lead for Sussex. Deploy in, driven away by James Coles, and that's all the way to the boundary. It's a brilliant piece of fielding. That is fabulous. Anuj Dal out there. That would have been 4 runs to pretty much any fielder in county cricket, I reckon. That was a brilliant piece of fielding. Drilled through extra cover, full length dive, pull the ball back, and just a single to Coles. 96 to James Coles, 180 for 4 of Sussex as the sun goes in momentarily. Deploy in. Even on the leg side. Harry Kane that fields from mid-wicket, and there is no run. 181 for 4. Coles back on strike. He's a boundary away from his second 100 of his career. Young James Coles, just 19 years of age, waits. Deploy is in, and that could be his 100. He drills the ball away through extra cover, but it won't be because it's another very fine bit of fielding by Dahl on that extra cover boundary. He's round very quickly. Coles takes a single. He goes to 97, 182 for 4. Very rudely of me earlier on today, I commentated on Brooke Guest's 100, which I shouldn't have done, because we do have a little unwritten rule in the commentary box. But Fletch has seen that James Coles is within sight for his 100. A boundary to get that. 182 for 4. And it is going to be Alex Thompson who's going to carry to 7 overs left. I think we'll be finished well before 7 o'clock, the way these two are rattling through their overs, Fletch.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Deploy's just decided, let's minimise, I say not the damage, because Derbyshire are right in this game, but they won't want to go for sort of, 6 and over these final 7 overs of the day.
Alex Thompson from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and that's guided very cleverly by Coles down towards third man. Wayne Madsen giving chase. They'll come back for a second run. They do comfortably enough at the end. Wayne Madsen throws his head back in disappointment, and that takes Coles to 99. And I shouldn't have commentated on that ball. Blimey, I nearly did the same to you. Sorry, Adrian, carry on. What am I doing? It was like revenge. And it wasn't.
Now the field are coming in. There's a slip, which there is in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 4 on the leg. So they're not going to give this, in fact 5 on the leg side, saving a single as you would expect for the off spinner. They're not going to give this century to James Coles, nor should they. Thompson on his way. Bowls. Coles just defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. He was out in the first innings to a very rash shot, was James Cole, so we'll have a few butterflies here. But he's batted really nicely here this afternoon. Comes in, drills the ball down the ground to mid-on. They're going to take the single. He's home for his 100, and that's a very, very fine innings by James Cole. The second 100 of the season for him, the second first-class 100 of his career, and very good to see the Derbyshire players applauding as well. 100 in 166 balls in exactly 3 hours with 15 boundaries. He shakes hands with Daniel Ibrahim, the Sussex players on the balcony applauding. And how gracious as well to see the Derbyshire players applauding, particularly after the incident involving the no balls, which was nothing to do with James Coles. He was batting at the time, but generous applause for a fine innings from the 19-year-old.
Yeah, terrific knock. Terrific knock. As the next delivery is chipped into the leg side by Coles, rather uncertainly. As Thompson continues his over. Really good innings from Coles, showing great maturity. And got his side out of a spot or bother at 72 for 4. They're now 185 for 4. And this next delivery, goes past the edge. It takes the edge. And he has gone, Ibrahim. He just played forward to that one. He punches his bat, and Daniel Ibrahim has gone for 36. A bonus wicket, you might say, but it's another one for Alex Thompson, who now has 4 for 46. And all of a sudden, Sussex lose a wicket, 185 for 5.
Well, we did say that Daniel Ibrahim, I think we said actually it wouldn't be a surprise if he got out. I think they were the exact words that we used. And although he supported James Coles, he's just played enough shots to make you think he's giving the bowler a chance. But he would have hoped to have survived. It's a good partnership between the pair. But nonetheless, Daniel Ibrahim has gone. It'll be interesting to see who comes into bat now, whether they'll elect for Finn Hudson-Prentice or whether we'll see Harry Cavalos coming in as night watchman.
It's got to be Harry, hasn't it? He came in with 6 overs to go last night, and we've got 6.1 overs to go. It looks more... I can't tell from here, blimey. See if I can see through the... It's Finn. Finn Hudson-Prentice. I can tell, spot those shoes anywhere. I think. Unfortunately, I managed to realise that I'd got the batsman at the wrong end just before the catch was taken. Or just after the catch was taken, rather. Let's deploy in conversation with the umpires again. He's pointing at... It is Hudson-Prentice, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I don't know what he's talking to. That would be fascinating to speak to.
Partnership of 113, Fletch?
A partnership of 113, indeed.
Thank you.
For the 5th wicket.
Just opens the door a little bit for Derbyshire. I mean, that is a bonus wicket, isn't it? I mean, Deploy, I'm sure, was thinking, right, let's just get through these overs. But it does make it a very exciting day tomorrow.
Absolutely. There goes the air conditioning. So one delivery to face Finn Hudson-Prentice here of the Alex Thompson over. Not out in the first innings. The former Derbyshire man, and he nicks an inside edge onto his pad and survives the one delivery from Alex Thompson. So 6 overs to go. I've just been informed my next update's at 10-7, which
might be done by then.
Well, I'm hoping we are, in all honesty.
Might be done by then.
So we can do the update and nip across to the side to speak to Brooke Guest about his century. I don't want to take anything away from his century, but I have to ask about his because obviously he took the ball from claimed a catch.
Yeah.
Now, I've been told by somebody who's watched it a few times that it appeared to hit the forearm of the batsman. Well, that can't be a no ball in any world, surely.
Yeah. Well, we'll get some explanations, and I'm sure that the good thing is that it hasn't soured relations between the sides. I have to say full credit to the Derbyshire players who applauded that 100 from James Coles. It's something you don't see all the time, and I think it's a shame in professional cricket. But it's been a high-class innings from Coles, his second 100 of the season, and from the get-go, he played very straight, very calmly. He's a good cricketer.
And I can assure you it won't sour relations in the commentary box.
Absolutely. Nothing could sour relations in the commentary box, Fletch.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but...
Well, not with us. We've known each other too long. Those cold days sitting up at Halifax.
Yeah.
Is it me? Yes.
Sam Collins.
Oh, Sam Collins around the wicket comes in and bowls. So they have changed the bowling. I thought I just wonder whether that wicket might have changed Deploy's thoughts a little bit. You know, maybe get Collins in, you know, maybe... I mean, another wicket here. If they could get one of these two...
Yeah, it'd be handy, wouldn't it?
You know, I mean, the lead is 180 exactly. 180, day to go tomorrow, 5 wickets to fall. I mean, it's just beautifully set up, isn't it? I don't know what the admission fees are tomorrow, whether they might be reduced. We'll see. In comes Connors bowls. Oh, that's wayward. That's down the leg side. That won't worry James Coles. There is no run. Normally there is... Well, the lads might be able to tell me, actually.
I think on the last day, and forgive me if I'm wrong, back at Derbyshire allow spectators in free.
Right.
On the last day of a championship match.
I think sometimes they're reduced here, but they were for the last game against Worcester, which was a really exciting final. It ended up in a draw, but it was, you know, went right to the final over. Bradders and I were in here thoroughly enjoying it. Could have gone either way. In comes Collins bowl, short, and defended by Coles onto the onside. There is.
He did well to stay awake, Bradders, didn't he?
That game down at Cardiff, Michael Neser finished 176 not out.
Wow.
Glamorgan, who at one stage were 93 for 7, eventually declared on 403 for 9.
Nice work.
Yeah, really good. The lads are listening. Thank you, fellas in the media team. You're always a great help. I do appreciate it. In comes Collins bowls, short, again down the leg side, taken by keeper Guest, and there is no run. So thank you, Martin, and the guys who say admission will be half price, just sorting it for the website and ticketing system. So half price admittance tomorrow at Hove. So we need to get the message out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come and have a watch, because I think the forecast is good for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, you called it today, Fletch. You should be a weatherman, because.
Well, no, I'm just reading an app.
Well, you were spot on, because mine said it was going to rain a bit today. In comes Connors bowls. Oh, Cole's looking to. It's a short delivery. He's looking to fiddle that one. Now let's watch the umpire's signal.
There you go.
Right. So was that the short ball for the over?
One for the over.
Right. Okay.
It is also difficult.
But not a no ball.
No, indeed. But because he could have reached it. In fact, he tried to reach it.
Yes.
It is difficult to see the umpire signalling that from where we are.
Yes.
Because, of course, he's got his back to us, and if all he does is move his arm across his chest and say one without demonstrating
and point to the scorers who are to his left, we don't see that. Collars in again, bowls up on his toes. Is Coles plays onto the onside, and there is no run. End of the over. 185 for 5. Coles is exactly 100 not out. Finn Hudson-Prentice yet to score. I'm sure James's parents are very proud. I don't know if at the ground today. I did bump into James's parents earlier on this season at Worcester. Very kindly came and introduced themselves. Very nice people they are as well. And if they're listening or at the ground, wherever, you know, well done. It must be hugely satisfying to see James doing so well.
Alex Thompson will continue from the Cromwell Road end. 4 for 46. Taken in this second innings, he bowls and using his feet, Hudson Prentice turns it backward a square on the leg side where it's fielded by Scrimshaw, who is still out there. We'll find out that it was for the rest of the session by the time we...
Yeah, Andy's been in touch with another email referencing it, and I'll wait till the end of the over.
Next delivery is defended. Crease by Hudson Prentice out towards the leg side. He's just flexing his knee there. We didn't see him bowl today.
No, that's interesting, isn't it? I know he does have a sort of long-standing Achilles problem. I asked him about yesterday. He said it's just something I just have to live with. Can't do anything about it.
Thompson in. Hudson Prentice defends again. He's clearly got his sights set on 11 o'clock tomorrow morning when we will have 96 overs, lunch at 1 o'clock. Tea at 3:40, and that's that.
Yeah.
Set in stone.
I like set in stone.
Well, you know where you stand, don't you? Hudson Prentice uses his feet again and then just clips it into the leg side as Thompson saw him advancing and dropped it a little bit shorter, fielded by Anuj Dal in the leg side.
I think you'll be sorry to see him doing that, Thompson.
4 overs after this one as Thompson is in. Reverse sweep comes out. It's going to be stopped there nicely by Hayder, who's at a deep gully. Short third man, call it what you will, but he's halfway back. And when the reverse sweep came out, he anticipated it quite nicely, got across to his right.
He's getting him the stare, isn't he? Thompson to Finn Hudson Prentice. They'll know each other. They know each other.
Potentially. Yeah, they will know each other, won't they? He's in again, and that one looks like it's a little bit quicker. And it's pushed up towards mid-off by Hudson Prentice, maiden over for Alex Thompson. 17.1 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 64. That 0.1 was the ball that he bowled to complete the over that couldn't be completed by George.
I think we'll call time on the incident, but I will just read this because Andy has taken the time to write this email. He says, sorry to labour this, Adrian. I don't think Fletch quite understood my interpretation of the Scrimshaw incident in my previous email. Scrimshaw wasn't removed from the attack for bowling 3 no balls. He was removed from the attack for bowling excessive deliveries at head height. Fletch is correct. The final delivery in normal circumstances would have been perfectly legitimate. It was only called a no ball as it was his third head height delivery for the over. If it had been his first or second, then nothing would have happened, says Andy.
Absolutely. We'll draw a line, but it's over head height.
So there we go. In comes Connors bowls down the leg side. I thought for a minute James Calder got a little nick on that. There is no run. So
because it's the inability of the batsman to reach the ball that is the issue.
So I know that we will have some reaction on this, and I'm sure it'll be something that will be picked up in the post-match interviews as well. But thank you all for your correspondence. As I say, we just to say, I think we do our best to try and describe what's happening, and we don't get right all the time, which is hopefully we do most of the time. In comes Connors bowls and Coles plays a shot where he just leans back and guides the ball down to third man. Shot that's full of confidence from James Coles. He goes to 101, then to 186 for 5. And it's something we do with a passion, Fletcher. We love doing it. So later the time we get it right.
I would say so.
Yeah. No slips in place. Now this leg side trap is in place. There is a fine leg, deep fine leg. There is a deep square leg, and now there is a fielder on the 45 who's about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. So there are 3 men set back in a leg side trap for Finn Hudson Prentice, who's yet to score. Connors is racing in around the wicket, bowls short down the leg side, taken by Guest. There is no run. Hudson Prentice rehearses the shot.
Just had a little jab at that, didn't he?
He did. No, he did have a little jab. Now, James Coles is talking to the umpire. Now, I'm not quite sure what James Coles is saying. Is he saying that is...
The only thing it could be is negative bowling if you're bowling it outside the leg stump consistently. I'm not sure that Sam Connors is trying to do that necessarily, although he is coming around the wicket to right-handed batsmen, which is relatively unusual.
Yeah. Connors again. Around the wicket, bowls short, pulled away by Hudson Prentice. All want to be short leg. I'm presuming that's Harry Kane under the helmet. The ball whistled past him, came to his credit, didn't move. and a single to Hudson Prentice. He's off the mark. 187 for 5, the lead 182. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Dave Fletcher, it's been our pleasure to bring you commentary today. Wonderful day's cricket. In comes Connors. In bowls, Coles is up on his toes. A shortish delivery, but perfectly legitimate, and Coles inside the line plays it on the other side. It does actually raise another issue, just talking about the incident, which I said I wouldn't, but just something else as well. And let's talk about communication to the crowd.
Yeah.
Because not everybody is totally au fait with all the rules of cricket. I'm not going to pretend for 1 minute
I don't think I am.
that I know every single rule of cricket. You know, that's why we have umpires. That's why we have referees in football who know every single rule. And you know, sometimes when the signals, it's difficult to see exactly what has happened, and maybe that's where a bit of help is needed in terms of maybe an announcement around the ground or something displayed on the scoreboard that tells everybody exactly what's happened in that sort of situation. Connors around the wicket, bowls, Coles defends, and there is no run.
3 to go. I might have to leave you with a couple of overs to go. But
Michael's been in touch. We were talking about earlier on about great cricketers and runs scored. Now, what's going on here? It's the end of the over.
Yeah.
187 for 5. I'm sorry, I was distracted by Michael's email. We were talking earlier on about great cricketers and runs scored. Javed Miandad being one of them. Now this
Lewis deploys in discussions again with the umpire.
Yeah.
At the far end, that is Surrey Shanmugam.
I'm not entirely sure what all that's about, but clearly we're carrying on, as we should do. 3 overs left in the day.
Thompson from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and that is played by Hudson Prentice into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, we talked about those top run scorers, one of who was Javed Miandad, and Mike was saying Miandad's 200 at the Oval in 1987 was one of the best innings he's witnessed. And he is on our list of players.
Reverse sweep comes out, hits the pad.
I'm not sure about that at this stage of proceedings.
Into the offside, which it was to start with. It turned into the leg side, of course, with the reverse coming out.
That would be one of those. If you got out, you wouldn't fancy
you wouldn't walk back into the change room.
You wouldn't want to speak to Grant Flower after that.
No.
I don't think Grant will be desperately happy about that sort of a shot at this stage.
It's the way they play, Adrian. It's the way they play.
Yeah.
Which is nonsense. Thompson in. That one is driven, more orthodox fashion. Great piece of fielding off his own. Bowling by Thompson, moving across to his left.
I like Alex Thompson. I think he's a good cricketer. He's bowled really well. He batted well. He's obviously a competitor.
Yes, absolutely. Wasn't in the side at the start of the season.
Nothing wrong with that.
Preferred the left arm of Mark Watt. As this next delivery is defended on the back foot by Finn Hudson Prentice. Mark Watt then went away with Scotland as they missed out on qualification for the 50 over World Cup, and then he'd be away again with Scotland as they try to qualify for the T20 World Cup. As this next delivery is defended off the outside half of the bat by Finn Hudson Prentice back to the bowler. I don't like leaving you like this, Adrian, but
that's right. We'll make up tomorrow.
Never leave on a quarrel.
Yeah, that's what they say.
This one's turned into the leg side by Hudson Prentice. He's going to go through for a single despite the fielding of Anuj Dal. And they move on to 188 for 5. Hudson Prentice on to 2 at the end of the over. He pinches the strike as well. My update's in 3 minutes' time, but...
Well, Fletcher, it's been a pleasure as ever, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock this morning, Fletcher and I. Spread the word.
Yeah, get
around Brighton and Hove tomorrow. If you've got a day off work or whatever, come and watch some cricket. Lots of people work remotely. I wonder if you could work remotely from the cricket. They probably could if you don't have to make customer calls or whatever.
Working from home ground.
Yeah, working. You could change it. Working from home, working from Hove. Kind of sounds about right. Working from home tomorrow. But it could be a really good game of cricket. And you want to call this 185 for 5. Very much even Stevens. Early wickets tomorrow morning, and Derbyshire will fill their in with a real chance. If Sussex could stretch this league to maybe another 100. So it could be a really good stuff. Good game of county championship cricket. In comes Sam Connors, penultimate over of the day, bowls to Hudson Prentice up on his toes, steers that through the offside, more than steers, he could pick up a boundary actually. That's a brilliant piece of fielding out there by Anus Dahl, right at the close of play, chases the ball out to the boundary, and just a single to Hudson Prentice, who goes to 4. Was that James Coles? I do apologise. It was James Coles, because Hudson Prentice is now at the striker's end. Coles on 101, Hudson Prentice on strike, as in comes Connors around the wicket. Bowls, that's gone way down the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4 byes, which seems particularly harsh on Brooke Guest. Now I wonder if that's going to be signalled. Oh, it's been signalled a dead ball. There was no shot played by Hudson Prentice. The ball eluded everybody, including Brooke Guest. So it goes down as a dot ball. Connors again around the wicket. Bowls that short, sails over the head, and that's been signalled as a no ball. Now, presumably, that's been signalled as a no ball because Finn Hudson Prentice was unable to reach the ball. Let's just wait for any further signals. Sam Connors is perhaps pushing the envelope slightly here in this last over. He's got a lot of short pitch stuff. Let's just see what happens. Comes in again, bowls that short as well, but this time Hudson Prentice is able to clip the ball down to fine leg and picks up a single. 191 for 5. Brings James Coles on strike. Penultimate over of the day. Thank you everybody for listening. Thank you for your emails. Hope you've had a great day here at Hove if you're listening on the headsets. If you're watching the live stream, thank you for bearing with us. It's been a long day's cricket, but entertaining nonetheless. Plenty of talking points. 2 wonderful hundreds, James Coles and Brooke Guest, so well done to both of those. In comes Connors bowls, short again, right in behind that is James Coles, plays the ball down in front of him, and there is no run. As wanders back to his mark. Umpire stands with his hands on his hips, short leg in place, still that leg side trap is set, so should James Coles decide to take on the short ball, the trap is there. I would be surprised if he does so, given that there's only 1 over remaining after this. In comes Connors. Around the wicket, bowls, and Coles defends onto the leg side. There is no run. 1 more ball to go in the over, just to keep you right up to date with cricketing matters elsewhere. He says as he rapidly gets the scores up, or not so rapidly. England's women are 194 for 4 in the 34th over. They need 70 to win in 16 overs down at Bristol. 6 wickets remaining. That would seem to be a reasonably straightforward chase, but you never know with the pressure of an Ashes. In comes Connors. Oh, that's really short. Helped away down to third man, and it's just short. Just short of third man. Deploy's got his head in his hands. It was short from Connors. Coles took the bait, and he can't quite believe that he did take the bait. And he played it all the way down to third man. For a moment, I thought it was going to carry to Lackmale down on the third man boundary, but it didn't quite carry. And James Coles would have kicked himself, despite having got 100, if he got out now playing that shot. But he certainly took the shot on. He remains 101 not out. Drama right to the end here today. And Sussex, at the end of the over, are 100. And the sun is shining on the scoreboard, and I can't quite see it. I think that's saying 195 for 5. And I apologise because the sun is shining right. Yes, it does. So 1 over to go. It's going to be bowled by Alex Thompson. Comes in over the wicket, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who defends down the track and there is no run. So that's the Women's International. Durham have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets up at Chesterley Street. So 5 wins now for Durham, and they're looking very heavy favourites to make it through to, or going up from Division 2. A change in the field with 5 balls to go. They've moved George Scrimshaw to mid-on from behind square on the leg side. An interesting move. So there's a short leg and a slip. Comes Thompson box. Hudson Prentice defends down the onside, and there is no run. Shaw just wipes his hand in the crease, just getting some extra grip for the next delivery. 4 for 47. Wonderful figures from Alex Thompson, who's bowled splendidly here for Derbyshire today. In again bowls. Hudson Prentice uses his feet, bowls to Thompson, who hurls the ball back to keeper Brooke Guest. The Sussex players, particularly Ibrahim and now Hudson Prentice, not afraid to use their feet to the spinner, which in many ways is good to see. They're not going to be dictated to, and now the umpire is having a word to Jordan Thompson about something. What's all this about? The Derbyshire players are clearly not happy. There's clearly another incident that's happened. Whether the umpire didn't like the fact that Thompson threw the ball to the keeper, I don't know, but he's perfectly entitled to do that. Thompson in again, bowls. Hudson Prentice defends. Thompson fields off of his own bowling. We're hoping to speak to James Coles at the close of play, so fingers crossed. In comes Thompson, bowls to Hudson Prentice down the onside there. And the only reason I say fingers crossed is that sometimes when players are still in, understandably, they'd rather not speak until their innings is over. But if James is happy to speak, that'll be great. Comes Thompson, bowls Hudson Prentice, plays the ball down the onside of the track. And that is the end of the day's play. Good applause around Hove. The players leave the field in the sunshine with Sussex 100 and I'm just struggling to see the score here because the sun is right on the scoreboard. I want to get this right at the close of play. 193 for 5 as the players look to walk off the